Chapter 1, Super Rich System. In a university dormitory in Huancheng, Jiang Fan checked his phone and saw the time was 20:06. Why can't I get through? Since 7 p.m., Jiang Fan could not contact his girlfriend. She did not answer his calls or reply to WeChat messages. Wang Tian looked at Jiang Fan. Don't call. Your girlfriend is probably busy. If you can't get through, it means your girlfriend doesn't have her phone with her. Wang Tian seemed to know something. That's right, brother Fan, hurry up and log in. You're the only one missing. Lu Ran was also urging Wang Fan. But I always feel like something is wrong. What's wrong with this? Don't be so suspicious. Are you suspecting your sister-in-law of cheating on you? Lu Ran said from the side. Bah, shut your stinky mouth, you bastard who can't say anything nice. 21:41. Jiang Fan, who was playing games, received a message on WeChat. Jiang Fan, let's break up. Jiang Fan was confused. What's the meaning? Break up. Literally. A message popped up on the phone. What happened? Why did they break up for no reason? Jiang Fan looked at the message on his phone with fear in his heart. I feel bored and don't want to be with you anymore. After that, no matter what Jiang Fan said, the other party did not respond. Seeing Jiang Fan's strange expression, Wang Tian and Lu Ran seemed to understand something and tactfully did not disturb Jiang Fan. The next day. Lingling, what do you mean? Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, Jiang Fan excitedly pulled his girlfriend Wei Ling and asked. The sudden unilateral breakup last night was a little hard for him to accept. What do I mean? Breaking up means breaking up, right? Compared to Jiang Fan's excitement, Wei Ling seemed very calm, as if she was looking at someone she didn't know. Why? Lingling, what did I do wrong? Jiang Fan said to Wei Ling in a humble tone. He and Wei Ling met when they were freshmen in college. Jiang Fan is warm-hearted and handsome. The only drawback is that his family conditions are not so good, so he doesn't talk much in normal times. But for many opposite-sex freshmen who have just entered college, this is a true male god, and naturally attracted many little fans. Wei Ling is one of them. Wei Ling was a girl who admired strong men and she was also beautiful, so the two of them were attracted to each other and got together. At first, they were just like any other couple. When we don't have classes, we will find time to stick together. However, recently, Jiang Fan discovered that Wei Ling seemed like a different person, always being hot and cold towards him. Just yesterday, she broke up with him directly without even telling Jiang Fan the reason. Looking at Jiang Fan in front of her, Wei Ling felt a little sorry for him. Jiang Fan, please don't be like this. Can you give yourself some dignity? Lingling, is it because of that guy? Is it the one with the surname Chen? Jiang Fan seemed to have thought of something. Wei Ling seemed to have hit the nail on the head and immediately spoke up. Can you please stop being so unreasonable? What, I don't like you anymore? You still want to force me to be with you? In addition, the two of them were originally in the girls' dormitory, and after Jiang Fan's disturbance, more and more people came to watch. Wei Ling also got angry. At this time, a ring rang, and Wei Ling answered a call. Wei Ling changed her tone to a sweet one and then walked out. Jiang Fan seemed to be a little angry after being confronted by Wei Ling. He didn't react and just watched Wei Ling walk out stupidly. But as he watched, he saw Wei Ling got into a black BMW 5 Series. Coincidentally, this BMW 5 Series belongs to a well-known scumbag in our school. This scumbag is called Chen Yu. No matter how dumb Jiang Fan was, he finally realized that he was being cheated on. Now that things have come to this, Jiang Fan must get to the bottom of everything. He ran over and stopped Wei Ling. Lingling, haven't you heard of what kind of person Chen Yu is? Don't be fooled. He is a scumbag who cheats people's feelings. I'm impressed by you, Jiang Fan, can you please stop being so self-satisfied? I'm no longer interested in you, and I don't want to be with you. And Chen Yu treats me very well. After saying that, he shook off Jiang Fan's hand and got into Chen Yu's BMW X5. Jiang Fan was unwilling to give in, and just as he stood up and prepared to open the car door, he was interrupted by a scolding. Hey, what are you doing, kid? Can you afford to pay for it if you damage it? A man wearing branded clothes got out of the car and glanced at Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, it's not that I look down on you, but do you have 200 yuan in total? Look carefully, this is a BMW X5. If it breaks down, can you afford the compensation? Ha 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 ha. After hearing Chen Yu's words, Zhang Fan's face turned red instantly. The humiliating words were like a knife stabbing straight into his self-esteem. Being laughed at by Chen Yu in front of so many people, his face became even uglier. As more and more people gathered around to watch the show, Zhang Fan felt like he was being roasted on fire. The combination of embarrassment and anger almost made him lose his mind. Chen Yu, Zhang Fan pounced on Chen Yu angrily, but Chen Yu turned around and dodged. Because he missed, Zhang Fan stumbled and fell to the ground. This embarrassed look also caused laughter from those around. You still want to fight with me? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? Chen Yu looked at Zhang Fan with a condescending expression. Wei Ling stood next to Chen Yu and said, Zhang Fan, why are you doing this? It should be a good thing for us to part ways amicably, but you have to make such a fuss. I'm telling you, being with you really makes me tired. I'm scared when I think about having to take out loans and bear decades of debt to buy a car and a house when I'm with you in the future. But Chen Yu is different. When I am with him, I can eat whatever I want, drink whatever I want, wear famous brands, and live in a villa. This is the life I want. Wei Ling. I'm only in my 20s. Why do you think I can't turn things around? Zhang Fan looked at Wei Ling fiercely. Chen Yu looked like he was mentally retarded. You're still stubborn even after all this. Look at what you look like now. You're stupid. Have you watched too many cartoons? After saying that, Chen Yu went up and kicked him again. Because of the breakup, Zhang Fan almost didn't get a good rest the whole night. The whole person was haggard and he was kicked to the ground before he could even react. Chen Yu squatted next to Zhang Fan and said with a smile, You are really long-winded, today as well as last night. After listening to this, Zhang Fan looked at Chen Yu with red eyes. What did you say? I say. You were really noisy last night. After hearing what Chen Yu said, Zhang Fan rushed towards Chen Yu again in anger but was kicked back to the ground. Forget it, Zhang Fan. Look at you, you still want to fight with me. Then Chen Yu took out 5 red bills from his wallet and hit Zhang Fan directly in the face. Don't accuse me of bullying you. This is mental damages for you. Hearing the words mental damage compensation, Zhang Fan felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife and he grabbed the money and threw it at Chen Yu. Who wants your crappy money? Take it and get out. Wei Ling looked at the embarrassed Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, 500 yuan is not a small amount for you, it is equivalent to your living expenses for half a month. Since you don't want it, forget it. After saying that, Wei Ling picked up the 500 yuan and put it in her pocket, looking at Zhang Fan, don't bother me anymore, we are no longer from the same world. After saying that, Chen Yu turned around, got in the car, and left the school with Wei Ling. Zhang Fan stood there, looking at the taillights and cursing, Wei Ling, I will make you regret this. At this moment, Zhang Fan looked at the laughter of the people around him that was drowning him like a tide, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Under the strange looks of the onlookers, Zhang Fan returned to the dormitory in embarrassment. Lu Ran and Wang Tian saw him like this and were about to ask, but Zhang Fan walked straight to his bed without saying a word. They didn't ask any more questions. Zhang Fan lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. The memories of Wei Ling in my mind are like a knife cutting my heart. And the scene of Chen Yu humiliating him was like a ghost that could not be shaken off. This matter fermented quickly, and my roommate also found out about it through someone in the WeChat group. Lu Ran wanted to comfort him, but was stopped by Wang Tian. Now let him calm down alone. Just when Zhang Fan was still sad, a mechanical voice popped up in his mind. The Shinhouse system has been activated, please sign for it. System? Sign for? Just when Zhang Fan was confused, the voice sounded again. Starting from obtaining this system, the host can obtain RMB with a 10,000-fold consumption ratio and cashback function. Give the opposite sex a comprehensive appearance score of 80 points or more for consumption and you can get RMB cashback. The RMB is equivalent to the cash of the host country China at a rate of 1:1. RMB can only be used for the opposite sex with a score of 80 or above, and cannot be used for self-consumption. What? Just when Zhang Fan hadn't reacted yet. Please feel free to use all regular channels for RMB and cashback. At this moment, a panel appeared in front of Zhang Fan. Host, Zhang Fan. Balance, 975 yuan. Soft sister currency, 0 yuan. Constitution, 15 week. Spirit, 11 week. Strength, 11 week. Intelligence, 51 medium. Skill, assisted scanning, obtaining information about the opposite sex. Attribute points, 0. Attribute points can be used to increase the host's physique, spirit, strength, and intelligence. The host can obtain skills, props, and attribute points through tasks. The second chapter already has a system. How can I let you beat me? Is this a dream? Jiang Fan pinched his face. After feeling a sharp pain and seeing a black and gold bank card appear out of thin air in his hand, Jiang Fan finally realized that he was not dreaming. Ha 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 ha! I couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wang Tian and Lu Ran, who were playing games in the dormitory, saw Jiang Fan's strange scene and thought that Jiang Fan could not bear the double stimulation of heartbreak and humiliation, so they quickly ran to Jiang Fan's side. Brother Fan, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me. Wang Tian grabbed Jiang Fan's arm, his expression full of concern. Lu Ran also echoed, yes, Brother Fan, if you are unhappy, just cry your heart out, don't hold it in your heart, and don't think too much about it. The two of them were really afraid that Jiang Fan wouldn't be able to bear the blow and would go crazy. Jiang Fan came back to his senses, looked at the worried expressions of his two roommates and said with a smile. No, I just... Jiang Fan was just about to tell the two about the system when he remembered that it was best not to make this matter public. I'm fine, I just suddenly figured it out, because those two people are so sad, it's not worth it. After saying that, Jiang Fan began to think about how to make good use of this system. The two of them looked at Jiang Fan's expression and knew that he wanted to rest, so they didn't disturb Jiang Fan any further. The sound of playing games is also much quieter. The rules say that only those of the opposite sex with a score of 80 or above can use RMB, so where can I find these girls who meet the requirements? Hey, Duiying. If you want to know how to quickly see local beauties, live streaming is the quickest way. Jiang Fan opened Douyin and began to look for his target. With the skill of auxiliary scanning, Jiang Fan quickly saw a girl named Wei Wei. He had seen this girl before in the same city as Jiang Fan one. She had just started live streaming and was very polite, and he also liked watching her. Wei Wei saw someone coming in and warmly welcomed Jiang Fan. Welcome, Brother Jiang Fan, to Wei Wei's live broadcast room. She has slightly red hair and wears a white dress. Her eyebrows and eyes are picturesque and clear and bright, as if there are stars hidden in them. Looking at Wei Wei's smiling face, Jiang Fan felt that the mood that was ruined by Wei Ling and Chen Yu was slowly returning. Jiang Fan stared at Wei Wei, and a panel that only he could see appeared. Name, Wu Wei Wei. Age, 20. Charm value, 81. Favorability, 0. Number of romances, 1, add 1 for each person you have played poker with. Jiang Fan smiled when he saw the charm value. Since they had just started live streaming, there were almost no people in Wei Wei's live streaming room. Jiang Fan would chat with Wei Wei when he had nothing to do. However, since Jiang Fan's family conditions were not very good, Jiang Fan always acted as the atmosphere group. Wei Wei seemed to know that Jiang Fan did not have much money, so she also asked Jiang Fan to give him a penny. Seeing Wei Wei's sweet smile, Jiang Fan couldn't stop smiling. He, who was not a talkative person, actually said, Wei Wei, can I add you on WeChat? Wei Wei was also stunned when she saw what Jiang Fan said, just when he was about to reply. Velociraptor, you, a level 1 light board, also want to add the anchor on WeChat? This is so funny. Proud part, I will give you a sports car, and I will add you on WeChat, don't let this guy get it for free. The internet is here to hack you at Jiang Fan, look at how much the top guy on the list has spent. You, who didn't spend a penny, want to add the anchor on WeChat right away. Seeing these people's comments, Jiang Fan realized that he had never spent a penny before, so he scratched his head awkwardly and asked, how many gifts does the anchor need to give to add a WeChat account? Wei Wei cleverly avoided this question because he knew someone would answer it for him. Sure, why, that must be number 1. Velociraptor at Jiang Fan, the first place is only worth 800 yuan now, you should think about grabbing the first place. Shansher, yes, you can add such a beautiful girl on WeChat for 800 yuan, why don't you join her quickly? Hearing the sarcasm in everyone's voice, Jiang Fan also said, Jiang Fan, then I'll just brush a rocket. Jiang Fan's original purpose was to find girls to spend RMB, and he happened to be chatting with Wei Wei, so he decided to spend RMB here. Jiang Fan first topped up 1 yuan, but the system didn't respond for a long time. Jiang Fan's face darkened, so I have to give the money to the opposite sex to get the cash back? Velociraptor at Jiang Fan, where are you? Where is your rocket? Hong Zhao, ha ha ha, who doesn't know how to brag? And what about the rocket? Did it run away? Pride at. It happened so quickly that Jiang Fan quickly searched among his WeChat friends. Unexpectedly, his OnePlus friends could still help him. Find Wang Shi and open Wang Shi's Moments photos. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 15. Number of romances, 0. Yes, the charm value is 90. I opened WeChat and transferred 200 yuan to the other party. Wang Shi? Jiang Fan, can you help me with something? Wang Shi, what is the matter? Jiang Fan, did you take the money first? Wang Shi, you won't accept it if you don't tell me? I don't think I'm willing to help you pursue Wei Ling. Jiang Fan, no, just help me carry something and the rest of the money will be yours. 200 yuan accepted. Ding. Consumption successful. When spending with girls with a charm value of 80 or above, you can use RMB to settle the bill. Current RMB, 2 million. Wang Shi, what do you want to buy? Jiang Fan, I'll tell you later. What's wrong with Jiang Fan? Why would someone who usually doesn't give a penny suddenly transfer money to me? Could it be because Wei Ling broke up with him? Wang Shi muttered softly as he watched Jiang Fan transfer money to him for no apparent reason. Jiang Fan looked at the money that had been deposited and returned to Wei Wei's live broadcast room and saw. Velociraptor, I said this Jiang Fan is just loading goods. He has no money but still insists on loading. Sure, why, that's right, he even brushed the rockets, it's really laughable. Wei Wei hurried out and said, Brother Velociraptor, maybe Brother Jiang Fan is busy with something. Velociraptor, Wei Wei baby, you are too naive. The loser just now came to get your WeChat for free. Come, brother will give you a sports car. Sports car sent by Velociraptor 1. Sports car sent by Velociraptor 2. Sports car sent by Velociraptor 5. Seeing the 5 sports cars sent by the Raptor, Wei Wei quickly said, Thank you, Brother Raptor, for the 5 sports cars. Snap, snap. Suddenly, the screen was filled with Carnival special effects. Jiang Fan sent Carnival 1, Carnival 2, Carnival 10. Wei Wei looked at the 10 carnivals and was stunned for 2 seconds, then shocked, and then screamed. Wow! Thank you, Brother Jiang Fan. Thank you, thank you. Wei Wei was a newcomer and had never received a carnival. Besides, she only broadcast for a while when she had no classes at school or on weekends to earn a living. The platform's gifts were split 50-50, but I didn't expect to earn half a year's living expenses in one night. Wu Weiwei was so happy. Relief, WOC. The internet cable is coming to chop you, Brother Fan is awesome. This is a case of not making a name for yourself, but making a splash when you do make a name for yourself. Seeing that the netizens who had just mocked Jiang Fan with him were now complimenting Jiang Fan, the Swift Raptor couldn't help but say. Velociraptor at Jiang Fan, what are you pretending to be? You've been out for so long, did you borrow money to buy these gifts? Can you afford to pay back a loan like this? Acquaintance, yes, Brother Fan, why did you suddenly disappear and then come back to give gifts? You didn't really take out a loan to give gifts, did you? When Wei Wei heard what they said, her brows slightly frowned. She also knew that Jiang Fan always came to her live broadcast room to create atmosphere quietly, but today he suddenly gave her so much money. She was worried that Jiang Fan was really being ridiculed by them and was going to borrow money from her. So I quietly sent a private message to Jiang Fan. Brother Jiang Fan, where did you get the money? Don't take out a loan to buy me a gift. Jiang Fan's heart twitched when he saw Wei Wei's message. But seeing the ridicule from the Velociraptor, loan? Jiang Fan smiled slightly. I already have a super rich system, how can you let me outdo me? So on the screen. Carnival 1. Carnival 2. Carnival 11. The network cable is here to chop you, damn. You are awesome, Brother Jiang, you are really awesome. The Raptor, who was originally watching the fun, saw Jiang Fan give the anchor a few more carnivals, and wanted to continue to taunt him. I want to see how arrogant you are, how proud you are now. How embarrassed you will be when you pay back the money in the future. Just when he was about to send it out, he realized something was not right. Carnival 21. Carnival 60. Carnival 61. Wei Wei had just started the live broadcast and had never seen such a scene before. She was so stunned that she even forgot to say thank you. My mind is filled with shock. Not only Wei Wei, but the Velociraptor was also dumbfounded. Only at this moment did he realize that he had provoked a big boss who did not take money seriously at all. He would never know in his life that there is such a person with a system in the world, just as he does not dare to provoke Zhang Fan at all now. The screen showed Carnival 99. Zhang Fan, where is the Velociraptor? Why is it silent? With the bombing of the carnival, the number of people in Weiwei's live broadcast room is increasing, from the initial dozens of people to now 50,000, and the barrage is also floating. Flowers in the sky, anchor Zhang Fan has given you so many gifts, don't you say thank you? Don't eat coriander, does this anchor named Weiwei have any talent? Don't move, brother Zhang Fan, come to my live studio and play, I'll show you something good. Lamu, host, your big brother is about to be snatched away, won't you stop it? Weiwei came back to her senses and stammered. Thank you, brother Zhang Fan. I don't know what to say. I have never encountered anything like this. Her voice was trembling slightly with excitement. Zhang Fan looked at Weiwei's flustered yet cute appearance on the screen, and a different feeling surged in his heart. He replied in the barrage, Weiwei, don't be nervous, I just want to make you happy. It feels so good. It feels so good. I have never felt so good in my life. Looking at the various compliments in the comments, and the hostess flustered and shy look, is this the emotional value that money brings? Chapter 3 Are you being kept? Weiwei, if there's nothing else, I'll leave now. I'll come to see you next time. Okay, goodbye, brother Zhang Fan. Watching Zhang Fan leave the live broadcast room, Weiwei felt a little relieved. She already knew in her heart that Zhang Fan was different from before. She was cautious and afraid of saying something wrong and making Zhang Fan unhappy. Just then. Ding! The system's voice sounded in Zhang Fan's mind. Wu Weiwei's favorability towards the host increases by +10. Name, Wu Weiwei. Age, 20. Charm value, 81. Favorability, 10. Number of romances, 1. If you raise your charm value by 80 or more and your favorability of the opposite sex increases by 100, you will get a chance to win a prize. If a person of the opposite sex with a charm value of 80 or above increases their favorability by 80, they will get a chance to win a 10-draw lottery. Lottery? What can I win from the lottery? Zhang Fan doesn't need to talk, he can communicate with the system just by thinking about it. The prizes include cash, luxury cars, skills, attribute points, and various other things. There is nothing the system cannot do, only the host cannot think of it. Then I have to try this lottery function right away. This cumulative fluctuation of 100 in favorability should be useful whether for lowering or increasing it, but it can only be used on the opposite sex with a charm value of 80 or above. Time, 1726. After Zhang Fan fully understood the system. Zhang Fan has completely gotten rid of the negative emotions brought about by the breakup with Wei Ling. The breakup did not cause much harm to Zhang Fan. What Zhang Fan was angry about was Wei Ling's infidelity and Chen Yu's humiliation. If Wei Ling had talked to him nicely, Zhang Fan would not have rushed up to Wei Ling to question her and caused such a commotion. But it is totally unnecessary for Zhang Fan now. With the system, what kind of goddess can't he pursue? People who are unfaithful like Wei Ling should get as far away from you as possible. Then he said goodbye to his roommates and left the dormitory. Open the panel, Zhang Fan thought. Host, Zhang Fan. Balance, 330,000 yuan. RMB, 1.67 million. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 11. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 51. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 0. The first step to becoming rich is to change your clothes. I was so self-conscious in the first 20 years. Although I was popular in high school because of my good looks and learning ability, I realized it when I came to college. Having money is more important than anything else. Shopping mall. Zhang Fan came to a shopping mall not far from the school. The first and second floors are clothing areas. A wide range of global luxury goods and designer clothes. Zhang Fan also came to Hermes. As Zhang Fan walked into the store, a female clerk with fair skin came over with a smile. Sir, what do you need? I want to buy a set of clothes, but I don't know how to match them. Can you help me choose one? Yes, sir. The female clerk had a very good attitude and was very patient in helping Zhang Fan with his outfit. When Zhang Fan put on the clothes recommended by the female clerk, he was stunned by himself. In the past, Zhang Fan was considered the school idol no matter what he wore. Later, because he was with Wei Ling, he put almost all his attention on Wei Ling. Now, after a little tidying up, she is already as good as many celebrities. It is true that clothes make the man and saddles make the horse. My goodness, Mr. Jiang, this suit was made for you. This was the time for the female clerk to demonstrate her professional abilities, and she praised Zhang Fan so much that he felt a little embarrassed. Beauty, I want this set of clothes. Besides, one set is not enough for me. Can you help me match 2 sets? Zhang Fan is also completely confident in the female clerk's matching ability. The female clerk was also ecstatic. The clothes Zhang Fan was wearing cost tens of thousands of dollars. At first, she was afraid that Zhang Fan would dislike the expensive clothes. After all, when Zhang Fan first came in, he was wearing very ordinary clothes, and you couldn't tell that he was a rich man. As a result, he now asks me to match him with 2 more sets of clothes. No matter what kind of sales you are doing, the more you sell, the higher your salary and commission will be. Just like that, the clerk happily began to match 2 more sets of clothes for Zhang Fan. But Zhang Fan felt it was weird. He was just trying on clothes, so why did this female clerk always lean towards him? 10 minutes later, Zhang Fan swiped his card for 200,000 yuan and walked out of the store. Because Zhang Fan still had to go out for dinner, Hermes took the initiative to provide Zhang Fan with door-to-door delivery service. But after learning that the delivery address was the dormitory of Huanqing University, the female clerk looked at Zhang Fan with a hint of doubt. Rich young masters in school usually rent or buy houses outside the school. It is strange that a young master with such spending power as Zhang Fan actually lives on campus. But I didn't think much about it. After all, no one knows what rich people are thinking. Just as Zhang Fan was leaving the door of Hermes, he turned around and met a girl who greeted him. Zhang Fan? Are you Zhang Fan? Zhang Fan followed his gaze and saw a girl in a white long dress. Her neckline was slightly open, revealing her delicate collarbone and a small patch of fair skin. The thin fabric is translucent, and the lace underwear lace is faintly visible, exuding sexiness. The skirt is loose but highlights the slender waist, showing off the feminine beauty. The hem of her skirt falls down, and the veil flutters in the wind like flowing moonlight. Under the skirt, the white and tender legs are as delicate as mutton fat jade. She was wearing white high heels with slender heels, which made her legs look straighter and longer. She walked with confidence and swaying with every step. She wore light makeup, which made her facial features look more delicate and mature. Her big, lively eyes were like deep pools, and her gaze was full of charm. Her long black hair was soft and draped over her shoulders, swaying as she walked, adding a touch of dreaminess. Zhang Fan was staring at her in a trance. Apart from her photos, he had never really taken a good look at this school beauty. Hi, Wang Shi. Zhang Fan greeted Wang Shi with a smile. Oh my god. It's really you, Zhang Fan. How did you become so handsome? Looking at Zhang Fan dressed in branded clothes, Wang Shi rubbed his eyes. Reminder, Wang Shi's favorability increased by +10. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 10. Number of romances, 0. Who else could I be if I'm not Zhang Fan? It must be genuine, right? Why do you seem like a completely different person? Is it because of your breakup with Wei Ling? And you can say that, but not entirely. Then I think you made a good distinction. We all know what happened to you in school. Hey, let's not talk about her. I don't want her to ruin my good mood. Okay. Since the person involved kept silent about the matter, she could only suppress her gossipy heart. By the way, Zhang Fan. She looked at the Hermes store and the clothes Zhang Fan was wearing. Zhang Fan, you didn't buy the clothes here, did you? She pointed to the Hermes store. Yeah. Zhang Fan's tone was very calm, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. Oh my god, you won the lottery? Wang Shi widened his eyes. No. Zhang Fan shook his head slightly. You're being capped? No. Zhang Fan denied again. Where did you get the money? My own. Chapter 4, Leave one for me. Wang Shi's mouth was open so wide that an egg could fit in it, and his face was full of disbelief. Wang Shi knew that Zhang Fan was not a person who would just pretend to be rich. But he had known Zhang Fan for a long time, and he also knew Zhang Fan's situation. Don't give me that. We've known each other since freshman year. I don't even know what your conditions are. I told you and you didn't believe it. Jiang Fan said helplessly, I can't tell you that I have a system. Jiang Fan didn't look like he was lying, but he clearly remembered what the situation was like at Jiang Fan's home. Oh, I remembered something. Why did you send me a red envelope at noon today? Seeing that Jiang Fan didn't want to tell him the truth, Wang Shi didn't ask any more questions. Suddenly, he remembered that Jiang Fan had given him a red envelope to buy something today, and then he couldn't get in touch with him suddenly. Oh. At that time, I just wanted to ask you to accompany me to relax, but I was too embarrassed to ask, afraid that you would refuse me. What's there to be embarrassed about? And how did you know I would reject you? Wang Shi said to Jiang Fan with a smile. It's not that easy to date the campus belle of Huanqing University. I still know myself. Jiang Fan said seriously. But what are you doing here? Buying clothes? Today is the weekend. My roommate and I are working part-time here, but we are off work now. Then her boyfriend picked her up to have dinner. I didn't expect to meet you. Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi's lonely figure and asked, why don't you come with us? Other couples are having dinner, why should I go? Just to be a light bulb? How about we go out for dinner? Wang Shi said jokingly, staring at Jiang Fan. Although I don't know where Jiang Fan got the money, but since he can spend tens of thousands on clothes at Hermes, it must be no problem for him to treat me to a meal. Then what do you want to eat? Jiang Fan said to Wang Shi. I want to eat seafood. Wang Shi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Jiang Fan to agree so readily. Sure. I haven't eaten seafood in a while, so let's go. I didn't expect that Jiang Fan would agree so quickly to eat seafood, and asked uncertainly. Jiang Fan, the seafood I'm talking about is lobsters and abalone. Don't take me to eat clams and shells. Okay. No problem, let's go. Jiang Fan made an okay gesture and walked out. Now that I have a super rich system and endless amounts of RMB, how could I possibly take Wang Shi to eat low-end seafood like clams? Even if Wang Shi was willing to eat it, Jiang Fan was not willing to eat it. Jiang Fan used to be reluctant to eat things like lobster and abalone, and couldn't afford them. The monthly living expenses are basically used to buy gifts for Wei Ling. But now that I have money, of course I have to eat the things I couldn't afford to eat before. Jiang Fan, don't be reluctant to pay when you eat too much. Wang Shi said with a smile. Can't bear to part with it? Can't I afford a seafood meal? Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi and said. How could Jiang Fan not know what Wang Shi was thinking? But it didn't matter, he could just use Wang Shi's soft sister RMB to get cash back. Not long after leaving the mall, the two came to a seafood restaurant. When Wang Shi saw this restaurant, his eyes lit up, but he still gave a reminder. Jiang Fan, this is one of the top high-end seafood restaurants in our fantasy city. The average consumption per person is over 10,000 yuan. Are you sure you want to treat me to dinner here? Wang Cici was afraid that Jiang Fan didn't know this restaurant, so she gave him a kind reminder. More than 10,000? It's not expensive. Hearing Jiang Fan's tone, Wang Shi couldn't stop smiling. She had never eaten in such a luxurious restaurant. I didn't think I could have a meal with Jiang Fan now. Ding! Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 10, and the favorability fluctuation is 20. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 20. Number of romances, 0. Wang Shi, in a happy mood, took Jiang Fan's arm and said, let's go in. Wang Shi naturally understood that he couldn't take advantage of others for free, so he gave Jiang Fan some appropriate benefits. Jiang Fan felt his arm hit a ball of cotton. Feel this wonderful touch. Jiang Fan was so happy. This is what it feels like to be rich. So cool. Wang Shi took Jiang Fan's arm and walked into this top-notch seafood restaurant. The two looked like a real couple. Good evening, dear guests. Welcome to our restaurant. Do you have any requirements for the dining environment? A tall female clerk came over. You two, this way please. The waitress led Jiang Fan to a corner seat with an excellent view, where he could witness the bustling scene in the restaurant while being relatively quiet. Then he gave Jiang Fan and Wang Shi a menu each. Jiang Fan was staring at the list of dishes. Steamed grouper with caviar. The grouper has bright color and tender meat. We select fresh grouper weighing about 1.5 kilograms and use steaming technique to retain the original flavor of the fish to the greatest extent. After being taken out of the pot, it is drizzled with special steamed fish soy sauce and garnished with a spoonful of black caviar imported from Russia. The freshness of the fish collides with the salty and fresh taste of the caviar. Price, 1,980 yuan. Pan-fried French cod with truffle sauce. French cod is rich in high-quality protein and unsaturated fatty acids, and its meat is delicate. Cut the cod into thick slices and slowly fry at low temperature until both sides are golden brown, with a crispy outer skin and tender inside. Paired with a sauce made from French black truffles, the unique aroma of truffles permeates the fish meat. Price, 2,180 yuan. Boston lobster seafood baked rice. Boston lobster is big and the shrimp meat is firm. Take out the lobster meat and cut it into pieces, stir-fry it with imported Italian rice, shrimp, scallops and other seafood, add butter, cheese and other seasonings, put it in the oven and bake it until the surface is golden, the cheese is shredded, and the aroma is overflowing. Price, 2,080 yuan. Features, Yangcheng Lake Herring Crab Feast 4 pieces, selected authentic Yangcheng Lake herring crabs, each male crab weighs about 4 tails, and female crabs weigh about 3 tails, with plump crab meat and rich crab roe and crab paste. Served with ginger vinegar sauce and perilla leaves, it provides a traditional and authentic tasting experience. Price, 1,880 yuan. Australian lobster cheese baked pasta. Fresh Australian lobsters are used, the meat is firm and chewy, and rich in protein. The lobster meat is carefully taken out, cut into small pieces and fried with pasta, then evenly spread in a baking dish, covered with thick imported mozzarella cheese, and baked in an oven until the cheese is golden and stringy. The deliciousness of the lobster and the rich milky aroma of the cheese are perfectly blended, and the pasta absorbs the lobster soup and has a rich taste. Price, 2,800 yuan. Looking at the menu, Wang Shi's mouth was watering. I want all of these from Jiang Fan. Don't ask me, just be direct. Really? That's great. After listening to Jiang Fan's words, Wang Shi boldly ordered a bunch of dishes that he usually wanted to eat but couldn't bear to eat. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were served. Jiang Fan was drooling as he looked at the delicious food on the table. Just as he was about to pick up something with his chopsticks, he was interrupted by Wang Shi. Why are you in such a hurry? Let me take a picture. 2 minutes later, Jiang Fan started eating with Wang Shi's approval. And Wang Shi is still posting beautifully on her moments and in her group of close friends. Zhou Jie, isn't this the luxury restaurant in Huanqing where the average cost per person is 10,000? Cici, you must have won the lottery. Lin Shui, oh my god, I have wanted to go to this restaurant to collect stamps for a long time. Wang Shi, no, someone else treated me to it. Lin Shui, others? Male or female? Cici, did you meet that rich second-generation guy? Wang Shi, male. Wei Ling, Cici, do you have a boyfriend? Lin Shui, show me what you look like, whether you are handsome or not. Wang Shi, don't be impatient. I haven't agreed to him yet, and it's not good to secretly take photos of others. Wang Shi, okay, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to have a big meal. Looking at Jiang Fan who didn't wait for him at all, Wang Shi was speechless. At least wait for me to eat together. Why are you eating so fast? Hey, didn't you leave one for me? Don't eat them all. Jiang Fan, if you keep doing this, I'm going to turn evil. Chapter 5, Gaining a Little Follower. 9:07 in the evening. After the two of them devoured the food. All the food on the table was eaten up. Just after Wang Shi burped contentedly, Jiang Fan handed the payment QR code to Wang Shi. This meal cost 23,802 yuan. I'll pay for the change. You just need to give me 10,000 yuan. What the hell? You want me to pay? Didn't you say you would treat me? Seeing Jiang Fan asking him to give money, Wang Shi even thought he had heard it wrong and looked at Jiang Fan with a confused face. Ding! Wang Shi's favorability towards the host has dropped by 30, and the current cumulative favorability fluctuation is 50. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 10. Number of romances, 0. No, I just asked her for money, why did the favorability drop so much? Seeing Wang Shi's angry expression, Jiang Fan said disapprovingly, when did I say I would treat you to a meal? You said you wanted to have dinner with me, so I came with you. I agreed to have dinner with you, but I never said I would treat you to a meal. UTM. Wang Shi cursed in his heart, Zhang Fan, do you have any manners? I, such a beautiful woman, asked you to have dinner with me, and you actually called me a money-sucking person? What's wrong? Beautiful girls don't have to pay for meals. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi indifferently. Favorability decreased by 10, the current cumulative favorability fluctuation is 60. Zhang Fan, why are you so stingy? You are so rich, what's wrong with treating me to a meal? Wang Shi was so angry. No, what you said is unreasonable. What do you mean I have to treat you to a meal just because I have money? Do you mean the richest man in Huancheng has to pay for the meals of everyone in Huancheng? Can you please stop wasting time and pass it to me quickly so I can give you the decimal points? Zhang Fan still had an indifferent expression on his face. Zhang Fan didn't really intend to ask Wang Shi to pay, he just wanted to tease Wang Shi because he was in a bad mood. After all, he had to rely on RMB to make purchases. However, what Zhang Fan didn't expect was that Wang Shi's eyes suddenly turned red, and tears instantly filled her eye sockets. The eyes that were originally staring at Zhang Fan immediately became watery, and her sexy lips began to tremble. As a tear ran down her cheek, her whole body couldn't stop twitching slightly. No, why are you crying? You act like I'm bullying you. Seeing Wang Shi crying, Zhang Fan was instantly at a loss. 10,000 yuan is nothing to Zhang Fan now. But for Wang Shi, who was still a junior student, she just couldn't get it out. Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't seem to be joking with her at all, Wang Shi didn't know what to do and started crying out of grievance. Seeing Wang Shi like this, it was Zhang Fan's turn to panic. No, why are you crying? You act like I'm bullying you. Seeing Wang Shi crying, Zhang Fan was instantly at a loss. Zhang Fan, can you please give me the money first? I'll pay you back next month. I only have 2,000 yuan on me right now. Wang Shi looked at Zhang Fan with grievance and tears in his voice, which made Zhang Fan feel embarrassed. But then he thought, it's not like I don't know you. You won't be able to come up with the 10,000 yuan next month, let alone the month after next, or the month after next. Okay. Don't cry. I'll treat you to this meal. But I'm sure it's not for nothing. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi with a sly smile. I have conditions. What conditions? Seeing Zhang Fan looking at him with a lewd smile, bad thoughts popped up in his mind and he immediately covered his chest with his hands. Don't even think about those things. Impossible. Zhang Fan, who was suddenly scolded loudly, immediately understood what Wang Shi was thinking. He tapped Wang Shi's head with his hand. Wang Shi, what are you thinking about? All I ask is that you be my little follower for a week, obey me in everything, come whenever I call, and don't disobey me. Otherwise, you still have to pay me back. Then, seeing Wang Shi looking at him cautiously, he added, Oh, don't worry, I will definitely not do anything to you that you have in mind. Wang Shi narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Fan, promise yourself. Don't go back on your word. Don't ask me for money again in a week. Don't worry, I, Zhang Fan, always keep my word. I will never go back on my words. What I said is what it means. It's not like I'm really asking you to follow me for a week. You can just do what you need to do when I'm busy. Wang Shi thought about it and felt that being a follower for a week could save him 10,000 yuan, which was indeed a good deal, so he agreed. But seeing Zhang Fan's smug look, he felt so angry that he started to feel itchy. In his heart, he cursed Zhang Fan's ancestors for 18 generations. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host has dropped by 10. The current cumulative favorability fluctuation is 60. Zhang Fan was of course very proud. Not only could he eat a big meal with soft sister currency, but he also got a school beauty level goddess as his follower. It was so cool. Waiter, pay the bill. Zhang Fan called. The waiter who had just received Zhang Fan also trotted over and said, Okay sir, please wait a moment. I will calculate the bill for you right away. The total bill for this table is 23,837 yuan, which is 23,800 yuan after rounding off. Would you like to pay in cash or by card? Swipe the card, no need to round off, swipe 25,000, and the remaining 1,000 is your tip. Zhang Fan handed over his system black gold card. Seeing Zhang Fan so generous, the waiter's eyes flashed with surprise, and his voice trembled slightly with excitement. Thank you, sir. Then he respectfully took the black gold card with both hands and quickly walked to the cashier. Wang Shi stood beside Zhang Fan and was so angry at the sight of Zhang Fan being so generous and completely different from the one who had just bullied him. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host has dropped by 10. The current cumulative favorability fluctuation is 70. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 40. Number of romances, 0. Zhang Fan was speechless as he looked at Wang Shi, who was staring at him. Why do you always deduct points from me? I'm treating you to a big meal, right? After paying the bill and leaving the restaurant, Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi with a sad face and a pout. What's wrong, little follower? Is the meal not tasty, or is it embarrassing to be my follower? Having a sullen face will affect my mood. Zhang Fan, get out of my way. Who would be happy as a follower? What's wrong, Wang Shi? You also know that you are my follower now. Don't yell at me. Zhang Fan immediately acted like a master, which made Wang Shi so angry that he stomped his feet. However, it is not a good thing that Wang Shi has such a low favorability towards him, so Zhang Fan thought about it. Wang Shi, is there anything you want to buy? What? You're trying to trick me again. Look at you, what kind of person do you think I am? I mean, I'll take you shopping, like clothes, bags, whatever you want to buy, just tell me. You have to act like one to be my follower. After hearing this, Wang Shi's originally depressed face showed a hint of surprise. Are you serious? But she was afraid that Zhang Fan was trying to trick her. Of course it's real, guaranteed, even more real than pearls. Aren't you working here part-time? Then you must be very familiar with this mall. Let's go. After saying that, Zhang Fan took Wang Shi's hand and walked into the mall. Wang Shi did not resist and followed Zhang Fan carefully. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 10. The current cumulative favorability fluctuation is 80. The increase in favorability is not surprising. What kind of woman can resist the urge to shop? Open panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Balance, 110,000 yuan. RMB, 238.168 million yuan. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 11. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 51. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 0. With more than 200 million renminbi, it would be no problem to buy this entire floor. Then he swaggered into the luxury store with Wang Shi. Chapter 6, I'll buy you a floor. Wang Shi, why did you suddenly want to work here part-time? I don't have much to do at school, and I don't have classes. I thought I'd be bored anyway, so I might as well do some part-time work to earn some living expenses. Wang Shi looked at Zhang Fan, who was suddenly asking about his work, and said, Are you curious about where I work? How about I take you to see it? Let us go, it's not too late now. Looking at Zhang Fan's lavish spending tonight, was he pretending to be poor before? A special hobby? If I had known that Zhang Fan was pursuing me, I would have agreed. But since Zhang Fan is so rich, why did Wei Ling break up with him? Wang Shi struggled internally for a moment, but still took Zhang Fan's hand. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 20. The current favorability fluctuations have accumulated to 100. You can draw a lottery once. Looking at the sudden increase in favorability, Zhang Fan was also confused. He had no idea what Wang Shi was thinking. But since it has increased my favorability, that is not a bad thing. Name, Wang Shi. Age, 20. Charm value, 90. Favorability, 20. Number of romances, 0. Wang Shi almost leaned on himself and turned his head to look. The scene instantly made his face turn red, and even his little brother stood at attention. After a while, they arrived at a luxury store. Estee Lauder counter. When Zhang Fan stepped into the store, what came into view was a dazzling scene. The lighting design in the store is exquisite. The soft light is carefully designed and accurately shines on each product, making it dazzling. Cici, this is your friend. He's so handsome. As they entered the store, a beautiful woman in a slim professional suit came towards them and greeted Zhang Fan and the others enthusiastically. When she saw Wang Shi holding the man's arm, she knew what kind of person Wang Shi was. Wang Shi would not pay attention to ordinary boys. Now Wang Shi is actually holding Zhang Fan's arm, which means that this man must be extraordinary. Moreover, as a salesperson of top luxury goods, she could naturally tell that the clothes Zhang Fan was wearing were from Hermes, so she came out very enthusiastically to greet the two of them. This is Sister Yun. She's the one who usually guides me when I work part-time here on weekends. I guess she's my master. This is Jiang Fan, my classmate. Wang Shi introduced the two of them separately. Jiang Fan also responded to the greeting of the beauty in front of him with a smile. After all, who doesn't tea like a passionate beauty? The woman in front of him was no more than 30 years old, with fair skin and golden hair, and her uniform outlined her perfect figure. "Cici, this is your boyfriend, right? He's really handsome." Sister Yun smiled, wanting to find out about their relationship. After hearing this, Wang Shi's face flushed, and he quickly waved his hand to deny. "Sister Yun, don't talk nonsense, we are just ordinary classmates. Ordinary friends are holding each other so tightly. Cici, please don't hide it from your sister, I'm an experienced person." Wang Shi's face turned even redder. She wanted to let go of Jiang Fan's hand, but she felt a little uncomfortable. While hesitating, he pinched Jiang Fan's arm lightly. Jiang Fan sensed Wang Shi's shyness and deliberately followed Sister Yun's words and said, "Sister Yun, please stop teasing Cici. Look how red she is. But if I can be Cici's boyfriend, it must be a blessing from my previous life." Listening to Jiang Fan's words, Wang Shi felt embarrassed and annoyed. She glared at Jiang Fan and muttered softly, "You are the only one who talks too much." But the slightly raised corners of her mouth revealed her inner thoughts. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 20. The current cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 120. "Well, I won't tease you anymore. There are desserts over in the lounge area. Please sit wherever you like." She thought that Wang Shi was probably just bringing this boy here for a spin, so she had no plans to introduce the product to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan said thank you and started walking around the store, looking at the various luxury items on the display cabinet. Something Platinum Advanced Day Cream, 50 ml, price 5,400 yuan. White Moonlight Essence, 30 ml, 2,500 yuan. Platinum Essence, 30 ml, 2,500 yuan. What is the exclusive facial cream? 50 ml is 11,000 yuan. I was secretly surprised to see that these small bottles with little weight were so expensive. However, it was no problem for Jiang Fan, who had the support of the system. Watching Jiang Fan flipping through the papers one by one, Sister Yin felt unsure, but since she was Wang Shi's friend, she didn't say anything. Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan's unfocused look and reminded him, "Hold it steady, don't drop it on the ground and break it. This isn't cheap." Hearing this, Jiang Fan also smiled and said, "Since I want to buy it for you, I have to take a closer look. But I don't understand what these things of yours are for. Why don't you choose them yourself and I'll pay for them later?" Wang Shi paused. "What, are you serious? You want to buy it for me?" Wang Shi also couldn't imagine that Jiang Fan actually planned to buy such expensive cosmetics for herself. The price of these things is several thousand yuan each, and some good sets even cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Jiang Fan actually let him choose whatever he wanted. His eyes were instantly filled with admiration for Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan felt extremely happy when Wang Shi looked at him like this. He couldn't help but start to act cool. "You can buy whatever you want. As long as you want this building, I will buy it for you." Poochie ha ha ha. At this moment, another couple in the store also laughed out loud when they heard Jiang Fan bragging. The man was about 40 years old, with a thick gold chain around his neck. Next to him stood a woman in her 30s, with a slender figure, wearing a tight skirt that was so short that it barely covered her thighs. There was a hint of charm in her eyes, and she held the man's arm tightly. "No, little brother, you are really bragging too much. You bought a floor, why don't you say you bought the whole shopping mall?" A middle-aged man said with a sneer. Seeing Jiang Fan boasting and being mocked by others, Wang Shi pulled Jiang Fan's sleeve and whispered, "Jiang Fan, stop talking nonsense. It's so embarrassing." She knew that Jiang Fan was rich, but it was only a few 100,000 or even millions at most. What was the concept of a floor? It would have to be at least tens of millions. She didn't believe that Jiang Fan had tens of millions. There weren't many people in the store, just 3 staff members and a few scattered customers, about 10 people in total. Because of the laughter of the man and woman, everyone else looked at Jiang Fan. Under the gazes and ridicule of the crowd, Wang Shi's face turned green. Sister Yun looked at Jiang Fan and her admiration turned into contempt. This kid spoke so unreliably, could he really be a rich man? Jiang Fan seemed not to hear the people's ridicule, and said to Wang Shi nonchalantly, "Really, I didn't lie to you." At this moment, the middle-aged man walked up to Jiang Fan with a look of disdain on his face, snatched the face cream that Jiang Fan was looking at, and threw it on the counter beside him. "Young man, you have to know your limits when you brag. Stop yelling nonsense here. He glanced at Jiang Fan. Looking at how well dressed you are, I guess you are just using your family's money to show off. Do you know how much one floor costs? How about this, don't talk about the difference between the first floor and the second floor. Let's see who can spend the most money in this store. The loser will get out of this store. Do you dare? He is an executive in a company, with an annual salary of more than 2 million, plus dividends. His annual income is at least 5 million. He has many women around him, but none of them can compare to Wang Shi. He discovered such a beauty when he came in just now, but he had no chance because there was a man next to him. Now that he has caught the chance, he must show his best. Maybe in the end he can get such a top-notch girl. The middle-aged man stared at Jiang Fan with a provocative look, as if he was sure that Jiang Fan would not dare to compete. Chapter 7. These are all bought for you. Jiang Fan smiled crookedly. God is busy feeding me, and I'm just worried that I won't have the chance to show off. Jiang Fan put his hands in his pockets and started scolding the middle-aged man. You fat pig, you are looking for shit in the toilet. Alright, today I will let you know what a real super rich person is. When the middle-aged man heard this, his face instantly turned red with anger. He pointed at Jiang Fan's nose and cursed, "How dare you talk to me like that, you little brat? Do you know who I am?" Jiang Fan did not retreat at all, but laughed even more unscrupulously. He raised his head slightly and looked at the middle-aged man with the eyes of a master looking at his servant. I don't give a damn who you are. In my eyes, you're just a fat pig that squeals. Don't talk nonsense, just do as you say. Let's see who spends more money in this store. If you lose later, don't run away like a stray dog with your tail between your legs. Wang Shi was worried about Jiang Fan. Just when he wanted to stop Jiang Fan from being impulsive, he held Jiang Fan's hand and said, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money. Let us get started then?" After saying, the middle-aged man began to pick out the products frantically. Pack this for me, that, and that, pack them all for me. Soon, the counter was filled with luxury goods selected by middle-aged men. Looking at the boy standing still, the middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Fan arrogantly, as if saying, "Boy, let's see what you are going to do next." After a while, the clerk calculated the price. "Sir, the total price of the items you selected is 880,000. When he heard the price, the middle-aged man's expression changed slightly. I didn't expect that I had taken so much without realizing it. I was shocked. The price made me feel a little painful, but then I looked at Jiang Fan. He crossed his arms, looked at Jiang Fan with a confident look and said, "Little brat, now you know how powerful I am. Can you come up with 880,000? You want to fight me too? If you know what's good for you, get out of here right away, or you'll embarrass yourself here." This scolding also made Wang Shi instantly unhappy. After all, Jiang Fan was brought here by himself, and Jiang Fan also wanted to buy something for himself. Although store clerks cannot have conflicts with customer service, I am only working here part-time. At worst, I can change stores to work. She raised her eyebrows and angrily said to the middle-aged man, "How can you be like this? What right do you have to say that about Jiang Fan? Is it a big deal to buy a lot of things?" Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi in surprise. He didn't expect that Wang Shi would quarrel with others because of him. Seeing Wang Shi's face flushed with anger, Jiang Fan suddenly thought of Wei Ling. When I was with Wei Ling before, Wei Ling almost never spoke up for me outside. Sometimes, if I asked the boss for a discount when buying something, I would be despised and embarrassed, and even ridiculed, not to mention quarreling with others because of me. Today at noon, I even helped Xinyu to humiliate myself. In comparison, Wang Shi and Wei Ling are like heaven and earth. Jiang Fan patted Wang Shi's shoulder gently and said, "Don't be angry." Then he said to the middle-aged man, "You're so proud of just over 800,000? I thought you could come up with 10 or 8 billion to show me." Then he slowly took out the black gold card from his pocket and said, "Fat pig, look carefully, what is real consumption? Sister Yun, please help me get a copy of all the products in your store, like custom-made ones, limited edition ones, all of them, I want them all." "What? You want them all?" Sister Yun asked again as if she was afraid of hearing her wrongly. "Yes, I want them all." Jiang Fan was very calm, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. When Sister Yun heard this, a hint of shock flashed in her eyes. She swallowed unconsciously and her hands trembled slightly. Jiang Fan called his own name. If Jiang Fan was really rich, then this huge achievement would be counted entirely on his head, and the commission would not be small. "Okay, sir, please wait a moment, I'll get it for you." After saying that, he turned around and walked hurriedly towards the warehouse. The store was not big to begin with, and because of the earlier quarrel, many people's eyes were on the two of them. Naturally, the content of the conversation was heard by other people. When they heard Jiang Fan say that everyone should bring one portion, everyone looked at Jiang Fan with shock in their eyes. The other shop assistants also stopped their work and whispered to each other. Do you think he really has that much money? All the new products alone are worth hundreds of thousands. But he doesn't look like he's lying. This boy looks very young, could he really be some super rich second generation? Look, Wang Shi just came in holding his arm. He's so generous. Maybe he's really the son of a big family. At this time, the middle-aged man noticed Jiang Fan's expression. He was not panicked at all. He even felt that Jiang Fan seemed to be holding back his laughter. I also wondered if I had offended some rich young man. The more I think about it, the more scared I get. Compared to Jiang Fan's calm demeanor, the middle-aged man's face turned pale and blue, and his arrogance at the beginning instantly dissipated by more than half. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth he found that his throat seemed to be blocked and he couldn't utter a word. Not long after, Sister Yun came hurriedly pushing one full shopping cart after another. Mr. Jiang, all the products you want are here, but some new products will not arrive for a few days. Is that okay with you? Sister Yun walked up to Jiang Fan and spoke to him in a soft voice. Now she doesn't dare to joke with Jiang Fan like she did at the beginning. Jiang Fan can be said to be her god of wealth now. It's okay, just pack them together. When the new products arrive, you can come directly to Wang Shi to pick them up. You can calculate how much it costs. Okay, Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Sister Yun called several other shop assistants to come over and count together. Not long. Mr. Jiang, the total price here is 2,787,600. With the discount, it will be 2,700,000. Is that okay with you? Swipe the card. Jiang Fan casually handed over the black gold card, as if the 2.7 million was just a small amount of money to him. Sister Yun took the card and operated the card machine carefully. After a while, the machine made a beep sound, indicating that the transaction was successful. Host, Jiang Fan. Balance, 2.81 million yuan. RMB, 236.75 million. Constitution, 15. Spirit, 11. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 51. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 0. Upon hearing that the transaction was successful, the store instantly exploded. My god, this person really has so much money, and he spent more than 2 million without blinking an eye. Yes, and judging from his attitude, it seems that more than 2 million is nothing to him. Sister Yun also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not stop Jiang Fan from rummaging around, otherwise she would have regretted it so much. Now if she calculated the amount, she could get more than 200,000 yuan in commission, which was more than her normal annual salary. Her face was immediately filled with smiles. She also returned the card to Jiang Fan very respectfully. Sir, the transaction was successful, thank you for your patronage. I will notify you as soon as new products arrive. Ha, Sister Yun, you don't have to call me mister, just call me Jiang Fan. Since you are Wang Shi's friend, you are naturally my friend too. Jiang Fan said to Sister Yun with a smile. Then Jiang Fan turned around and looked at the middle-aged man. Fatty, how about giving you a chance? Buy some more? Make up exactly 3 million? When the middle-aged man heard this, his face turned pale. The sweat on his forehead showed that he was very panicked at the moment. His hands were clenched tightly at his sides. Seeing the eyes of the people around him focused on him, other customers pointed and talked openly. Look at how arrogant he was just now he has been slapped in the face. At this moment, he was extremely ashamed and angry. Why did he pick trouble? He originally thought that he was just a rich second-generation kid, but it turned out that he had probably met a young master from a big family. So he was ready to leave in a daze. But Jiang Fan stopped him at this time. Hey, fatty, you are not going to cheat, are you? You said the bet, right? Jiang Fan looked at the middle-aged man with a playful expression. Being stopped by Jiang Fan's shout, when did I cheat? The middle-aged man pretended to be calm. I just wanted to buy something, but now I don't want to buy it anymore. I can leave if I want. After being compared with Jiang Fan, he decided not to buy this luxury item worth 880,000 yuan. He was slapped in the face and had to spend money, but he was not stupid. As he spoke, he walked, pulling the woman with him and trying to squeeze past Jiang Fan and escape from this embarrassing place. Jiang Fan slowly stretched out his arm to block their way. Uncle, don't pretend to be ignorant. Just now you swore that the loser must get out of this store. What, you don't want to admit it now? Jiang Fan deliberately raised his voice so that people around him could hear clearly. That's right, that's right. He was looking for trouble for no reason, and now that he lost he wants to cheat. Hearing this, the middle-aged man's face turned even redder, and he felt hateful and angry, but he had no reason to refute. Jiang Fan blocked his way and he couldn't leave, and staying where he was made him feel even more ashamed. After a moment's stalemate, the middle-aged man finally lay on the ground and rolled out of everyone's sight with a gurgling sound. Wang Shi stood aside, looking at Jiang Fan's domineering appearance, with a complex emotion in his heart. It was admiration, or perhaps it was heartbeat. It is detected that Wang Shi's favorability towards the host has increased by 30. The current favorability fluctuation is cumulatively 150. After hearing the system's voice, Jiang Fan turned around and saw Wang Shi looking at him with admiration. When I looked into my own eyes, it seemed as if they were full of stars. Jiang Fan, you are so handsome, why didn't I realize you were so handsome before? Jiang Fan raised the corner of his mouth slightly and reached out to rub Wang Shi's head. That was because you didn't have vision before, it's not too late to find out now. I bought these for you, do you like them? Really? Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. Wang Shi thought Jiang Fan bought so much just out of spite and would give her some later, but she didn't expect Jiang Fan to give her everything now. This is not just 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, this is more than 2 million yuan worth of cosmetics. If you don't want it, then I will take it back reluctantly. Jiang Fan then started to play with Wang Shi. I want it, Jiang Fan, you were so nice. Wang Shi pulled Jiang Fan's hand in a coquettish voice. The more she looked at Jiang Fan, the more charming he seemed to her, so she immediately kissed him on the face. Just 2 million can make a beautiful woman smile, it's worth it. It is detected that Wang Shi's favorability towards the host has increased by 20. The current cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 170. Chapter 8 Fairy Dress. Sister Yun's face was full of smiles. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much today. This is the largest order we have received since the opening of our store. If you need anything in the future, just let us know and we will make sure to arrange it for you. Sister Yun, you are too polite. I just brought Cece here to buy things. Cece told me that you usually take care of her. It doesn't matter who you buy things from. Then I am also benefiting from Cece's help today. Sister Yun, I'm planning to take Cece to buy some clothes, so we'll leave first. Jiang Fan turned to Wang Shi and said, Cece, fill in the address and ask Sister Yun to mail the things to you later. I can't put all these things in my dorm. I'll take some of them back with me, and can I leave the rest in the store? Wang Shi asked Jiang Fan tentatively, can you give some to your roommate? Of course, these things are yours, you can arrange them yourself. Jiang Fan said and looked at the time. It was almost 8 o'clock. Cece, you are so lucky to have such a handsome and rich boyfriend. Sister Yun looked at Wang Shi's cuddly appearance and started to joke with interest. Oh, Sister Yun, we are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. Wang Shi said shyly, but she held Jiang Fan's hand even tighter. Looking at Wang Shi's little movements, Sister Yun didn't say anything. After all, Wang Shi was so close to Jiang Fan, and Jiang Fan was so willing to spend money on Wang Shi. Who would believe that they were not a couple? But since the parties involved have said it, Sister Yun will naturally not refute it. Who knows if it's just some little habit of the two of them? Okay, Mr. Jiang, since you still have things to do, I won't keep you here for long. Wang Shi will bring Jiang Fan over to play when he has time. With Sister Yun's warm farewell, Jiang Fan and Wang Shi walked towards the clothing area carrying a few boxes of cosmetics. Wang Shi remembered that there was a very trendy women's clothing store here. Under Wang Shi's cute and coquettish attitude, Jiang Fan agreed to go to this store. Women who act coquettishly have the best life. Since it is on the same floor, the clothing store is just a few steps away. Compared to the Estée Lauder counter, this store is much larger. Due to the area, clothes of different styles are divided into different places. It is June now, and the lesser heat of the 24 solar terms is coming soon. The weather is starting to get hotter, and the clothes in the store are basically all cool and thin. Each different area has a seating area. After walking around for a while, Jiang Fan was dazzled by the sight, so he randomly found a place where he could see Wang Shi's vision and played with his phone. Wang Shi was happily looking around like a little princess. Girls will of course be delighted when they see clothes they like, and Wang Shi is no exception. Walking to a shelf filled with all kinds of skirts, Wang Shi selected a white fairy skirt and walked into the fitting room. A few minutes later. Jiang Fan. Hearing a crisp sound, Jiang Fan looked up and was instantly fixed by the scene in front of him. Wang Shi was wearing that white fairy dress, looking like a princess from a fairy tale. The contours of the skirt fit the curves of her body, outlining every part of her body perfectly, and the hem of the skirt swayed slightly as she walked. The delicate lace at the collar adds a touch of charm to her. Looking at Jiang Fan, who was staring at him, Wang Shi's face flushed slightly. She asked shyly, "Does it look good?" Jiang Fan's breathing unconsciously stopped, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. "Cici, you are breathtakingly beautiful. This dress is tailor-made for you." "Oh no, you gave it a soul." Wang Shi felt a little embarrassed when Jiang Fan looked at her. She lowered her head slightly and gently grabbed the hem of her skirt with both hands. "Is it really that beautiful? I was worried that it would make me look fat." Jiang Fan quickly walked up to her and said seriously, "Of course it's true. Believe me, no one is more suitable for this dress than you. Hello, clerk. Please pack up the clothes she brought. We will wear this skirt and leave immediately." After saying that, he pulled Wang Shi and said, "Let's go and have a look to see if there are any other ones that you like." As the two were walking around, Wang Shi noticed that Jiang Fan was always looking somewhere else, so he looked in the same direction. "Hip skirt?" Seeing Jiang Fan's silly look, Wang Shi also laughed. "Why? You like this style?" No. I was just distracted." Jiang Fan hurriedly explained, but he couldn't fool Wang Shi. "Hello, little sister, please help me pack these clothes," Wang Shi said to the clerk, then looked at Jiang Fan with a red face. This little girl is so sensible." Looking at the shy Wang Shi, Jiang Fan couldn't help but smile. Even the smile is getting more and more abnormal. After buying clothes, Jiang Fan and Wang Shi went shopping elsewhere. Unexpectedly, it was already 10 o'clock in the evening. Jiang Fan was holding a bunch of gifts in his hands, all of which were bought for Wang Shi. He only bought a small number of things for himself. Boys really don't have much to buy except food and some daily necessities. Leaving the supermarket, Wang Shi held Jiang Fan's arm. In just one night, Wang Shi's thoughts about Jiang Fan had completely changed. When they just met in their freshman year, Jiang Fan confessed his love to her. Even though Jiang Fan was very outstanding, his family conditions were indeed average. However, due to family reasons, Wang Shi does not plan to be with Jiang Fan. So after Jiang Fan and Wei Ling got together, the two hardly ever talked to each other alone. At most, Jiang Fan would meet Wei Ling when she was having dinner together. In Wang Shi's eyes, Jiang Fan, who was with Wei Ling, had no charm at all and almost lost himself. He revolved around Wei Ling every day and didn't care about anything else. But I didn't expect that today. Just after I heard that Wei Ling and Jiang Fan broke up, she would meet Jiang Fan, who had changed so much. Just when Wang Shi was lost in thought, Jiang Fan suddenly said to himself, "Wang Shi, I feel a little bored. Can you accompany me to the riverside to get some fresh air?" Wang Shi was a little confused by this sudden request and didn't react for a while. But Jiang Fan thought that Wang Shi was unwilling to go, and a sense of disappointment welled up in his heart, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Wang Shi came back to his senses and saw Jiang Fan like this, and quickly explained, "Let's go, I just didn't react suddenly just now. Besides, am I not your little follower now? I will definitely listen to you no matter what you say." Hearing this, Jiang Fan couldn't hide his expression and smiled happily. "I thought you didn't want to. If I reject you, will you regret buying so many things for me?" She clearly felt that Jiang Fan was unhappy just now. Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan, as if he wanted to see something from Jiang Fan's eyes. "Why should I regret it? I bought you a gift, so there's no reason to regret it." Slippery tongue, Jiang Fan, why didn't I realize you were so good at talking before? Is it because Wei Ling broke up with you? Wang Shi was halfway through his words when he suddenly realized that he seemed to have said something wrong. Chapter 9. You are so bad, I like you so much. When Jiang Fan heard Wei Ling's name, his expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. As a man, you will never grow up without going through some things. Leaving Wei Ling may be the best decision I have ever made in my life. Jiang Fan didn't know whether it was because of Wei Ling's betrayal or Chen Yu's humiliation that he obtained the system. But no matter what, Jiang Fan felt relieved after leaving Wei Ling. Listening to Jiang Fan's words, Wang Shi's heart was also filled with ripples. Everyone in their dormitory knew how Jiang Fan treated Wei Ling. The result was Wei Ling's betrayal. Looking at Jiang Fan, he felt a little distressed and couldn't help but hug Jiang Fan. Feeling such wonderful softness, Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment. Just when he was about to stand up and respond, Wang Shi let go again. I just feel sorry for you. Don't try to take advantage of me. Your hand is on my butt. Seeing that Wang Shi seemed a little angry, Jiang Fan felt a little embarrassed. I didn't mean it, I didn't even react. Puff. Jiang Fan's helpless look also made Wang Shi laugh out loud. She blinked her eyes and smiled. You look nervous, I was just kidding. Okay, let's go. Didn't we say we were going to the river? The mall has a special door-to-door delivery service. After the two handed all the items to the staff, they walked out of the mall side by side. Soon, the two took a taxi to the riverside. The river view at night is different from that during the day. The bright lights illuminate the riverside, and colorful beams of light hit the surface of the river. Wow, Jiang Fan, look, the river view at night is so beautiful. Wang Shi excitedly pulled Jiang Fan around like a curious child. Jiang Fan let Wang Shi pull him, with a smile on his face all the time. The two ran to a viewing platform by the river with an excellent view. Wang Shi let go of Jiang Fan's hand, closed his eyes, and opened his hands, as if enjoying the baptism of the wind. Jiang Fan stood beside her, looking at her intoxicated appearance, his eyes full of doting. The wind blew Wang Shi's hair apart. Jiang Fan couldn't help but reach out and gently helped Wang Shi tuck her hair behind her ears. Thank you. Wang Shi turned around and met Jiang Fan's eyes. At this moment, Wang Shi and Jiang Fan's eyes met. Jiang Fan gently lifted Wang Shi's face with both hands and kissed her. Wang Shi's eyes widened instantly, his whole body froze in place, and his mind went blank. But soon, she relaxed, closed her eyes, moved her lips slightly, and gently responded to Jiang Fan's kiss. The world seemed to stop at this moment. For a long time. Jiang Fan slowly let go of Wang Shi, and they looked at each other. Wang Shi's face was slightly flushed at this time, and because of the long kiss, even his breathing became a little rapid. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 20. The current favorability is 70. The current cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 190. Jiang Fan, why did you suddenly kiss me? Wang Shi lowered his head, a little afraid to look at Jiang Fan, and his voice was as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito. Looking at Wang Shi's shy appearance, I couldn't help it. You make my heart beat so fast. Jiang Fan scratched his head and said, I won't pay attention to you. Wang Shi's cheeks flushed and he ran forward pretending to be angry. But how could Jiang Fan not recognize the delicate voice? He chased after him in a few steps and gently grabbed Wang Shi's hand from behind. Don't run. I know I was wrong. Wang Shi stopped, but still turned his back to Jiang Fan, pretending to be angry. You still know you're wrong? This is my first kiss, and you took it away like this, humph. Jiang Fan couldn't stand hearing this. He had a systematic scanning eye, and could see that Wang Shi was still a flawless person, but he couldn't see anything else. But after hearing what Wang Shi said, Wang Shi had his first kiss before this, and he gave it to me. Doesn't that mean that Wang Shi has never even been in a relationship? When Jiang Fan thought of this, his heart started beating wildly as if it was out of control. He slowly walked in front of Wang Shi and looked at him with tenderness in his eyes. He gently held Wang Shi's face so that he could look at him. I really didn't know this was your first kiss, but don't worry, I will treat you well. The blush on Wang Shi's face became more intense. She looked at Jiang Fan with a passionate and sincere gaze. He muttered softly. You say it so easily, how can I know if you were just saying it to make me happy? Jiang Fan quickly grabbed Wang Shi's arm and said firmly. Believe me, I will treat you well in the future. If I lie to you, God will thunder. Before Jiang Fan could finish the rest of his words, Wang Shi kissed Jiang Fan directly on the mouth. Jiang Fan didn't expect Wang Shi to suddenly do this, and his original vicious oath was blocked by this kiss. Jiang Fan understood that Wang Shi didn't want him to utter such a vicious curse. He gently wrapped his arms around Wang Shi and responded to her kiss. After a long time, their lips parted, and Wang Shi leaned on Jiang Fan's chest with a dazed look in his eyes. You are so nice. Wang Shi raised his head, with a hint of shyness in his eyes. Who told you to say those words? It's so unlucky. And Jiang Fan, you just hit me. Jiang Fan was silent. A long time passed. Jiang Fan, I'm a little tired and want to go back to the dormitory. Wang Shi said softly to Jiang Fan, seeming a little reluctant. Okay, I'll take you back now. Although Jiang Fan couldn't hold back any longer, he couldn't eat the hot tofu in a hurry. Besides, he himself felt that the progress was a bit too fast. Jiangbian is not far from Huanqing University. Jiang Fan took a special car and soon arrived at the bottom of Wang Shi's dormitory. Jiang Fan, thank you, I'm glad to meet you today. As long as you are happy. Jiang Fan said to Wang Shi with a smile. See if you are free tomorrow. If you are, I will take you to eat something delicious. Tomorrow. But I have to prepare my graduation thesis tomorrow. Wang Shi felt something was wrong and said delicately, how about tonight? I'll make the most of the time in the morning and I'll treat you to dinner in the evening, okay? Who can resist the coquettish and cute behavior of a school beauty? Okay, I'll pick you up downstairs tomorrow, but... Just what? Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan in confusion. It's just that my mouth is a little dry. Looking at Jiang Fan's smug expression, Wang Shi instantly understood Jiang Fan's thoughts. Jiang Fan, there are so many people here, Wang Shi said in a low voice a little shyly. So what if there are too many people? Which law says you can't kiss when there are too many people around? Jiang Fan hooked Wang Shi's chin with a wicked smile. You are so bad, I like it so much. After saying this, Wang Shi plucked up the courage, stood on tiptoe and gently touched Jiang Fan's mouth, then ran back to the dormitory like a frightened deer. Jiang Fan also smiled when he saw this. He didn't expect that the campus beauty Wang was so shy. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 10. Current favorability is 80 heart beating. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw 10 times in a row. The current favorability fluctuation has accumulated to 200. 10 consecutive draws, plus the accumulated favorability, a total of 12 draws. Jiang Fan now just wants to go back quickly and take a good look at what this lottery system can draw. Chapter 10 Sun God. As soon as Jiang Fan stepped into the dormitory door, he was stopped by Lu Ran and Wang Tian. Jiang Fan, who had just been out for a few hours, looked very different. They were so shocked that they jumped up from their seats. No? Who are you, bro? Why do you look like Jiang Fan? Of course Wang Tian knew that the person in front of him was Jiang Fan. I just don't understand how Jiang Fan suddenly changed from a country bumpkin to a tall, handsome guy. Lu Ran also ran to Jiang Fan and said, Brother Jiang, how did you get yourself into this state? Jiang Fan is rich now, but Lu Ran doesn't he know? After Wei Ling unilaterally announced the breakup in the afternoon. Jiang Fan first laughed inexplicably there, and now appeared in the dormitory wearing a set of luxurious clothes. In their eyes, Jiang Fan was simply crazy. It seems that Jiang Fan was deeply traumatized and did things that he would not normally dare to do. Although neither of them was from a wealthy family, it was obvious that Jiang Fan's clothes were not cheap. Old Jiang, are you going to have trouble living in the future? Lu Ran asked, touching Jiang Fan's clothes. The clothes you're wearing cost at least several $1,000s, right? Jiang Fan didn't say anything after listening to the two's words. These two people still think that I am under the influence of Wei Ling? Jiang Fan ignored the two of them, walked into the dormitory with a swagger, and then pulled a chair and sat down. Listen to me, both of you. From now on, I will protect you too. Hearing this, Lu Ran and Wang Tian looked at each other. It's over, Brother Jiang's life is ruined. Brother Jiang, there are many beautiful women in the world, why do you have to love only one flower? A Wei Ling wouldn't hurt you like this. Yeah, Wei Ling is such a gold digger? Why are you so sad for her? The two of them tried to persuade Jiang Fan with words. Jiang Fan scolded with a smile. Can you two think positively? Is there a possibility? In fact, Jiang Fan in front of you is a super rich man. After saying that, Jiang Fan crossed his legs, leaned against the chair and looked at the two of them. Lu Ran was stunned for a moment, then walked silently to Jiang Fan and touched Jiang Fan's forehead with his hand. I don't have a fever, why are you talking nonsense? Hey, Lao Wang, let's take Lao Jiang to the hospital early tomorrow morning. Give him a psychology degree later. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Fan. As brothers, we can't watch you go crazy. Go to bed early. We will go to the treatment with you tomorrow. Jiang Fan was speechless. He found that not only Lu Ran, but even Wang Tian was looking at him as if he was a lunatic. There was no other choice, so Zhang Fan took out his cell phone, fiddled with it for a bit, then turned around and went straight to the bathroom to wash up. Then Lu Ran's cell phone rang. Lu Ran picked up the phone and took a look at it. His eyes widened instantly, and then his legs went limp and he sat down on the ground as if his soul had been taken away. Wang Tian looked at Lu Ran with confusion on his face, and hurried over to ask Lu Ran what was wrong. Lu Ran smacked his lips, but found that he could not speak. He simply gave the phone to Wang Tian and asked him to look at it himself. It's just a transfer information, why is he sitting on the ground? Wang Tian glanced at it, and then Wang Tian seemed to realize something was wrong. Then he opened his phone again, rubbed his eyes, and then his fingers moved one by one on the screen. His mouth also began to tremble at this moment. 1, 10, 100, brother, father, grandfather. The two of them reacted and stayed by Zhang Fan's side. Zhang Fan follows behind no matter what he does. Zhang Fan also felt terrified by the wolf-like eyes of the two men. What's wrong with you two? Why are you staring at me? Zhang Fan turned around and said. Lao Jiang, you won the lottery? This was the only thing Lu Ran and Wang Tian could think of. Why do people say they won the lottery as soon as they have money? Zhang Fan shook his head. Hey, I was planning to get along with you guys as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect that you would alienate me. I won't pretend anymore. I am a billionaire and I will reveal my cards. Lu Ran and Wang Tian were so surprised that they couldn't close their mouths. Does this mean that the poor boy who has lived with us for 3 years is actually a rich second generation? No, Lao Jiang? Are you kidding? You mean you're really a rich man? It's genuine, and you can see it too. If I didn't have the money, how could I have sent you the money transfer? Zhang Fan's casual words were extremely shocking to Lu Ran. Damn it, Lao Jiang, if you are so rich, why do you pretend to be poor all the time? Zhang Fan was about to answer, but Wang Tian had a look of sudden enlightenment. Brother Jiang, you are not the son of a hidden family, are you? The life you have lived in these past few years has been a test arranged by your family to train your mind. Now that the deadline is up, you can use your family's resources. Zhang Fan smiled as he listened to Wang Tian's wild guess. Wang Tian's idea was quite creative. If he really had such a hidden family background, it could reasonably explain why he suddenly became so rich. However, Zhang Fan did not answer Wang Tian. He did not intend to tell Lu Ran that Wang Tian had obtained the system. Zhang Fan would never tell anyone about the godly rich system. Who knows what would happen if someone found out? But he did need a reason for the poor boy to suddenly become a super rich man. And the hidden family that Wang Tian mentioned might actually be a good suggestion. Looking at Zhang Fan, whose thoughts drifted far away, Wang Tian vaguely felt that his guess was probably true. Wang Tian's heartbeat quickened unconsciously, as if a sense of excitement that the secret was about to be revealed surged in his heart. Brother Jiang, what are you thinking about? Wang Tian couldn't help but shout. There was a hint of irrepressible curiosity in his voice. Nothing, you think too much, all the big family tests are coming. I just think that love shouldn't be mixed with other things, but I didn't expect that the result would be such a ruthless betrayal. Now that I've thought it through, why not make good use of this condition? In the days to come, I, Zhang Fan, will have to think carefully about how to get through them. Zhang Fan didn't continue chatting with Lu Ran and Wang Tian, he had important things to do now. System, I want to draw a lottery. Zhang Fan thought to himself. The host has accumulated 12 draws now, please choose a single draw, or 10 consecutive draws. Test the waters by pumping once first. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the strengthening potion. It can enhance the host's abilities in all aspects. Items obtained from the lottery system will be stored in the system backpack. Strengthening potion, sounds good. Draw again. Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 points of mental strength. Mental power? What is this for? Just when Zhang Fan was confused, he suddenly felt his head getting slightly hot, and a few seconds later, the heat gradually dissipated, and Zhang Fan felt his brain unusually relaxed. He felt as if his perception of his surroundings had become sharper. This sudden change surprised Zhang Fan secretly. This was the change brought about by the increase in mental strength. Knowing this, Zhang Fan was even more looking forward to what was to come. Directly draw 10 times in a row. Feeling that 10 times in a row was too slow, Zhang Fan simply drew all at once. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 attribute point, 3 million cash, and increased strength. After 9 consecutive draws, Jiang Fan obtained a total of 9 attribute points and 20 million cash. Attribute points can be used to improve physical functions, which is a good thing, but cash is not very attractive to Jiang Fan. With the godly rich system in hand, Jiang Fan will never be short of money in his life until the last draw. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Apollo IE Apollo Intensa Emozione Platinum color. Apollo IE? This is a sports car named after the sun god. Germany's top supercar. Limited to 10 units worldwide. But as far as I know, I remember that the last one was bought by an unknown rich man in Sakura country. This system is omnipotent, and everything obtained by the system is formal and legal. In other words, mine is the 11th one. A limited edition sports car is not something you can buy just because you have money. And it is a top-of-the-line sports car limited to 10 units worldwide. Jiang Fan couldn't calm down for a long time. Host, Jiang Fan. Balance, 22,570,000 yuan. RMB, 998,950,000 yuan. Constitution, 15 week. Spirit, 14 week. Strength, 11 week. Intelligence, 51 medium. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 9. Looking at my panel, my physical strength is still too weak. System, add all attribute points to Constitution. Constitution, 24 week. Attribute points, 0. Jiang Fan carefully felt his own condition as his physical condition improved. Although the improvement was not much, Jiang Fan could clearly feel that he had become stronger. Chapter 11, You don't even want to act anymore? Cece, these are all bought by your boyfriend. He is so nice to you. I am so envious. Wei Ling and the other two watched Wang Shi come back with lots of cosmetics in his hands, and they were drooling with envy. Wang Shi brought back a total of 4 La Mer sets. All kinds of cleansers, eye creams, facial creams, and other messy things are in there. Hey, these 3 are for you. As he said this, he gave 3 of the gift boxes to Wei Ling, Zhou Jie, and Lin Shui respectively. Originally, Wang Shi felt that he shouldn't give it to Wei Ling. After all, the relationship between Wei Ling and Jiang Fan was too awkward. But since Jiang Fan didn't say anything, Wang Shi felt it would be inappropriate if he didn't prepare one for Wei Ling, so he gave one to Wei Ling as well. Is this for us? Zhou Jie asked Wang Shi again in disbelief, as if she was afraid of hearing it wrongly. This set costs more than 20,000 yuan. From the restaurant that Wang Shi just shared, they knew that Wang Shi's boyfriend must be a rich man. I just didn't expect him to be so generous. A gift box costs more than 20,000 yuan, and 3 boxes were given away at once. Just the money given to those we don't know is nearly 70,000 yuan. Looking at Zhou Jie and the others' reactions, he immediately explained. My boyfriend bought me a lot of them, and I think I can't use them all by myself. So I got a box for you too. After saying this, Wang Shi's face also showed some pride. Invisibly, this also gives yourself face. The gift box worth 20,000 yuan was given to her without any hesitation. It shows that Wang Shi is extremely important in her boyfriend's eyes. The 3 of them had never used such good skin care products before, so they naturally accepted them without hesitation. CC, when did you meet? I didn't see you going out with other boys just now. Zhou Jie put the gift box in her locker and asked Wang Shi. Didn't you just go out to eat with your boyfriend? I was going to eat in the mall later, and then I ran into him. We just confirmed our relationship. CC, what's his job? At this time, Wei Ling ran over, took Wang Shi's hand and asked. It was a devastating blow to Cece that she suddenly had such a rich boyfriend. For Wei Ling, you can live a good life, but you can't live better than me. This is Wei Ling's life creed. And in Wei Ling's eyes, Wang Shi is as good as herself. In many aspects, Wang Shi is even worse than himself. Since he likes Wang Shi, maybe he can like me too. Thinking of this, Wei Ling became even more curious. She wanted to find out the whereabouts of this rich man from Wang Shi. Wang Shi could naturally see what Wei Ling was thinking. Moreover, she didn't dare to bet whether Jiang Fan had really given up on Wei Ling. After all, Jiang Fan had been good to Wei Ling for 3 years. I don't know exactly what he does, but he is a very low-key person. Under normal circumstances, you can't tell that he is a rich man. Wang Shi did not answer her question directly. She had no intention of returning Jiang Fan to Wei Ling. Although Chen Yu is also a rich second generation, his father only gives him 70,000 to 80,000 yuan a month, and he only spends 10,000 to 20,000 yuan on himself at most every month. Originally, in Wei Ling's eyes, her life was completely superior to others, but today Wang Shi did this to her. Even the gifts given to people like us who he doesn't know cost nearly 100,000 yuan. Doesn't that mean he dotes on Wang Shi too much? Isn't this indirectly slapping me in the face? Isn't this telling Zhou Jia and Lin Shui that you, Wang Shi, are more attractive than me, Wei Ling? However, even if what you think in your heart sounds unpleasant, you still have to do the work to save face, just in case it really comes true. Cici, when will you bring your boyfriend out for dinner? Let us see what your boyfriend looks like. Wei Ling said to Wang Shi with a smile. 666, sister, you don't even want to act anymore. Looking at Wei Ling like this, Wang Shi was helpless. But Wei Ling couldn't help asking herself, maybe there's a chance. I'll ask him when he has time. Seeing that Wang Shi was being pestered by Wei Ling, Zhou Jia quickly tried to smooth things over. It's getting late, go to bed early. Lin Shui also stood up. After all, Wang Shi had given her such an expensive gift. Yes, it's getting late. I'm going to sleep. You should also go to bed early. Seeing that she couldn't get any answer, Wei Ling didn't continue asking. She knew she had to maintain a balance. Otherwise, if Wang Shi gets angry, I will have no chance to get to know the rich man next to her. When I opened my eyes, it was 9:45 a.m. Zhang Fan stretched himself. He didn't expect that he could sleep for so long. As soon as he got out of bed, Lu Ran handed Zhang Fan breakfast. Ha! Brother Lu, what are you doing? Seeing Lu Ran looking at him with a flattering expression, Zhang Fan was also confused. Breakfast, Lao Jiang, did you forget that you transferred 100,000 yuan to me yesterday? Oh, huh? Lao Lu, do you mean these buns of yours are worth 100,000 of mine? Zhang Fan also cursed inwardly. Didn't you ask us two to follow you, brother Jiang, yesterday? Isn't this 100,000 our service fee? He. Wang Tian ran over with a flattering look on his face and massaged Jia Zhengfan's shoulders. Do these two want me to make them my subordinates? Hey, you two, don't be like this, we are still brothers. Just do what you usually do. Zhang Fan always has a bad temper when waking up, but usually Lu Ran and Wang Tian still get up early in the morning to play games. But we are all brothers, so just think of it as calling Zhang Fan to wake up. I slept until almost 10 o'clock today, but the dormitory was still quiet, which made Zhang Fan feel a little uncomfortable. This 100,000 is to thank you for taking care of me before, and it can be regarded as my dinner for you too. When Wei Ling and I were together, we always had no money for meals at the end of the month, but you guys treated me to meals many times. I, Zhang Fan, am not a person who forgets things. Oh, old Jiang, if you continue to do this, I won't be polite. Lu Ran looked at Zhang Fan, who was still the same as before. Isn't it said that rich people are very arrogant? Brother Jiang, why are you different? Wang Tian narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Fan. Who says rich people are arrogant? We are still very kind, at least I, Zhang Fan, am. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Tian's wretched look and said inwardly. There's nothing to be proud of. In other words, I can solve many problems with money, so I won't panic when encountering problems, so I feel more confident. Perhaps you see this confidence as arrogance. Zhang Fan greeted the two of them and then left the school. Graduation is coming next year. Zhang Fan was very scared at first. The time in college passed in a flash, and he would graduate before he could fully enjoy it. But for Zhang Fan now, there is nothing to panic about. Zhang Fan will never experience in his lifetime what it's like to be unemployed right after graduation and to wander around everywhere. After living in Fantasy City for 3 years, Zhang Fan wanted most to settle down in this city. However, the lowest house price in the central area of Huanqing City is 100,000. Zhang Fan might only be able to buy a suburban house in his lifetime, but now. Chapter 12 Succubus. AM 11.14. After taking a taxi, Zhang Fan quickly arrived at a sales office. Xingqiao Quanhui. It was just a random car that Zhang Fan took, a very ordinary car, so even though there were many salespeople walking around, none of them considered selling anything to Zhang Fan. After all, Zhang Fan was a young man in his early 20s, and he felt it would be weird if he wore the same clothes as when he was doing business all day, so he did not wear the Hermes he bought yesterday. Xingqiao Quanhui is considered to be one of the top high-end residential areas in Huancheng. The starting price of housing here is at least 50,000 renminbi, and the top floor apartment even sells for 100,000 renminbi. The smallest one is 126 square meters and the price is around 5 million. Not to mention villas of 400 to 500 square meters. Seeing what Zhang Fan was wearing, naturally no salesperson was willing to come up and sell him anything. A college student took a taxi and was dressed in ordinary clothes. Although he was a bit handsome, he was definitely not rich. If you buy a house for $10,000 or $20,000, maybe someone will recommend it to you. Only people worth at least tens of millions can afford to live here. And Zhang Fan was even considered to be interviewing for a sales job. Zhang Fan was confused. Aren't real estate salespeople said to be very enthusiastic? How come no one came to ask me, even though I was such a grown-up, from the time I got off the car to the sales office lobby? Just when Zhang Fan was wondering, a voice was heard. Hello classmate, are you here for an interview for a job in our sales department? Hearing the voice, Zhang Fan turned to look. A tall girl was walking towards Zhang Fan. She wore a long-sleeved white shirt that just outlined her perfect slender waist. The black stockings and hip skirt on the lower body perfectly show off her figure. Her long black hair fell behind her like a waterfall. This figure, this beauty. It is indeed a high-end real estate project, and they can have such a top-notch goddess as a salesperson. Zhang Fan was a little dazed, his eyes fixed on the girl's legs as if they were sucked by a magnet. Looking at the dazed Zhang Fan, Lin Yanyan kept smiling. She raised her hand and waved it in front of Zhang Fan. Classmate? Zhang Fan, who was interrupted, came back to his senses immediately. Then he realized that he had been staring at someone's thighs, and said embarrassedly, "Well, I'm not here for an interview. I'm here to buy a house. System, I want to see this girl's information." Zhang Fan's mind moved. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 26. Charm value, 89. Favorability, 0. Number of romances, 0. It's another flawless one. It seems that what people say online about the chaotic sales are all rumors. Lin Yan had no idea what Zhang Fan was thinking about right now. What she was concerned about was the word buying a house that Zhang Fan mentioned. However, she looked at Zhang Fan with some disbelief. The man in front of her was indeed very handsome, otherwise she would not have come over to say hello to him. But judging from his dress and temperament, it is really hard to imagine that the person in front of me is a rich man. But since he has said he is here to buy a house, I definitely can't let him down. Show your work attitude right away. Hello sir, may I ask your name? My name is Zhang Fan. Okay Mr. Jiang, please follow me to the VIP room over here. Lin Yan turned sideways and made a gesture of invitation. Turn around and lead the way. Zhang Fan followed Lin Yan from behind and smelled the fragrance of her hair. His gaze slowly moved downward. The pencil skirt fits tightly, outlining the impulsive silhouette. With every step she took, the rise and fall of her skirt seemed to pluck Zhang Fan's heartstrings. Looking at this seductive posture, Zhang Fan couldn't help but think of some images in his mind. Lin Yan led the way and introduced the surrounding environment to Zhang Fan. There are 9 private rooms in the VIP room, namely the upper 3, the middle 3 and the lower 3. The upper 3 are used to receive customers who are interested in a property and are ready to make a deal or who have completed a deal with the developer. The third one is for customers who are considering it. As for the lower 3, they are generally given to customers who are just getting to know the place for the first time and whose intentions are not yet clear. After a while, Lin Yan brought Zhang Fan to VIP room 7. Lin Yan pushed open the door of the private room and walked in with Zhang Fan. The layout of the house was different from what he had imagined. Although the sofa is also made of genuine leather, its style is old. The tea set on the table was just ordinary, not exquisite at all. Lin Yan pressed the switch on the wall, and the light came on, making the whole room brighter. She turned around and smiled, motioning Zhang Fan to sit down, and she sat opposite him. Mr. Jiang, please have some tea. Lin Yan picked up the teapot and poured a cup for Zhang Fan. The tea aroma is very light, it is probably not top quality tea. Zhang Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. Mr. Jiang, have you ever heard of our project before? Lin Yan asked lightly. Zhang Fan seemed to know that he was being treated differently. But Zhang Fan was not angry. After scanning the room, his eyes fell on Lin Yan. Ms. Lin, I heard that your Xingqiaquan Lake Hui riverfront flat has a great view. Can you tell me more about it? Zhang Fan put down the teacup and responded to Lin Yan's question. There was a hint of surprise in Lin Yan's eyes. The prices in Linjiang are generally 10,000 or 20,000 yuan more expensive. There are 2 types of large flats in Xingqiaquan Hui. The areas of one family per elevator and two family per elevator units are 146 square meters and 302 square meters respectively. Even if the area is small, one unit will cost more than 7 million. The little guy in front of him, who looked much younger than himself, actually asked directly about the large flat. Could it be that I have made a mistake, or am I just here to inquire about the market situation? Forget it, let's take a gamble. If I really have money, at least I can solve my current predicament. She quickly adjusted her state and picked up the tablet to show Jiang Fan the information about the large flat. Mr. Jiang, you have a good eye. This large riverside flat has an unparalleled and wide river view. Moreover, it is surrounded by complete supporting facilities, with top shopping malls and tertiary hospitals all within a few minutes' walk, and convenient transportation, surrounded by many main roads. While Lin Yan was introducing, she secretly observed Jiang Fan's expression. But it seemed that Jiang Fan became more and more distracted the more he listened, and his eyes were blank. The corners of his mouth would occasionally rise, revealing an inexplicable smile. What on earth is this person thinking? Are you not interested in what I am introducing? Or do you have other plans? Lin Yan's tone became louder. Mr. Jiang, our large flats are all made of international first-line brands. Every detail shows its unique charm. Once you see it, you will definitely fall in love with it. Lin Yan introduced it very carefully, but Jiang Fan couldn't listen at all. Just now, the system prompted that Jiang Fan's Apollo had arrived at the fantasy city. Maybe it will be available in the afternoon. Jiang Fan is learning all the information about Apollo in the system. Jiang Fan's heart was already flying high when he thought about being able to drive his own car soon. Where can I hear Lin Yan's introduction? Chapter 13, Succubus Can Also Be Wronged. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang? Mr. Jiang. It was not until Lin Yan called him with some emotion that Jiang Fan realized that the succubus in front of him seemed angry. I finally understand. This guy either thinks the price is too high, or he is just trying to make fun of me. After talking for a long time, there was no response, and he just kept grinning foolishly. The important thing is that you can't get angry. The most taboo thing for those working in sales is to talk back to customers, even if they are not buying. Once it gets out, people will only say that our Zinkyo Okwanui's service attitude is bad. Sorry, I was just thinking about something happy and I got distracted. Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him with a sad face, Jiang Fan quickly explained. You've already said sorry, what else can I do? Can I still scold you? Even though I cursed Jiang Fan in my heart, the rules were still there. I could only smile and say, it's okay, Mr. Jiang, if this one doesn't suit you, there may be other projects you can look at. In addition to large flats, there are also many high-rise residences, all of which have good views and are reasonably priced, costing just over 2 million yuan. I don't want this. Looking at Jiang Fan interrupting him directly. She looked at Jiang Fan with some annoyance. At first she thought he was really a rich man. Now it seems that this kid can't even afford one worth 2 million. At this moment, Lin Yan's intercom suddenly rang. Ms. Lin, there is an important client in the VIP room number 2. And we need you to come and receive him immediately. Came the voice of a middle-aged man. When Lin Yan heard this, she showed no emotion. The customers of private room number 2 all spend at least tens of millions. But he still had to pretend to be embarrassed in front of Jiang Fan. She frowned slightly, looking embarrassed. Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. The guests in the VIP room of Shangsan are all our important customers. I have to go over there now. I'll ask a colleague to continue introducing you. Then she took out the walkie-talkie and said. Jiang Fan was unhappy in his heart, but his face remained calm. No, I'll take a look myself. Okay, Mr. Jiang, I'll leave first. Without waiting for Jiang Fan's reply, Lin Yan turned around and left. Jiang Fan knew in his heart why he was treated like this, but he was not in a hurry. He knew that Lin Yan would be respectful to him soon. Just now he saw the information about the King Floor apartment in Zinkyo Okwanui, which has an excellent location and unparalleled river view. The indoor area is over 700 square meters and is equipped with a top-level smart home system. Only such a residence is worthy of one's status. The unique location gives it a different status, so in terms of price, while other places cost 50,000 yuan per square meter, its price is as high as 80,000 yuan. 56 million. But for Jiang Fan, it was nothing more than spending money on the opposite sex a few times. Jiang Fan looked at the time, AM 11:47. Even the good-tempered Jiang Fan was a little angry. After all, he was a wealthy man. It's bad enough that I was looked down upon for buying a house, but now there rests no one to treat me well? These people have no vision. So he opened the door and prepared to leave, but he heard a discordant sound coming from private room number 2. Jiang Fan didn't want to meddle in other people's business, but he found out that the person being scolded was the succubus Lin Yan. Lin Yan was being pointed at and scolded by a middle-aged man. When you see injustice, take a detour. But since it's a beauty's business, I, Jiang Fan, will definitely take care of it. With a bang, Jiang Fan kicked the door open and walked in with a swagger. Everyone in the private room was startled by the sudden sound of kicking the door. They all looked towards the source of the sound. There were 4 people in the private room. Lin Yan, with a face full of grievance and tears in her eyes, and 3 middle-aged men. A middle-aged man wearing luxury clothes sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. Next to him stood a burly man wearing sunglasses. It was not difficult to tell that he was a bodyguard or something like that. He was looking at Jiang Fan with a wary look on his face. Jiang Fan took a quick glance and saw the middle-aged man who was pointing at Lin Yan and cursing at her had a Xingqiu brooch on his suit. Jiang Fan also didn't understand it for a moment. Is this a quarrel within the company? The middle-aged man glanced at Jiang Fan. The originally panicked expression changed in an instant. I thought he was some rich sponsor, but he turned out to be a stinky loser, and looked like he was probably still a student. So he just shouted at Jiang Fan. Who the hell are you? Why are you barging into a private room? Do you know where this place is? Jiang Fan ignored him and walked straight towards Lin Yan, handing her a tissue. What happened? Thank you, it's nothing. Lin Yan took the tissue and wiped her tears and responded. Jiang Fan, don't worry about it. This matter has nothing to do with you. The middle-aged man felt humiliated when being ignored, and was interrupted just as he was about to continue questioning Jiang Fan. What right do you have to scold her? Jiang Fan stood in front of Lin Yan and questioned the middle-aged man coldly. The middle-aged man became furious when he was scolded by such a young man. He had been observing Jiang Fan's clothes since he came in. How to quickly tell whether a person is rich is to observe how he dresses. Not to mention luxury goods, the quality of some brand name clothes is definitely incomparable to other kinds of clothes. In his eyes, Jiang Fan had been classified as a poor person, at least he was definitely not as good as the one sitting next to him. What did you say? Little brat, do you know where this place is? Considering your young age, get out of here. Jiang Fan looked at the pin on his chest. Xingqiu Real Estate Intermediate Sales Manager, Yang Dabin. Looking at the man in front of him who spoke so rudely, Jiang Fan still spoke coldly. I ask again, why did you scold her? I just cursed when I wanted to? What's wrong? Do you have any objection? Before Yang Dabin could finish his words, Jiang Fan slapped him in the face. Jiang Fan ignored Yang Bin's expression and slapped him in the face again. Looking at this scene, Lin Yan was stunned. Is the man in front of me standing up for myself? Lin Yan's favorability towards the host increases by 20. Current favorability is 20. The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 20. Jiang Fan didn't react much to the system prompt. But Yang Dabin reacted from his confused state. Fuck you, you little bastard, you just hit me. I'll let you know how much this slap will cost you. Jiang Fan kicked him again after hearing this. Isn't your mouth clean yet? A beating will make everything clean. So he kicked a few more times. Seeing Jiang Fan like this, Lin Yan was a little worried and went up to hold Jiang Fan. Stop hitting me, Jiang Fan, stop hitting me. After being held back by Lin Yan, Jiang Fan calmed down. Looking at Yang Dabin lying on the ground, he said viciously. Keep your mouth shut and stop saying fuck you all the time. Security. Where is the security? Yang Dabin shouted while sitting on the ground. After a while, several security guards in security uniforms came in. Looking at Yang Dabin lying on the ground, he didn't know what to do for a moment. They knew Yang Dabin's character best. He would bow and nod whenever he met wealthy people or leaders. But ordinary people usually look arrogant. Seeing him lying on the ground in a miserable state, everyone knew that he was beaten by the young man in front of them. Several security guards felt a little gloating in their hearts, as this was also a way to vent their anger. Seeing that the security guard didn't react, Yang Dabin became furious. He immediately scolded, "What are you doing, you bunch of good-for-nothings? Can't you see the person in front of you? Catch him for me quickly." After being scolded by Yang Dabin, the security guards dared not say anything. Yang Dabin knows the management of the Human Resources Department and can fire them with just any reason. Because Xingxiao's security treatment is very good, I work overtime. After purchasing social insurance, you can still get 4 to 5,000 yuan every month. So in the face of Yang Dabin's insults, the security guards endured it. Leaning towards Zhang Fan. Everyone in the world bows down for a few pieces of silver. Chapter 14, Sleeping Together? What kind of role is this Yang Dabin? Lin Yan, a beautiful woman, was scolded, and the security guard was scolded. He even dares to scold me, his client. Is Xingxiao's manager position so awesome? Looking at the security guard walking towards him, Zhang Fan also had a headache. There are 4 or 5 people, there is absolutely nothing I can do. And the leader looked like a martial artist. What do you want to do? Zhang Fan couldn't afford to lose. Little brother, there is no other way. We also need to eat, so we have to offend you. The leading security guard said to Zhang Fan. Hearing this, Zhang Fan suddenly realized. Brother, if you follow me, I will give you 10,000 a month. If you do a good job, I'll give you a raise, 20,000 a month. As long as it's about money, it's not a big deal in Zhang Fan's eyes. If you don't believe me, I'll transfer the money to you right now. After saying that, he directly asked him to open the WeChat payment code. Prepare to transfer money to him. This operation not only shocked his security guard. Even Lin Yan and Yang Dabing on the side were stunned. Is this poaching on the spot? Are you telling the truth? The leading security guard asked with some disbelief. Of course it's true. I see that you look very righteous. As the saying goes, one's face reflects his heart. Zhang Fan said seriously. Judging from their behavior just now, they must have some complaints against this man named Yang. Either there is evidence of something wrong, or they can be fired at will. Perhaps one person could do it, but it is unrealistic to have leverage over so many people at the same time. So Zhang Fan said confidently. He was certain that the security guard in front of him would accept the olive branch he extended. Forget it, sir, thank you for your kindness. Now go on your own and we won't make things difficult for you. What? You refuse me? I offer you 10,000, and you think it's too little? Now it was Zhang Fan's turn to be incredulous. He really couldn't understand why he spent 10,000 yuan to poach someone. I was rejected. At this moment, the door was pushed open. A figure came in. Who's making the noise? A man in a Xingxiao uniform. He is not very old, probably around 30 years old. Although they are all Xingxiao's uniforms. However, it can be seen that the workmanship and material of this person's clothes are more gorgeous than those of other Xingxiao employees. Looking at the person coming in, Yang Dabing, who was lying on the ground, stood up immediately. General Manager, this kid is causing trouble. And you hit people. He pointed at Zhang Fan, as if he had a backer. Bah! It's you who's humiliating me. If you keep putting accusations on me, I'll tear your mouth to pieces. Zhang Fan did not indulge Yang Dabing at all. Boss Xiang, your people are really interesting. At this time, the man sitting on the sofa said. It was a great show for me today. Ha ha ha. Seeing the man on the sofa, Xiang Fong also cursed inwardly. How did I get into trouble with this guy? Wan Yongda, a building materials boss, is well known for his love for women. As long as he likes a woman, he will do everything he can to get her into his bed. This attitude is most likely because he likes Lin Yan. Looking at Yang Dabin's flattering expression, he most likely wants to sell Lin Yan. It's Boss Wang. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Is that what Boss Wang is looking for this time? Yang Dabing quickly ran over and told Xiang Fong. These are units 601 and 602 in Building 7, and 501 in Building 8. Yang Dabin took out the data map and showed it to Xiang Fong. The 3 units that Mr. Wang is interested in are all large flats of 270 square meters. Our current selling price is 55,000. Then he whispered into Xiang Fong's ear. Boss Xiang, Boss Wang said that as long as Lin Yan accompanies her for dinner tonight, he will pay the deposit. Why don't you try to persuade Lin Yan? This is a big order. When the time comes, Lin Yan will take the lion's share. She'll take 60% and I'll take 40%. Then I'd like you to relax. As the general manager of Chuanhu Bay, Xiang Fong naturally wanted to place orders, and the more orders his subordinates placed, the better. The higher his income will be. After weighing the pros and cons, he finally decided to let Lin Yan down. However, we need to do some ideological work with Lin Yan. Zhang Fan, who was standing aside, watched Xiang Fong and Yang Daban discuss the matter. I thought a reasonable person had come. Seeing Yang Daban's lewd smile, Xiang Fong did not stop him. Instead, he looked at Lin Yan while talking. It seems that Lin Yan has already been decided by them. But since I, Zhang Fan, have helped, I will definitely help to the end. Xiang Fong first walked up to Wang Yongda and said, Boss Wang, please move to the restaurant on the second floor for your meal. We will discuss the price of this large flat you are interested in the afternoon. He also gave Wang Yongda a look. Ha ha, President Xiang, then I will wait for your good news. After saying that, he left the private room under the leadership of Yang Daban. Watching Wang Yongda leave, Xiang Fong also breathed a sigh of relief. Shaolin, what are your plans for this matter? Xiang Fong pretended not to notice Lin Yan's red eyes. Mr. Wang just wants you to have a meal with him. These 3 houses are sold. You also know that the company's recent trading volume has put pressure on me. Can you just consider it as a favor for me? Although she was smiling, the invisible pressure made Lin Yan breathless. When Lin Yan heard this, she didn't know how to respond. She also wanted to make a deal, but this was not just eating, this was obviously eating herself. Wang Yongda is a well-known person. He doesn't treat women as human beings at all. If you fall into his hands, you will lose half your life. You might as well just strip Lin Yan naked and send her to that old man's bed. Seeing Lin Yan hesitating and not saying anything, Zhang Fan interrupted Xiang Fong directly. Hello, sir. What's your name? After being interrupted by Zhang Fan, Xiang Fong also started to pay attention to Zhang Fan. When he came in just now, he also heard the man in front of him trying to poach the security guards under his command. But at that time, my whole heart was on Wang Yongda. He didn't pay any attention to Zhang Fan. However, for Xiang Fong, who has been working in sales for so many years, he will naturally not look down on anyone. Looking at the young man in front of me, he didn't seem to be nervous at all. He should be a rich second generation. My name is Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan walked in front of Xiang Fong. From what you said, you want to give Lin Yan as a gift to that middle-aged rich man, right? Zhang Fan was a little angry. This kind of wanton deprivation of others' right to choose was what Zhang Fan could not stand the most. This behavior reminded Zhang Fan of the feeling of powerlessness he had felt when he was insulted by Qingyu. So I, Zhang Fan, will take care of this matter. Xiang Fong did not answer Zhang Fan's question directly, but handed Zhang Fan a business card. Then he left with a few security guards. General Manager of Xinqiaquan Lake Bay, Xiang Fong. Are you okay? Looking at the aggrieved Lin Yan, Zhang Fan didn't know how to comfort her. Thank you for helping me out just now. Lin Yan felt a little better. Let's go and have dinner, it's time for dinner now. Our lunch at Xingqiao was pretty good. Lin Yan, what happened just now? Why did that manager scold you like that? Zhang Fan followed Lin Yan, and after hesitating for a long time, he finally spoke. Lin Yan struggled internally for a while but decided to tell Zhang Fan. Originally, Zhang Fan was the one who received him. In the end, I left because of the VIP room issue of the upper third. I didn't expect that it was him who helped me later. I also felt a little embarrassed. Lin Yan turned around and looked at Zhang Fan with a hint of helplessness in her eyes. Mr. Zhang, the Wang Yongda just now is an old customer of Yang Daban, a boss in the building materials industry. You may not know Wang Yongda, but he is well known for being a lecher in our Huanqing real estate industry. He called me over just now because he wanted me to sleep with him for one night. I was wondering why Yang Daban, such a selfish person, would take the initiative to share his performance with me. So it was your intention to target me. As Lin Yan spoke, her eyes started to turn red again. Chapter 15. I want to buy the best building. How can this be possible? Isn't buying things just a matter of you buying and I selling? Asking someone to sleep with you? Zhang Fan's face darkened instantly. If you're so lonely, why don't you go find a lady? You were clearly offered a service but you refused it. You had to frame a good girl. But why didn't Xiang Fong speak for you? Could it be that he is the same as Yang Daban? Seeing that Zhang Fan mistakenly thought that Xiang Fong was not a good person, Lin Yan quickly explained. This can't be blamed on President Xiang. Although the Chuanhu project is good, the price is unaffordable for many people. The target given to us by the head office is 100 million this month. It's the end of the month now, and we're still 50 million away from our goal. Zhang Fan interrupted Lin Yan directly. So he still has to sacrifice you to keep Xiang Fang's job? Isn't that the same idea? After hearing this, Zhang Fan also got angry. Isn't it all for his own benefit? Okay, maybe this is my fate. Boss Xiang has done me a favor, I must repay him. 50 million? I remember the one I just watched cost about 50 million. I can just help Lin Yan. Zhang Fan was about to speak when he was stopped by Lin Yan. Let's go eat. If we go too late, there won't be any food left. After saying that, he took Zhang Fan to Xingqiao's own restaurant. Second floor restaurant. Lin Yan was a little frightened when she saw Zhang Fan, who was showing off his fandom like crazy. What age is 22? If you eat at 12 o'clock, you will feel hungry at 12:30. What's more, Zhang Fan hadn't eaten anything in the morning. For a young man like Zhang Fan who was full of vigor and vitality, it was simply torture. Bowl after bowl of delicious food. If it weren't for what happened before, Lin Yan might have really thought of Zhang Fan as a freeloader. After eating, Lin Yan felt a little embarrassed. Zhang Fan eats too much. So he paid for a few dishes for Zhang Fan. By the way, Mr. Jiang. You kept talking about me and forgot you were here to see the house. How about the house I showed you just now? Or do you have a house you like? Lin Yan also remembered that Zhang Fan came to Chuanhu Bay to buy a house. I like one, but I don't know how to calculate the price. Zhang Fan simply answered Lin Yan's question and continued to show off his fandom. That's set? After dinner, I'll take you to the room to have a look. I remember it was the 8th floor of Building 9. Zhang Fan said casually. What? You want to buy 9 houses? Hearing this, Lin Yan stood up instantly. His voice trembled slightly and his eyes were wide open. Mr. Jiang, you want to buy the house in Building 9, right? Building 9 is the king of buildings in Chuanhu Bay. Moreover, it is a super large flat with 720 square meters per floor and 1 household per elevator. The cheapest one costs more than 40 million. And the person in front of me wants to buy the 8th floor, which has the best location. Yes, buy it. And didn't you say you had performance requirements? I think this set should be better than Wang Yongda's 3 sets. Zhang Fan said softly. The 3 units that Wang Yongda owns are of the same layout, with an area of 270 square meters, and all 3 are priced the same. All of them combined are not as good as the one I chose. Zhang Fan? Oh no, Mr. Jiang. Who are you? This is not a joke. Lin Yan's eyes were full of shock. Are you kidding? Zhang Fan smiled. Zhang Fan wiped the oil off his mouth and gently approached Lin Yan's ear. I am the one sent by God to save you. For some reason, hearing these words, her heart seemed to beat faster and her cheeks flushed. Lin Yan felt that the person in front of her seemed to have a magical power that made her feel at ease. You can't regret it. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Fan as if she had found a life-saving straw. I, Zhang Fan, have no regrets about what I said. Just consider it as a thank you for treating me to lunch today. What? Why don't you take me to see the house? Lin Yan took a deep breath, trying to calm her heart which was beating wildly with excitement. Mr. Jiang, please wait a moment. Lin Yan hurried to the service desk and said a few words to her colleagues. When the colleagues heard this, they looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief, and then nodded at Lin Yan. When Lin Yan returned, she had a bunch of keys in her hand. While walking towards Building 9, Lin Yan looked at Zhang Fan from time to time. He walked briskly, looking relaxed, as if to him, this item worth tens of millions was not much different from buying groceries. The afternoon sun is shining brightly. It covered Zhang Fan, casting a mysterious aura on him. There is 1 elevator for each household. Lin Yan opened the door and took Zhang Fan into the exclusive elevator. In the elevator, Lin Yan couldn't suppress the doubts in her heart. Mr. Zhang, what kind of job do you do? You are so rich at such a young age. I haven't graduated yet. I'm still a junior. As for work, you can understand it as my job is to spend money. Spend money on girls. Zhang Fan's answer was confusing, and he realized that Zhang Fan might not want to tell him, so he didn't continue asking. What is surprising is that Jiang Fan, who is just a junior student, can easily buy a large apartment worth tens of millions. Of course, she didn't know that Jiang Fan's system was to spend money non-stop, spend money on girls and then get cash back. So it's not wrong for Jiang Fan to say that his job is to spend money on girls. But who would believe such words? Ding dong. We have reached the 8th floor. Jiang Fan followed Lin Yan out of the elevator. As you enter the house, you step into the exclusive entrance hall. Lin Yan explained as she walked. The entrance is designed to be simple, with a customized wooden storage cabinet inlaid on the wall with delicate texture and built-in sensor light strips. When it is gently turned on, the warm yellow light instantly illuminates every space. The other side is a wall of carefully arranged art pieces. There are several modern abstract paintings on display. Jiang Fan walked into the living room. The ceiling was about 3.6 meters high, and the view was very wide. The off-white leather sofa in front of you forms a comfortable conversation area, matched with a round glass coffee table. Several simple floor lamps emit soft light. The living room is connected to the dining room. In the center of the restaurant stands a long dark brown solid wood table, paired with 6 elegantly shaped dining chairs. There are 4 bedrooms in total, each with an unparalleled view of the river. The master bedroom occupies a prime position in the large flat, with a 2-meter-long bed in the center and a soft leather background wall at the head of the bed. The end of the bed faces the floor-to-ceiling windows that run the entire wall, with no obstruction. The master bedroom is equipped with an independent bathroom. The river view is perfectly captured in the eyes, and at sunset, the afterglow shines on the river, which is beautiful. What made Jiang Fan most satisfied was the large pure white bathtub. A secondary bedroom was converted into a study, with an entire wall of custom-made bookshelves reaching floor to ceiling, filled with all kinds of books. What Jiang Fan is most satisfied with is the spacious balcony outside the large flat. The balcony is seamlessly connected to the living room and master bedroom. Standing on the balcony and looking out, you can enjoy the entire river view. Some areas have been carefully reserved as leisure spaces, with comfortable outdoor tables and chairs, where you can enjoy tea and appreciate the scenery in your spare time. What do you think of this house? Jiang Fan withdrew his gaze from the river view outside the window and turned to look at Lin Yan. Lin Yan felt a little confused by Jiang Fan's sudden question. Are you asking me about buying a house? Chapter 16, Shy Succubus. Lin Yan was taken aback by Jiang Fan's sudden question. Then she quickly came to her senses and replied. Mr. Jiang, I think that's definitely a good idea. This house is top-notch in terms of location, view, and decoration. Just thinking about being able to see this river view every day when I wake up and go to bed makes me feel especially happy. To be honest, Mr. Jiang, this is my favorite apartment in the entire Chuanhu. As she spoke, Lin Yan became intoxicated by herself. Fine, that's it. I want this one. Jiang Fan simply said this and then walked out. Buy it now? Don't you want to discuss the price? Looking at Jiang Fan's back, Lin Yan couldn't believe it until she pinched her hand and finally reacted. This is true. Yes. Lin Yan danced with joy. It was not until Jiang Fan reached the gate that he reacted and followed him. She did a preliminary calculation. This house costs 88,000 yuan and has a total area of 720 square meters. There are 200 square meters of free area. That is 45.76 million. That is great. With this achievement, I don't have to ask Wang Yongda for help anymore. On the way back, Lin Yan kept jumping around like a little kid. Mr. Jiang, thank you. Without you, I don't know what I would do. Lin Yan kept thanking Jiang Fan along the way. Just call me Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan had a faint smile on his face. By the way, Lin Yan, I have something to take care of later. Jiang Fan suddenly remembered that his top-of-the-line sports car had arrived. Wait for me a moment. These words were like a bolt from the blue. After hearing them, Lin Yan froze on the spot. Could it be that this person has run away because he has no money? Jiang Fan, oh no, Mr. Jiang, do you think this house is expensive? As soon as this thought came to her mind, Lin Yan was completely dumbfounded. It's quite a roller coaster ride. Lin Yan was even on the verge of despair. Looking at Lin Yan, whose face suddenly turned pale. It's not expensive, and it's very suitable. Jiang Fan asked in a puzzled tone. Why did Lin Yan suddenly change? Is it something I did that made you unhappy? Lin Yan stared at Jiang Fan blankly. Lin Yan, what's wrong with you? Why do you look so bad? Jiang Fan had no idea what Lin Yan was thinking. His mind was full of his limited edition sports car. Just now, the system showed that his sports car had arrived at Fantasy City. It's less than 10 kilometers away. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to see his dream car. So he told Lin Yan that he had something to deal with. Lin Yan looked at Jiang Fan's concerned expression and became unsure. Doesn't Jiang Fan look like he has no money? Could it be that he is not satisfied with his service? Or is it that the Jiang Fan in front of him is the same as Wang Yongda, both wanting to sleep with him? Yes, that must be the case, otherwise why would they just take a quick look and not even negotiate the price with me? It turned out that this sunny-looking male college student in front of him was also coming for him. Lin Yan was suddenly caught in a dilemma. That's better. He could either follow Wang Yongda or Jiang Fan. After a while, Lin Yan gritted her teeth. It was as if some kind of decision had been made. Then she looked at Jiang Fan and uttered a few words with difficulty. Mr. Jiang, I'm willing to sleep with you. Compared to Jiang Fan, Wang Yongda is a complete pervert. He is already in his 40s and has a bad reputation. Even if Jiang Fan in front of him was the same as Wang Yongda, at least he respected him and helped him out of trouble. Even if she had to choose someone who was better for her. And Jiang Fan is really handsome. However, when she said this, he saw Jiang Fan looking at him with a question mark on his face. She suddenly realized. Could it be that I have understood it wrongly? Following Jiang Fan's words. You want to sleep with me? What are you sleeping for? Jiang Fan didn't know what Lin Yan was doing. Why do you suddenly want to sleep with me? Suddenly he thought of something. System. Open the scanning eye, I want Lin Yan's information. Name, Lin Yan. Age, 26. Charm value, 89. Favorability, 20. Number of romances, 0. Is that right? Lin Yan's number of romances is 0? System, you will not make a mistake. No, host. This system has undergone countless evolutions and is a system that cannot possibly make mistakes. All data is correct. Jiang Fan was stunned. He originally thought that it was a system error that showed Lin Yan is 0 times. But if it was not wrong, why would Lin Yan inexplicably say that she slept with him? He thought it was just what he heard normally, that salesmen would provide he services in order to consolidate their customers. If that's the case, then Lin Yan can't be 0 times. Looking at Jiang Fan looking him up and down. Lin Yan knew that she was in a terrible state. Mr. Jiang, you don't mean this? Lin Yan's face instantly turned as red as an apple due to embarrassment. Looking at Lin Yan's red apple face. In an instant, Jiang Fan understood. Just now I said that I had something to deal with. This Lin Yan must have thought that I was going to run away. And in her eyes, she had already judged me as a wealthy client. She also knew that I liked that apartment very much. So she. If so, in other words. Is Lin Yan planning to give herself to me? He. Jiang Fan walked towards Lin Yan with a sly smile on his face. Looking at Jiang Fan who was coming towards him. Lin Yan quickly stepped back. Until Lin Yan's heels touched a wall. Lin Yan realized that she had no way out. He could only stare blankly as Jiang Fan approached him step by step. What do you want to do? Lin Yan was shaking with nervousness. He uttered a few words slowly. Jiang Fan leaned over and slowly approached Lin Yan's ear. Lin Yan felt Jiang Fan's breath. Then I heard a word. Think. Lin Yan's heart started beating wildly because of Jiang Fan's teasing. Watching Jiang Fan's face slowly moving towards him. She closed her eyes tightly and clenched her hands subconsciously. Looking at Lin Yan's shy appearance. A trace of pity also welled up in Jiang Fan's heart. If it weren't for me, such a girl. Most likely, he was harmed by that Wang Yongda. The smirk on Jiang Fan's face did not fade away. He gently hooked Lin Yan's chin with his finger. What are you thinking about? Your face is so red. Hearing this, Lin Yan slowly opened her eyes. He whispered, I'm sorry, Jiang Fan, I thought. But before she could finish her words, she turned her head away in embarrassment. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Jiang Fan looked at the shy Lin Yan. Don't worry, I'm not the kind of person like Wang Yongda who forces others to do that kind of thing. Unless you are willing. Lin Yan glanced at Jiang Fan. She didn't expect him to speak so directly. But it does not affect the change in his heart towards Jiang Fan. Lin Yan bit her lower lip and said after hesitating for a moment. Jiang Fan, if it's really you, I'm willing. This shocked Jiang Fan. Then Lin Yan continued. In fact, I just started working in this field not long ago. Before I entered this industry, I mentioned that some clients have special requirements. So when you said you had something to deal with, I thought you were the same as Wan Yangda, and I started to think wildly when my mind was in a mess. After saying that, his face started to turn red again. Looking at Lin Yan, who blushed easily, Jiang also smiled. Lin Yan, go ahead and do your work. I'll be back when I'm done. After saying that, he got into a taxi. Lin Yan was left looking at him stupidly. Jiang Fan also found it funny. She looks like a succubus, why is she so shy so easily? Chapter 17 Apollo arrives. Not long after, Jiang Fan arrived at the 4S store. Because he called in advance, the manager of the 4S store was standing outside the store waiting half an hour in advance. After all, the people above had already greeted me in advance. Be sure to serve this guest well. As soon as Jiang Fan got out of the car, he saw the store manager running towards him to greet him from a distance. Hello, Mr. Jiang, I'm the manager of this 4S store, my name is Zhao Ida. After saying that, he handed Jiang Fan a business card. Zhao Ida respectfully invited Jiang Fan into the store. After a while, Jiang Fan was brought by Zhao Ida to a sports car covered with black cloth. Even the outline was enough to make Jiang Fan drool. Jiang Fan couldn't wait any longer. He personally unveiled the curtain. The dazzling light instantly caught the eye, and the white and gold body of the car seemed to be kissed by the sun. Under the bright lights, it emits a dazzling glow. This is the Sun God. Apollo IE. And it is a limited edition, the only platinum supercar in the world. The body of the car is made of top-grade carbon fiber material, which is not only light and strong, but also greatly improves the performance of the sports car. The wheels adopt a special 5-spoke design and are equipped with high-performance tires, providing excellent grip. This way, whether you are on city streets or on a racetrack, you can feel the ultimate experience of speeding. This is not a car at all, it's an angel descending to the earth. The license plate number is an amazing leopard number. JF666, JF is the abbreviation of my name. Jiang Fan couldn't hide his love for him in his eyes. System, you are awesome. He walked up to it, stroked it gently, and observed every detail of it. Every shape and every design made him more and more intoxicated. It's absolutely perfect. Jiang Fan couldn't wait to open the car door and sit in the driver's seat. At this moment, the seat was close to Jiang Fan's body. The seat automatically adjusted to perfectly fit Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan carefully felt the atmosphere inside the car. The flashing lights on the dashboard and the exquisite buttons on the center console exude a sense of science fiction and luxury. Mr. Jiang, are you satisfied with the service of our store? Zhao Ida showed a flattering smile, and seeing that Jiang Fan was in a very good mood, he hurried over. To express our gratitude to you, our store has decided to give you some extra gifts. As he spoke, a staff member quickly stepped forward and respectfully handed Zhao Ida an exquisite gift box. Zhao Ida opened the gift box with a smile on his face. Inside was a gas card and a maintenance service manual neatly placed. Mr. Jiang, the paperwork for this car has been completed for you. This is a gas card worth 50,000 yuan. We also provide you with free maintenance services for this sports car for the next 5 years. As long as you come to our store, we will use the most professional team and the best accessories to protect your car. Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly and showed a satisfied smile. He enjoyed and was satisfied with what Zhao Ida had done. Manager Zhao, you are very good at doing business. If I want to buy a car in the future, I will contact you in advance. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ida's smile became even brighter, and he almost couldn't control himself and wanted to jump up and cheer. When customers like Jiang Fan come to buy a car, the car is worth at least 1 million yuan, if it is well maintained. Then Jiang Fan alone would have enough to live on for a lifetime. Mr. Jiang, thank you so much. Your recognition is the greatest affirmation to me. Then there was another round of rainbow fart output. It was the first time that Jiang Fan saw that a person's enthusiasm could be so terrifying. After all, as the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles. He exchanged a few casual words and drove away in his Apollo. At this time, we are in Xuanhu Bay store. Ha ha ha, Lin Yan, do you believe that the guy just now has 50 million? Do you think he can afford the super large flat in Building 9? You're suffering from some kind of paranoia, aren't you? Yang Dabin's unbridled ridicule attracted a group of people to look at Lin Yan. Lin Yan bit her lower lip tightly, her face turned pale and red, and she felt aggrieved and angry. Boss Xiang, Zhang Fan is really rich, and he is very satisfied with that large flat. He will definitely come to buy it. Lin Yan explained word by word, but her voice trembled a little due to nervousness. Yo, he keeps calling me Zhang Fan. He's so affectionate. Yang Dabin showed a mocking smile. Lin Yan, I think you were deceived by that boy. If he really had 50 million, would he dress so casually? Would he come to see the house alone? Don't be silly, I've seen this kind of people many times, they just pretend to be nice and want to get away with it. Yang Dabin seemed to have thought of something and a malicious smile appeared on his face. Lin Yan, didn't you and Zhang Fan go to Building 9 alone just now? He paused deliberately, then said. You guys haven't already? Upon hearing this, Lin Yan's eyes widened instantly. She never thought that Yang Dabin could say such unbearable words. Yang Dabin, stop talking nonsense here. Lin Yan's voice became sharp because of anger. But this angry look seemed to be a sign of guilt in the eyes of people around him. Look at her, she reacted so strongly. Maybe Manager Yang's guess was right. Several female colleagues who usually love to spread rumors were whispering to the side. His eyes drifted towards Lin Yan from time to time, with a meaningful smile on his face. Lin Yan, you're new in this industry, don't be fooled by others. That's right, Lin Yan, Manager Yang is doing this for your own good. That guy is dressed so casually, maybe he's just trying to tease you. These sounds were like flies, buzzing in Lin Yan's ears, making her mood even worse. Lin Yan was so angry that her eyes turned red and she shouted. How can you belittle others at will? Besides, Zhang Fan is really rich. He said he would come to swipe the card later. Yang Dabing sneered with disdain, took a step forward and deliberately raised his voice. I'll come back to swipe the card later, Lin Yan, you really won't cry until you see the coffin. If he can really come to swipe the card, I, Yang Dabin, will respectfully call him master when I see him in the future. He was humiliated by Yang Dabin in front of so many people. Lin Yan now felt a sense of humiliation rising in her heart. Just then, a wave of sound was heard. That's the roar of a sports car. Yang Dabin, from now on, when you see me, just call me Grandpa. Chapter 18 Don't be afraid, I'm coming. A scolding was heard and everyone turned around to look. Zhang Fan was seen walking into the store slowly with his hands in his pockets, and behind him, a platinum-colored top-of-the-line sports car was parked there steadily. Apollo IE. Passers-by looked at it sideways. The sales center fell silent in an instant, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Fan. But Yang Dabin's expression became extremely interesting. In the morning, Zhang Fan was not taken seriously by him. His casual clothes made it impossible to tell the quality of his clothes. But the situation is different now. Zhang Fan knows the price of the 9 large flats, and now he walks in with a haughty look on his face. He has to doubt it, is that possible? He is really a top-notch rich second generation. Especially when seeing the platinum sports car behind Zhang Fan, this guess was further confirmed. Even though he had little experience with cars, he knew that this car was special. He had never seen such beauty and color combination before. It's over. A feeling of fear instantly filled Yang Dabin's whole body. His lips trembled slightly. Zhang Fan wanted to speak, saying that the car was rented, but no sound came out of his throat. Different from Yang Dabin is Lin Yan. She saw Zhang Fan and ran towards him quickly with excitement. Zhang Fan, you are finally here, I knew you wouldn't lie to me. Zhang Fan noticed that there was something wrong with Lin Yan's expression. Although he didn't know what happened to Lin Yan. But from Lin Yan's face, it can be seen that she was definitely bullied. He patted Lin Yan's shoulder gently, it's okay, I'm here. Then he turned his head and looked at Yang Dabing like a wolf seeing a sheep. Manager Yang, everyone present heard clearly what you said just now. I'm here now. Yang Dabin's forehead was covered with beads of sweat, but he still said stubbornly, so what, Zhang Fan, you haven't swiped your card yet. Seeing Yang Dabin so frightened and stubborn, Zhang Fan laughed and scolded, you won't cry until you see the coffin, and you won't give up until you hit the wall. Lin Yan, ask President Xiang to come over to discuss the contract. Zhang Fan said loudly so that everyone in the audience could hear it. Zhang Fan, Mr. Xiang is discussing the contract for the 3 houses with Wang Yongda. I may need to trouble you to wait for a few minutes. Lin Yan hurriedly explained to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan checked the time. It's okay. It won't take a few minutes. Anyway, I'm not busy now. Zhang Fan, go and rest for a while. I'll go and urge President Xiang. Lin Yan seemed to be afraid that Zhang Fan would become impatient, so she hurried to inform Xiang Feng. In the office. I've made it very clear, Mr. Xiang, money is not a problem. Either ask Lin Yan to come over in the evening, or you explain it to your superiors yourself. I think the people above you don't care about your reasons. What they care about is whether your performance meets the standards. Wang Yongda sat on the sofa and took a sip of tea casually. Reason? In an instant, Xiang Feng understood why so many customers checked out for no reason. It turned out that Wang Yongda was the one behind this. Boss Wang, Lin Yan is still a little girl. Don't you think it's a bit excessive for you to do this for her? Wang Yongda burst into laughter when he heard this. Ha ha ha, too much? Xiang Feng, because of this woman, I will provide you with nearly 40 million in sales. Is this too much? Do you know how many people begged me to go? Then Wang Yongda stood up and said. Xiang Feng, I don't have much patience. Just ask Lin Yan to come over tonight. Otherwise, he. As he said this, he walked towards the door. Just as he was about to pull the door handle, he turned around and looked at Xiang Feng, whose face was livid. Boss Xiang, actually, most of the time, your subordinate Yang Dabin is very much to my liking. After hearing this, how could Xiang Feng not understand what he meant? Do we really have to sacrifice Lin Yan? Wang Yongda opened the door and looked at Lin Yan standing outside. Lin Yan couldn't help but feel scared when she looked at Wang Yongda in front of her, but as a salesperson, she couldn't just leave him alone without saying hello. Hello, Boss Wang. After saying that, he turned around and ran into the office to tell President Xiang about Zhang Fan. When Wang Yongda saw Lin Yan fleeing in panic, his desire to conquer her increased. I have never played with this kind of beauty before, so I must enjoy her tonight. What? Are you saying that person wants to buy the best building today? What Lin Yan brought was undoubtedly great news at the moment. Yes, and Zhang Fan is outside now, and he is ready to swipe his card. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go quickly and don't keep Mr. Jiang waiting for too long. Zhang Fan's move was like providing timely assistance. Xiang Feng quickly stood up and followed Lin Yan to the hall. In the lobby. Wang Yongda had just walked into the hall when he saw Yang Dabin, who had been flattering him before, walking around Zhang Fan. Are you also wondering? What's wrong with Yang Dabin? Yang Dabin. What are you doing? When Yang Dabin heard Wang Yongda calling him, he immediately felt confident. However, he recalled Zhang Fan's previous appearance, as if he did not take Wang Yongda seriously at all. Just when he was deciding whether to lick Zhang Fan or continue to follow Wang Yongda, Zhang Fan directly told him to get out. Zhang Fan kicked Yang Dabin away without giving him any face at all. He already hated these lackeys who took advantage of their power to bully others. I just wanted to give Yang Dabin a chance, but seeing how he was acting like a fence-sitter, I kicked him away. Yang Dabin was kicked by Zhang Fan in front of so many people. Even Yang Dabin, who was a man who looked at people and treated them differently, was emotional. Zhang Fan, just wait for me. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Just wait and see how Boss Wang will avenge me. As he said this, he ran towards Wang Yongda happily. Looking at Yang Dabin's embarrassed look, Wang Yongda also felt humiliated. After all, the people were working for him, but he was humiliated like this by a kid. This Zhang Fan always ruined his plans time and time again. Forget it. After all, I am a public figure in the East Gate of Fantasy City. I can't embarrass a junior in front of so many people. After all, there is one thing, he is not sure whether Zhang Fan is from a big family. However, he had no intention of letting Zhang Fan go so easily. Young man, everything has its limits. Don't be too arrogant. Remember, there are always people who are better than you. Now you come here and apologize, admit your mistake, and I will let this matter go. He stared at Zhang Fan, as if telling him, you are not my opponent yet. In his eyes, this was already the biggest way out for Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan laughed when he heard this. What the hell, banana and pineapple sticks? Zhang Fan pointed at Wang Yongda's nose and started to curse. Who the hell are you? I'm still apologizing to you?
Come here now and kneel down and kowtow 100 times, and I will forgive you.
Chapter 19, You have no money, why pretend to be a big boss? Damn, this guy is so brave.
Many people in the store looked at Jiang Fan pointing at Wang Yongda's nose and cursing, with incredible expressions on their faces. This is the largest material supplier at the east gate of Huancheng.
Jiang Fan didn't care about Wang Yongda's face, and he didn't even know him.
No matter if he is a building materials boss or some great figure.
I, Jiang Fan, don't rely on you for food.
Wang Yongda's face turned green with anger. From the time he started from scratch and built up to this point, he had never been scolded like this by others. Even though he is only in his 40s, many important figures have to give him some respect. I didn't expect to be scolded like this by a little brat in his 20s in front of so many people today.
At this moment, his face was as gloomy as a poisonous snake. Boy, don't refuse a toast and drink a forfeit. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this at the east gate of Fantasy City.
Congratulations to the host for triggering the first mission.
If the amount of money spent in Xuanhu Bay exceeds that of Wang Yongda, the host will be rewarded with a transformation potion. Hearing the system's prompts, Jiang Fan was overjoyed. This task is a piece of cake.
Looking at Wang Yongda's gloomy face, Jiang Fan didn't take it seriously at all. He took a step forward and looked into Wang Yongda's eyes.
There was no one before, but there is one now, isn't there?
Don't think you can cover the sky with your hands just from the small east gate. Even if the richest man in Huancheng is here, I will still have this attitude. Jiang Fan's voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by every employee in the store, and everyone gasped.
No one could have imagined that Jiang Fan would dare to challenge Wang Yongda. Okay, very good. Wang Yongda was so angry that veins popped out on his forehead.
Boy, you're the first one in so many years. As he said this, he called his subordinates. As soon as the call was connected, Wang Yongda started cursing at the other end.
Fuck you, where have you been? Come back here right now. The person on the other end of the phone quickly replied, Okay, boss. I'll be there right away.
After a while, a tall, muscular man appeared at the door. He was the bodyguard who followed Wang Yongda this morning.
Wang Yongda said immediately when he saw the bodyguards arrive. Take care of this kid and beat him to death. Yes.
The tall man heard it and immediately pounced on Jiang Fan. Just when that fist was about to land on Jiang Fan, a person appeared beside Jiang Fan.
It's the security guard.
I saw him using his arm to steadily block the tall man's fist. The tall man looked at the security guard in front of him in astonishment. I didn't expect that the person in front of me could actually block my fist. Wang Yongda was also stunned by this scene.
The man following him is the underground boxing champion of Fantasy City. He can beat 10 adult men alone without even taking a breath.
Unexpectedly, a security guard at a sales center could actually block his full-strength punch. At this time, Xiang Feng followed Lin Yan and walked over. Lin Yan hurried to Jiang Fan's side, her voice trembling with panic.
Jiang Fan, are you okay? Are you injured? I'm fine, thanks to this security guy. Jiang Fan quickly thanked the security guard. Xiang Feng, what the hell do you mean? Wang Yongda asked the security guards of Xuanhu Bay to rescue Jiang Fan and immediately questioned Xiang Feng. Boss Wang, please clarify this. This is in my Xuanhu Bay. You attacked my guests on my land of Spring Lake Bay. If this gets out, won't others think that Xuanhu Bay is a place where safety cannot be guaranteed? As the general manager of Xuanhu Bay, I am here to protect the safety of my guests. Do I need to explain to you why?
Xiang Feng said this without hesitation, and Wang Yongda was speechless for a moment after hearing his every word.
Damn, what's wrong with Xiang Feng?
Why is he suddenly speaking up for this brat?
Guests? What guests? Find out who is your biggest guest in Xuanhu Bay. 3 houses worth nearly 40 million yuan, don't you want them anymore? Wang Yongda looked at Jiang Fan with gritted teeth, then spoke to Xiang Feng. Stay here quietly. I'll come back and have a good chat with you after I've dealt with this brat.
After saying that, he gave the tall guy a look. The tall man threw a punch at Jiang Fan, but it was blocked by the security guard. Xiang Feng, I think you not only don't want the performance anymore, but you should also give up your position as general manager.
Wang Yongda could see that Xiang Feng was determined to protect the boy in front of him today. Boss Wang, this is wrong.
I climbed to my position step by step.
How can you impeach me with just a few words? Okay, then you wait for me.
Then he looked at Yang Dabin.
Yang Dabin, come here. Go get the contract, I'll sign it now.
Tell your superiors to remove Yang Dabin as general manager, and I'll buy your Kwanhuman project, and all the performance will go to you, Yang Dabin.
Hearing this, Yang Dabing jumped up. Brother Wang, are you serious? Yang Dabing looked at Wang Yongda with joy. Nonsense, hurry up. Okay, Brother Wang. I'll call the headquarters right away. Xiang Feng, this is what happens when you disobey me. Wang Yongda looked down. No, what are you pretending to be? Almost 40 million? You don't even have 40 million?
As soon as Wang Yongda started to speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Fan's laughter.
What did you say? Wang Yongda looked at Zhang Fan with empty eyes. I said you don't have money, so why are you pretending to be a big boss? 40 million? He.
Zhang Fan's disdainful voice spread to every corner of the store. Now everyone's eyes, including Wang Yongda's, were on Zhang Fan.
Boy, from what you said, you want to compete with me to see who has more money?
Wang Yongda seemed to not understand why Zhang Fan made such a disdainful sound, so he asked.
Yes, doesn't Boss Wang dare?
Zhang Fan still had a faint smile on his face.
An expression of planning a strategy appeared on his face. Boy, you are interesting.
I didn't expect your brain to be more surprising than your courage.
Ha. Wang Yongda looked at Zhang Fan as if he were a fool.
The others also couldn't understand what Zhang Fan was going to do, even though General Manager Xiang had already come out to protect him.
He even had to go up and compete with Wang Yongda. Isn't this just courting death? This kid is really a waste of time asking the general manager to come out to save you.
Zhang Fan was not affected at all by the whispers around him, because he was never afraid of this so-called Boss Wang.
But in Wang Yongda's opinion, Zhang Fan was simply stupid.
Originally, Xiang Feng was here, and he wanted to protect this kid at all costs, and he had no other way. But I didn't expect that this kid would come to my door on his own initiative, so I couldn't help but be ruthless.
Zhang Fan, it's boring to just compare who has more money. If you want to compare, there must be stakes. Okay, what's the bet?
You tell me, I'll be there for you till the end. Then let's bet on who spends more money, and whoever wins will get Lin Yen tonight.
Chapter 20 Chinese Sanctions. No, this is a matter between the two of us. Why did you drag Lin Yen into this? Change someone else. Hearing Wang Yongda using Lin Yen as a bet, the smile on his face was instantly replaced by anger. Looking at Zhang Fan's expression, Wang Yongda finally won the verbal argument against Zhang Fan.
Suddenly a disgusting smile appeared on his face.
Wang Yongda said in an extremely frivolous tone. You little brat, if it wasn't for her, you wouldn't have bothered to offend me.
In other words, she is the instigator of all this.
What's wrong with giving her a certain punishment? What? Are you reluctant?
I thought you were such a tough guy. If you don't dare to gamble, I'll tear off one of your hands, and you'll kneel down and kowtow, then get out of here as fast as you can. As Wang Yongda spoke, he glanced at Lin Yen out of the corner of his eye. Black stockings and a tight skirt are so tempting. Lin Yen saw Wang Yongda looking at her with malicious eyes and couldn't help but shiver. Seeing this, Zhang Fan quickly stood up to block Wang Yongda's sight.
Didn't I tell you? Let's change the bet. How can you use people as bets?
Zhang Fan suppressed his inner anger.
If you don't dare, get out of here. If I didn't like her, you don't even have the qualifications to talk to me? Now howl in front of me. Seeing Zhang Fan's current state, Wang Yongda realized that Zhang Fan might not dare to gamble with him.
The tone became aggressive.
Lin Yen looked at Zhang Fan.
I thought Zhang Fan was afraid of losing, so his momentum weakened a bit.
Shouting loudly, bet. Bet. Who said they don't dare to gamble?
Wang Yongda was stunned at first, then he threw his head back and burst into laughter.
You're not as brave as a little girl, you brat. Ha. Everyone in the store was stunned by Lin Yan's action. They all discussed, why is Lin Yan so impulsive? That's right, it's all this kid's fault. He had to provoke another boss, Wang. Lin Yan is in a miserable state. Girls who fall into Wang Yongda's hands will never have a good ending.
Zhang Fan hurried over to grab Lin Yan, but was stopped by Lin Yan.
Zhang Fan, I believe you.
You were very confident just now.
Zhang Fan looked at Lin Yan's determined gaze. Well, let's take a gamble. Zhang Fan took the opportunity to ask Lin Yan for her ID card.
Although I didn't know what Zhang Fan was going to do, I gave it to Zhang Fan anyway. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Yongda. This kind of scum must be shown what it means to be an ant trying to shake a tree. Okay, Wang Yongda, I'll take over.
But you said the conditions. I didn't. If I win, Lin Yan doesn't have to accompany me. Instead, the loser will give Lin Yan 10 million Chinese yuan.
Also, the properties we buy must be purchased in full, using a credit card on the spot.
The sales revenue cannot be refunded. It will all be counted on Lin Yan. Dare you? Wang Yongda was also shocked by the conditions offered by Zhang Fan.
Originally, Wang Yongda thought that if he lost, he lost. At worst, he would not buy it and pay a deposit. As a result, the boy in front of him seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and he made a rule that the deal must be made regardless of winning or losing. If he lost, he would have to give Lin Yan an extra 10 million.
Even he was a little shaken. Just when he was about to hesitate, Yang Dabin appeared. Why are you so afraid, Zhang Fan? Who do you think you are? Are you competing with Boss One to see who has more money?
Wang Yongda was also furious when he saw Yang Dabin, who suddenly showed up and disrupted the situation.
That's fine. Ask your boss Wang to agree. Zhang Fan would not miss this opportunity and immediately put pressure on Wang Yongda. Good boy, I really underestimate you, but aren't you afraid that all this money will be given to others as a gift? Wang Yongda still looked at Zhang Fan with a gloomy face. He now felt more and more that something was wrong. But now he was in a dilemma and couldn't regret it, especially with Yang Dabin's help. There is even less room for regret. Hearing what Wang Yongda said, Zhang Fan smiled even more exaggeratedly. I see you're only in your 40s and you're getting old and confused, right? Let me ask you, now that you've paid the money, is the house yours? Is it still a waste of time to make wedding clothes? You are the one who gambled, and you also proposed the conditions? Are you afraid now? How dare you say that you are one of the best figures in the East Gate of Fantasy City? I'm not afraid of being laughed at by others. Facing Zhang Fan's series of questions, Wang Yongda gritted his teeth. Damn it, I've never been so embarrassed. He said to Zhang Fan fiercely, okay, you have guts. I'll make a bet with you. Looking at the two people arguing fiercely, Xiang Fong ran out and said, since you two and Miss Lin Yan have no objection to the bet, let's get started. Then, a young man in a white uniform appeared in front of everyone. Hello everyone present. I am Gao Chun from the Huanqing branch of the Huaxia Sanctions Agency. Huaxia Sanctions Office possesses the highest law enforcement power in Huaxia. One of the forces under the highest authority in Huaxia. Next, I will act as a notary to guarantee the bet for both of you. Do you two have any doubts? Zhang Fan and Wang Yongda said in unison, no. It's just that one is decisive and the other has a slight hesitation. Wang Yongda didn't have any super rich system. His original plan was to pay a deposit and then trick Lin Yan into bed. He had no intention of buying a house here. Now Zhang Fan has messed it up. Wang Yongda stared at Zhang Fan intently, blaming this damn brat. Gao Chen took out a drafted contract from the folder and handed it to Zhang Fong and Wang Yongda respectively. Zhang Fan just glanced at it and found no text traps, so he signed and put his fingerprints on it. But Wang Yongda was analyzing word by word. Zhang Fan did not urge him, after all, this was a businessman's habit. Prevent others from playing word games, even if they are a state agency. The two signed their names and handed the contract to Gao Chen. Gao Chen looked at the contracts of the two people separately. Then pass it to both parties again. Please confirm again that the identity information of the property owner is correct. After Zhang Fan and Wang Yongda confirmed it, Gao Chen put away the contract and spoke again. In order to ensure the authenticity and sufficiency of the funds, you two need to pay the 10 million in advance. The client this time is Xinqiea Qin Lake Bay. So we will charge 1% of the total amount of the two people's consumption as a notarization fee. As he said this, he motioned for the two of them to hand the card to him. Ding, card swiping successful. Ding, card swiping successful. With the sound of successful card swiping coming from two different POS machines, the competition between the two officially began. Please select the room number you want from the information on the holographic projection. Gao Chen said with a serious expression. Yang Dabin, bring me the contract we discussed earlier. I want all 3 sets, and the performance will be all yours.
Wang Yongda deliberately raised his voice a few decibels and looked at Xiang Fang with pity. It was as if telling Xiang Fang the consequences of going against him. Boss Wang, the total price of these 3 units is 44.55 million. According to the previous discount, the discount for you is 39.98 million.
Okay, Xiao Yang. Oh, no, I should call you Mr. Yang now. You did a good job on this matter. Wang Yongda gave Yang Dabin an appreciative look. At this moment, he saw Zhang Fan opposite him swiping a black and gold card across the POS machine. Then, a voice came. Dear customer, congratulations on your successful card swipe and spending 45 renminbi and 76 cents million. Chapter 21 Zodiac Villa. What? Seeing Zhang Fan swipe the card successfully, Wang Yongda's mouth twitched. Does this guy really have so much money?
And judging from his expression, this money did not cause much of a stir for Zhang Fan. He had a vague bad feeling.
Not only him, but everyone present, except Lin Yan, was shocked. Everyone in the store was instantly excited. Fuck! He actually has so much money. Who is this guy? Those colleagues who loved to spread rumors also looked at Zhang Fan in disbelief. How is this possible? He is dressed so ordinary, how can he look like a rich man? Is this the legendary pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger? Just now they said in a sarcastic tone that Lin Yan was deceived by Zhang Fan. As a result, the current price is 45 million. This is money that they could never earn in several lifetimes combined. Xiang Fang's originally tense heart finally relaxed a little. He could also see that this amount of money did not seem to cause much impact on Zhang Fan. This means that Zhang Fan has at least 200 or 300 million in his hands. A man in his early 20s has such a large amount of money in his hands. This person might really be the son of some big family, or even more likely the heir. I was secretly glad that I believed Lin Yan's words and stood on Zhang Fan's side. Wang Yongda felt mixed emotions, and the look he gave Zhang Fan was as if he wanted to tear him apart. Yang Dabin, aren't you pretending to be this kid? Boss Wang, I don't know either. We have never met him before, and I didn't know he had so much money. Yang Dabing was panicked when he saw Wang Yongda's dark eyes. Suddenly, Yang Dabin had an idea, and he whispered quietly into Wang Yongda's ear. Boss Wang, in my opinion, that kid must be out of money. He's just holding on right now. If he really had money left, he would have definitely paid much more than you just now. It must have been this morning. Lin Yan knew which houses you wanted to buy and she told Zhang Fan, so she chose one. Otherwise, why would she have millions more than you? After listening to Yang Dabin's analysis, Wang Yongda felt that it made sense. He had been hanging around the east gate of Fantasy City for so many years and had seen people of all sizes, but he had never heard of this kind of person, let alone the Zhang family. If that's what you said, how much more do you think I should buy? Boss Wang, I think we should just give him a head-on blow, and then increase the damage little by little. Maybe Zhang Fan will keep biting him. Instead of that, why not just go for a big one and leave Zhang Fan far behind? Wang Yongda looked at Yang Dabin's smile and said calmly, how much more do you mean? Just buy 100 million. Yang Dabin said immediately, Boss Wang, let's just buy a villa. Villa, the villa is nice. Listening to Wang Yongda mumbling to himself, Yang Dabin felt that there was a chance and directly complimented Wang Yongda. Before he could even utter a word, Wang Yongda slapped him in the face. Yang Dabin, you say that so easily, but do you know what 100 million means? Ha! You can take it out when you say so. Wang Yongda seemed to suddenly realize something, and then said viciously. You didn't plan with Lin Yan to use this opportunity to blackmail me into buying more houses, did you? He was stunned by Wang Yongda's slap in the face, and then heard Wang Yongda doubting him. Yang Dabing was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Boss Wang, this is unfair. You are the one who promoted me to this position. How could I possibly do such a thing? I was just thinking, Boss Wang, you are a well-known figure in Fantasy City, how could you be outdone by a brat who came out of nowhere? Wang Yongda snorted coldly, I don't think you have the guts to do that. Why don't you come and recommend me a good single-family house in that location? Hearing that Wang Yongda wanted to choose a villa, Yang Dabing immediately acted like a follower. Boss Wang, look at this piece of land, it is an independent area. This is the top-notch single-family villa in the entire Chuanhu. There are only 12 villas in total, and each one is named after the 12 zodiac signs. Each one is of great collectible value. Boss Wang, you were born in the year of the pig, how about this villa? Wang Yongda felt strange listening to what Yang Dabin said, but didn't say anything. Moreover, this house is really nice, even he, who has a picky eye, can't stop praising it. Yes, I like this one very much. But, at this price, 120 million, this price is not a small amount for Wang Yongda. Yang Dabin saw Wang Yongda's hesitation and quickly ran over to speak. Boss Wang, think about it, if you take over this villa named Zhu, it will be very prestigious for friends to visit you during festivals. Will your status in the East Gate of Fantasy City rise even higher? Everyone will look up to you. Although it's this price, it actually brings a lot of interpersonal relationships. He is a businessman, and he also knows the importance of fame. If he loses to this kid Zhang Fan today, his reputation would plummet. And if I win today, it will spread that my, Wang Yongda's reputation is unchallengeable. Plus this is the most luxurious zodiac villa in Dongmen. Okay, buy it. Wang Yongda gritted his teeth. Zhang Fan stood not far away and saw all this, but there was no panic in his eyes. Still with a smiling expression. This Wang Yongda is really too obsessed with face and suffers in the end. Lin Yan, who was beside him, said with some concern. Mr. Jiang, let's forget it. She really didn't expect that Wang Yongda would go so far as to buy a Zodiac series villa in order to get her. Including this, Wang Yongda spent at least 160 million today. Seeing Lin Yan's worry, Zhang Fan touched Lin Yan's head. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Zhang Fan's words were like a reassurance. Lin Yan's uneasy heart calmed down. I actually trust Zhang Fan so much. Ding! Congratulations! Your card was successfully swiped and you spent 120 million. Wang Yongda successfully swiped the card, but even he felt like he was bleeding profusely. But at this moment, he looked at Zhang Fan triumphantly. It seemed as if victory had been achieved. His eyes slowly turned to Lin Yan. Lin Yan, tonight, please wash yourself and wait for me. I will love you well. After saying this, Wang Yongda licked the corner of his mouth. Chapter 22, I thought you had a lot of money. As the payment was successful, the sound came. Even Lin Yan, who had just felt relieved, couldn't help but become nervous. I couldn't control my whole body shaking. Zhang Fan, I'm a little scared. Lin Yan's eyes even turned red. Mr. Gao, I feel that the other party is engaging in personal harassment. I request that he be sanctioned. Seeing Lin Yan being scared like this by Wang Yongda, Zhang Fan was also filled with anger. There are so many people around now that he can't do anything he wants, so he can only ask the notary for help. I'm giving you this warning. If you do it again, you will be directly judged as the loser. Gao Chen had no expression at all and spoke to Wang Yongda like a robot. After being warned, Wang Yongda also behaved himself. Although he was not afraid of Gao Chen, he was afraid of the Chinese sanctions office. Besides, I was sure to win, so there was no need to cause trouble. But the next second, he seemed to see something impossible. He saw Zhang Fan was also looking at the Zodiac Villa. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could such a bad boy have so much money? But then the sound of Zhang Fan swiping the card successfully came. Wang Yongda's expression became distorted. No, that's impossible. How could you have so much money? You must have stolen it. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Yongda with a smile. Boss Wang? Look at your expression. Are you out of money? Where are we going now? Zhang Fan's smile was like a knife stabbing into himself. Only now did he understand that Zhang Fan in front of him seemed to be someone he could not afford to offend. In fact, Wang Yongda had already realized this problem at the beginning. But Yang Dabin's instigation, coupled with his desire for Lin Yan, made him lose his mind. Damn, this guy is playing the pig to eat the tiger. Yang Dabin appeared out of nowhere again. Zhang Fan, what are you so proud of? Boss Wang just doesn't want to argue with you. Do you think you won just because you bought a Zodiac Villa? As long as Boss Wang is willing, even if he buys 2 more sets, what's the problem? After saying that, Yang Dabing gave Wang Yongda a look. Said in a low voice. Boss Wang, Zhang Fan is already at the end of his strength. We should crush him completely in one fell swoop. Yes, very good. Wang Yongda was furious when he saw Yang Dabin still encouraging him to continue buying with a flattering look on his face. Yang Dabing was so dizzy after being slapped that he sat on the ground. Boss Wang, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me all of a sudden?
looking at Wang Yongda, who was furious in front of him.
Yang Dabin didn't understand what was happening for a moment. He had a harmless expression on his face. If an uninformed person saw Yang Dabing lying on the ground, they might really think that Wang Yongda was bullying the weak. You are so good, Yang Dabin. You teamed up with Zhang Fan to induce self-consumption, right?
The more Wang Yongda thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. Every time Zhang Fan said something, Yang Dabin would pop up first. Zhang Fan has now spent nearly 170 million yuan, but he still has a calm expression.
But Yang Dabin is still asking me to buy it. Then another slap hit Yang Dabing in the face. The two slap marks almost covered Yang Dabing's face. At this point, what else can I do?
Wang Yongda has a total of 250 million in liquid funds in his account.
Now less than half of it is used up. If all the money is spent, there is a high possibility that my company will go bankrupt due to financial problems. There was no way he was going to gamble.
Zhang Fan looked at Wang Yongda in silence and slowly said to Wang Yongda,
"Is this the strength of the largest construction company in the East Gate of Wancheng? I don't feel anything yet. Boss Wang, are you admitting defeat?"
Hearing the sarcasm in Zhang Fan's words, he wanted to get angry, but he couldn't utter a word. The rules of the underworld are that the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit.
Even if you don't want to admit it, the facts are right in front of you. He reluctantly told Gao Chun that he gave up.
After Gao Chun confirmed with Wang Yongda again, he announced the answer.
The betting game is over.
I am Gao Chun, the notary of this game. A loud voice attracted everyone in the sales center. Next, I will announce the results of the competition to you. Wang Yongda's spending in this game is 160 million. Zhang Fan spent 165 million in this game. Zhang Fan defeated Wang Yongda by a margin of 5 million.
The winner is Zhang Fan.
As Gao Chen's news came, everyone on the field widened their eyes. No one present had expected that Wang Yongda, who had been a powerful figure in Dongmen for so many years, would be defeated by a college student. When Lin Yan heard the result of the game, she jumped up and hugged Zhang Fan.
Yeah, Zhang Fan, thank you.
Lin Yan's favorability towards the host increases by 50.
Current favorability is 70. Heartbeat. The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 70. Zhang Fan looked at Lin Yan in front of him and said, "That's it?" Zhang Fan gave a wicked smile.
I spent so much money on you, and this is all you can do for me. Seeing Zhang Fan's evil smile, Lin Yan said awkwardly, then I'll treat you to a meal.
What cuisine? What do you want to eat? You. Forehead. Zhang Fan and Lin Yan were whispering to each other, but Wang Yongda was staring at Zhang Fan, as if he wanted to cut him into pieces. But he didn't dare to act rashly. Now Zhang Fan is like his nightmare. He didn't dare to gamble on what kind of power was behind Zhang Fan. Even if there is a million hatreds, just let it go. But Yang Dabing, who was next to him, was in a miserable situation. I saw him holding his head with his hands, his face full of fear, and shrinking to the side. Yang Dabing's face was as swollen as a pig's head, especially the two bright red slap marks. Yang Dabin's voice trembled as he was beaten. "Boss Wang, I really didn't collude with Zhang Fan, I was just thinking about you." Before he could finish his words, Wang Yongda kicked him again. While kicking, he chanted, "Let you think about me, think about me." Zhang Fan looked at the scene in front of him without trying to stop it. He doesn't care about dog-eat-dog situations. Seeing that Wang Yongda was kicking him until he was out of breath, Zhang Fan walked up and said, "Wang Yongda, I'll thank you for the 10 million yuan on behalf of Lin Yan." Then with a faint smile on his lips, he leaned over and whispered in Wang Yongda's ear, "I'll teach you a lesson today. Don't play with such unpresentable things in the future." Gao Chun announced Zhang Fan's victory. The winner this time is Zhang Fan. The 10 million in the bet will be returned to your account, Mr. Jiang. And Wang Yongda's 10 million will be transferred to Lin Yan's bank card within 3 working days. The total amount this time is 324,530,000. Huaxia Sanctions will charge a notarization fee of 3 million. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission. Reward the host with a transformation potion. Break through the host's physique and enhance the host's abilities in all aspects. System, open the panel. Host, Zhang Fan. Balance, 166 million yuan. RMB, 85.5 million. Constitution, 24 week. Spirit, 14 week. Strength, 11 weak. Intelligence, 51 medium. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 0. Host backpack, transformation potion, strengthening potion. Just as Zhang Fan was quietly immersed in his own panel, Lin Yan suddenly looked at Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, aren't you born in the year of the goat? How come you bought a villa for the rabbit zodiac sign? Lin Yan looked at Zhang Fan with confusion. When did I say I bought it for myself? Zhang Fan said calmly, looking at Lin Yan. Who are you buying this for? Lin Yan seemed a little curious. The moment she said it, she seemed to realize something. Why did Zhang Fan ask me for my ID card just now? And isn't my zodiac sign, isn't it? No, thinking of this, Lin Yan shook her head and muttered to herself. Lin Yan, what are you thinking about? How could Zhang Fan buy it for you? This is a single-family villa worth 120 million. However, although Lin Yan said it was impossible, she had an inexplicable sense of anticipation in her heart. Just when she looked up, she found that Zhang Fan had been looking at her. Chapter 23. I don't care who you are, from now on, I am yours. Lin Yan felt a little embarrassed being looked at so closely by Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan, why are you looking at me like that? What are you daydreaming about? I was wondering who you bought the villa for? Your sister or someone else? Zhang Fan looked at the time. It was 4:30 in the afternoon. Let's go, we'll find out after we go through the formalities. Oh, okay. No matter what, Lin Yan, who had been gloomy all day, became happy at this moment. Lin Yan said as she followed Zhang Fan towards Feng's office. Xiang Feng was very considerate. He prepared the contract while Zhang Fan was still chatting with Lin Yan, also to prevent Zhang Fan from waiting for a long time. When Zhang Fan opened the door, he saw Xiang Feng repeatedly confirming his contract. Mr. Jiang, please take a seat. I am confirming the contract with you. Zhang Fan sat aside casually. Lin Yan followed beside him. But Lin Yan felt it was a bit strange. Why does Mr. Xiang always look at me intentionally or unintentionally, with an inexplicable smile on his face? After a while, Xiang Feng finished the contract, stood up and handed it to Zhang Fan. Mr. Jiang, this is your contract, please confirm it. Zhang Fan took the contract and handed it to Lin Yan. Sign it. Lin Yan was confused. Sign? What should I sign? But when Lin Yan looked at the row of rights holders, she covered her mouth in shock. Located, Bright Moon, the fourth manor in the Zodiac series of Chuanhubei, the East Gate of Huancheng. Property owner, Lin Yan. She looked at Zhang Fan in confusion. Why? How could this be my name? Lin Yan's voice trembled a little, and the contract in her hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. And it's not just Mingyu, even the large flat is named Lin Yan. Didn't you say you liked it? If you like it, then there's nothing wrong with me giving you a gift. Zhang Fan said these words very easily. No. Lin Yan simply shook her head to refuse. Zhang Fan, this is too expensive. I can't take it. This is a house worth 170 million. Lin Yan has not earned a total of 1 million yuan since he graduated from university, not even a fraction of it, and now he says he wants to give this thing to me. Lin Yan's favorability towards the host increases by 10. Current favorability is 80. Heartbeat. Win a separate lottery draw once. The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 80. Looking at Lin Yan's panicked look, Zhang Fan smiled. If you don't want it, then I'll quit. In this case, I'll lose to Wang Yangda. No, I can't give it to you even if I want it. Lin Yan looked at Zhang Fan, teasing her, feeling a little shy. She was silent for a while, then she quietly ran to Zhang Fan's ear and said seductively, Zhang Fan, do you like me? The two were very close, and Zhang Fan was 1.8 meters tall, so when he turned around he saw Lin Yan. After all, Zhang Fan is young and full of vigor, and he cannot be bothered by such a coquettish voice. Xiang Feng was a little embarrassed as he watched from the side. Mr. Jiang, if you have read the contract and it looks okay, just write it down and leave it there. I'll go and submit the property certificate information for you. After saying that, he tactfully left the room, closing the door behind him. Mr. Jiang, my office is well soundproofed, and no one can open it from the outside without my consent. When Zhang Fan heard what Xiang Feng said, he also laughed and scolded. This Xiang Feng is really... Now, Zhang Fan and Lin Yan are the only ones left in the office.
Jiang Fan felt that the atmosphere was a bit weird and prepared to get up and get a glass of water. Lin Yan was quick to notice that Jiang Fan was thirsty.
Jiang Fan, I'll pour it for you. Lin Yan took the water familiarly and walked to Jiang Fan.
Just as Jiang Fan was about to reach out to take it, Lin Yan took a sip. Just when Jiang Fan was looking confused, Lin Yan turned sideways and sat on Jiang Fan's lap. Then a fragrance came to my face. Feeling a small stream of sweet water coming, little Jiang Fan stood up.
Lin Yan, what are you doing?
Lin Yan's sudden kiss caught Jiang Fan off guard. Lin Yan has a great figure, the best one Jiang Fan has ever seen, especially with the buff of black stockings and hip skirt, which makes Jiang Fan unable to stop.
Jiang Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even have the power to choose.
As he said that, he kissed Jiang Fan directly. Lin Yan is a natural-born succubus, and has always been one. It's just that Wang Yongda's unreasonable behavior today frightened Lin Yan so much that she became autistic.
Succubus? Lin Yan wished Wang Yongda would think she was a bumpkin.
Now facing Jiang Fan, Lin Yan turned all her attributes on full blast, wishing to charm Jiang Fan to death.
Jiang Fan is like a savior to Lin Yan. A handsome, low-key, young rich boy. Who wouldn't love it?
Moreover, Jiang Fan was so generous that he bought himself a villa and a large flat just because he said he liked it.
Jiang Fan, I don't care who you are. From now on, I am yours.
Lin Yan's hand wandered over Jiang Fan's hand, and she lifted up his clothes to touch Jiang Fan's chest. After this set of attacks, Jiang Fan, a 22-year-old young man, could not withstand it.
He simply picked up Lin Yan and put her on the sofa. Xiang Feng's office is very spacious, with a desk and a large sofa. The two kissed each other lightly, and Jiang Fan's hand also went straight to Lin Yan's peak as if with precise navigation.
Lin Yan felt Jiang Fan's actions and a flush appeared on her face. She closed her eyes and let Jiang Fan's hands explore her body. Only the two hands that tightly grasped Jiang Fan's arms revealed Lin Yan's panic. Feeling Lin Yan's nervousness, Jiang Fan was stunned for a moment, then stopped his dirty hands and stood up instantly. When Lin Yan saw Jiang Fan suddenly stop, she couldn't help but think too much. Could it be that because she was too proactive, Jiang Fan thought she was some kind of girl, so she quickly explained to Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan, I just don't know how to thank you.
I'm not the kind of girl who sleeps with others casually. As she spoke, Lin Yan actually started crying out of grievance. What Jiang Fan feared most was girls crying in front of him, and Lin Yan cried as if she had suffered a great injustice.
No, Lin Yan, that's not what I meant. Jiang Fan said quickly. Then why did you suddenly stop? Are you like everyone else, thinking that a pretty girl like me can only work in sales by sleeping with others? Do you think I'm dirty? Lin Yan spoke while crying, and her voice became louder and louder.
Then he whispered softly,
Jiang Fan, I haven't had that before.
When Jiang Fan first saw Lin Yan's charming appearance, he thought that Lin Yan was a general who had experienced many battles. But Jiang Fan, who has the system, can directly see Lin Yan's condition. Later I found out that there really are such innocent girls with all kinds of charm. Looking at Lin Yan who was crying in front of him, Jiang Fan just took her hand and said, Lin Yan, I believe you.
Then why did you stop? Don't you like me?
Lin Yan pouted and looked at Jiang Fan.
Chapter 24, Fast Boy?
As expected of a succubus, her every frown, word and smile made Jiang Fan unable to control himself.
How could I not like you? It's just that I have something to deal with right now. Lin Yan looked unconvinced. Jiang Fan, you made me feel unconfident for the first time. Since high school, my friends of the opposite sex have said that if I just take the initiative, they would go through fire and water for me. But I know they just want to get me. But why did you avoid me even though I took the initiative today? Seeing Jiang Fan's somewhat panicked look, could it be that Jiang Fan can't be unable to do it? But she clearly felt something hitting her but just now? Or is Jiang Fan very fast? Apart from this, Lin Yan couldn't think of any other reason why Jiang Fan could reject her. However, with the advancement of medicine today, this disease can definitely be treated. Since I have identified Jiang Fan, then for my own happiness I will definitely find a way to cure Jiang Fan. Before Jiang Fan could answer why he avoided her, Lin Yan came up with a reason for him. Little did they know that Jiang Fan just felt that it was inappropriate in such a public occasion. Although Xiang Feng told him that no one would disturb him, Jiang Fan didn't want any accidents to happen. No one knows whether there will be surveillance in this office.
After Lin Yan helped Zhang Fan come up with a reason, she immediately changed back to smiling and said, "It's okay, Zhang Fan, we can work together to find a solution." Looking at Lin Yan, whose expression changed faster than turning the pages of a book, Zhang Fan began to wonder if Lin Yan was playing a trick on him.
What did she mean by find a way?
Lin Yan thought Zhang Fan's doubt was just a boy's unwillingness to admit that he was not good enough. Lin Yan also sighed in her heart.
Such a sunny and handsome boy would actually. After such a long time, Xiang Fong should have gotten the property certificate. Let's go. Lin Yan tidied her clothes, then took Zhang Fan's arm and walked out of the office.
The two came to the lobby and saw Xiang Fong chatting with the security guard. Everyone in the hall also saw Lin Yan coming out holding Zhang Fan's arm. "Hey, you know what, Lin Yan and this guy named Zhang Fan are really a perfect match." "Yes, I didn't notice it just now, this Zhang Fan is so handsome."
"Yeah, it's like a match made in heaven."
"Look, Zhang Fan is not only rich and handsome, but also a low-key person." Everyone's flattery was louder than the other, and Zhang Fan went from being a liar at the beginning to being a low-key person now.
It was just because Zhang Fan had just spent a certain amount of money here.
It was just a relatively large amount.
"Mr. Jiang, you are here."
Seeing the two people walking towards him, Xiang Fong quickly handed the property certificate to Zhang Fan. Then he gave Zhang Fan a look.
Zhang Fan naturally knew what Xiang Fong's eyes meant, but he couldn't tell him that we didn't do it.
After Zhang Fan confirmed the correctness of the property certificate, he gave the contract and property certificate to Lin Yan and asked her to keep them.
Then say goodbye to Xiang Fong.
Before Zhang Fan left, he wanted to poach the security guard, but the security guard was indeed loyal to Xiang Fong. Besides, Zhang Fan still had a year before graduation, so it wouldn't make much sense to ask the security guard to go with him now, so he didn't keep talking about this topic. Lin Yan originally wanted to go with Zhang Fan, but Zhang Fan declined because he had something else to deal with.
Moreover, Lin Yan also had to calculate the commission and deal with the house procedures, so she stayed in the sales center.
But Zhang Fan was still reluctant to leave before he left. They didn't let it go until Zhang Fan said he had to go back to school to deal with things.
Then Lin Yan kissed Zhang Fan on the face. "Zhang Fan, come and see me when you have time."
Zhang Fan took the opportunity to pinch Lin Yan's butt and said with a wicked smile,
"Don't worry, I'll come find you when I'm done."
Then, in front of everyone's eyes, he drove away in his Apollo.
With the roar of the engine, it quickly disappeared at the end of the street.
Lin Yan looked at the direction where Zhang Fan left, feeling empty in her heart. It was not until the shadow of Zhang Fan's car completely disappeared that she came to her senses. She recalled that Zhang Fan pinched her butt before he left, and her face instantly turned red.
Did I misunderstand something about Zhang Fan? Otherwise, how could it be so indecent? Forget it, let us deal with the current matters first. So I turned around and went back to the sales center.
Zhang Fan was driving his car at high speed on the road. It was almost 5:30 and he had an appointment with Wang Shi to have dinner at 6 o'clock.
With his feet on the accelerator, Zhang Fan drove the Apollo like a golden lightning, shuttling through the city roads. Thanks to Zhang Fan for working as a designated driver every day during the summer vacation.
Not only did he become familiar with various types of cars, but he also honed his driving skills to perfection. It is indeed a top-notch sports car. The journey that would normally take 20 minutes at the fastest was completed in just 13 minutes by Zhang Fan.
This is also thanks to Apollo's cool appearance, most of the cars on the road gave way.
Zhang Fan also felt the road rights brought by the luxury car.
At 5:35, Zhang Fan arrived at the school gate. Fortunately, there is not much traffic in the school. The only thing to note is that there are many students in the school.
A sports car suddenly appeared in Huanqing University, a top-of-the-line sports car, attracting a large crowd to watch. From the school gate to Wang Shi's dormitory, you have to pass through an open-air stadium.
At this time, the stadium is the busiest. With a roar, everyone's eyes seemed to be attracted by a magnet, and they all looked at Zhang Fan's sports car. "Wow, what kind of car is that? It's so beautiful," said a girl wearing a solid color JK.
"That looks like the Apollo IE, a limited edition top-of-the-line supercar.
When did such a super rich person come to our school? Is he a freshman? I've never heard of such a person before." The discussions of the crowd came like a tide.
Many people took out their cell phones and took pictures of Zhang Fan's sports car. A few bold girls even trotted towards Zhang Fan's car and asked for his phone number without hesitation when they saw Zhang Fan in the car.
Zhang Fan sighed helplessly, "Everyone, please make way. I'm in a hurry." Sorry.
After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator, ready to leave the place quickly. Just then, he saw a familiar face, Chenyu. He and Chenyu looked at each other, but he didn't have time to pay attention to Chenyu at the moment. Just stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Chenyu first started playing basketball here and saw a group of people circling around a sports car as if they had never seen the world before. He looked down on them from the bottom of his heart. A bunch of country bumpkins, they look like they've never seen a car before. But as more and more people came, he was also attracted over. At first he thought it was just a sports car worth $1 million or so, and he could buy it by making up a story about his dad. But until he saw a golden and white sports car appear in front of him. Just realized. What do you mean by $1 million or so? This is a top-notch sports car. Chenyu himself is also a rich second generation, so he naturally has enough vision. He knew about this car. As far as he knows, there are 10 of these cars in total, and each one has a different color. Before this, there had never been one in the whole of China. And this platinum version color does not belong to any car. There is only one possibility: this is a customized version or a ultimate version. Just when he took out his cell phone to take a picture, he saw that the person sitting in the driver's seat was Jiang Fan. He almost dropped his phone in shock. Jiang Fan? How is it possible? However, no matter how many times Chenyu rubbed it, he saw that the person in the driver's seat was Jiang Fan. Chenyu felt numb all over. The person whom I humiliated yesterday drove past me in a top-of-the-line supercar today. The visual impact of this. Chapter 25. Is this car yours? Jiang Fan clearly saw him, but he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Chenyu felt that Jiang Fan was pretending to be cool in front of him. I suddenly lost my mood and left the basketball court. I muttered to myself on the way back. How did Jiang Fan drive this limited edition supercar? He also knew Jiang Fan's usual consumption situation. He couldn't even afford a car worth tens of thousands of dollars. Is it rented? But the car rental costs tens of thousands of yuan a day, and it also depends on the turnover. Jiang Fan is totally unqualified. Could it be that he is being kept? Speaking of this, even Chenyu had to admit that Jiang Fan was indeed very handsome. Jiang Fan is really lucky. He found a rich woman to support him right after being dumped. I thought he was a romantic, but I didn't expect him to be just a pretentious guy. After saying that, he smiled and dialed Wei Ling's number. Lingling, guess who I met? Who is it, brother? You are so happy. Wei Ling heard Chun Yu's happy laughter coming from the phone and asked quickly. I met Jiang Fan, huh? Jiang Fan? What happened to him? Before Wei Ling could reply, Chen Yu spoke up. You know, Jiang Fan, he's being kept by a rich woman. Now, he is driving the rich woman's car around our school. Maybe he's on his way to your dormitory right now, trying to show off in front of you. Jiang Fan, you are really willing to sacrifice your looks just to show off. I heard that many rich women are very perverted. I don't know if you can bear it? When Wei Ling heard what Chen Yu said, she felt both mocking towards Jiang Fan and proud of herself. I actually have such great charm that I can make someone love so deeply. I would rather sacrifice myself to accompany the old woman than to show off in front of me. What a pity. Jiang Fan is handsome and nice to me, but he is a poor boy. Otherwise, I might really be willing to follow Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, who was driving at this time, suddenly sneezed. It was so strange. Why did I sneeze for no reason? Could it be that Wang Shi was waiting for me downstairs? As he spoke, he quickened his pace. People were coming and going downstairs in the women's dormitory. Because it was the weekend, many couples were walking downstairs of the dormitory. Jiang Fan parked the car on the side of the road. He looked at the time and saw that there was still some time left. He remembered that there was a milk tea shop nearby. Thinking that Wang Shi might be thirsty when she comes down, I planned to buy her a cup, but I was afraid that Wang Shi didn't know where I was. So I sent a message to Wang Shi. Wang Shi, I just arrived downstairs. I'm going to buy you a drink. It's at the milk tea shop next to you. Okay, thanks babe, I'll be right down. After a while, Jiang Fan, who had just bought milk tea, received a call from Wang Shi. Wow, Jiang Fan, let me tell you, there is a super beautiful car parked downstairs of our dormitory. As soon as the call was connected, I heard Wang Shi's excited voice. It was a gold and white sports car, and it looked like an angel.
Come here quickly, come here quickly.
Hearing Wang Shi's excited voice coming from the phone, Zhang Fan also smiled knowingly. Wang Shi was originally a little money grubber, and he knew this. Zhang Fan didn't hate people who loved money, everyone loved money, but he hated people who sold themselves out for money. Therefore, high-end items can attract Wang Shi's attention, and he will naturally like luxury cars, let alone his own Apollo. But what I didn't expect was that Wang Shi was so excited just by seeing the car, so he would be so surprised when he found out that the car was his.
He.
It's great to have money, oh no, it's great to have a system.
Brother Tongzi, I love you.
Zhang Fan, holding a cup of milk tea, saw Wang Shi waiting for him in front of the sports car from a distance. Wang Shi had light makeup on her face.
Unlike Lin Yan, Wang Shi takes the pure route.
Wang Shi was wearing the skirt that Zhang Fan bought for her yesterday. She was already a school beauty, and the skirt made her look a little more noble. Zhang Fan approached and saw a man holding a cell phone and walking towards Wang Shi.
Hello, classmate. Can I add you on WeChat? This car is mine. I'll take you for a ride later. Thank you, but I have a boyfriend. Thank you for your kindness.
Wang Shi responded to the man with a polite smile. But it was this smile that made the man think that Wang Shi was pretending to be reserved.
It's okay, classmate, I just added you on WeChat, it's not going to do anything. And don't you want to experience the speed of this car?
He said as he shook the key in his hand. Wang Shi looked at the man in front of him who was chattering non-stop and standing in front of him. She doesn't object to someone hitting on her, but it's annoying if they keep pestering her even after she's clearly rejected them. Just as I was about to turn around and leave, I saw Zhang Fan walking towards me with 2 cups of milk tea. Zhang Fan, she trotted over and threw herself into Zhang Fan's arms. She made a coquettish voice.
Zhang Fan, do you miss me? Of course I miss you. My baby is so beautiful. I think about you all the time.
You're just a sweet talker.
You said you missed me, but you never even called me. Wang Shi pouted, pretending to be angry with Zhang Fan.
You are busy, I'm just afraid of disturbing you.
Zhang Fan explained quickly.
Wang Shi curled his lips, humph, just don't worry about it.
If someone else takes me away, you will regret it. Who dares to snatch you from me?
I will beat him till his teeth are all over the ground. He gestured twice on the spot, making Wang Shi laugh.
Don't tell me it's true. Hey, that boy over there just asked for my WeChat. Wang Shi pointed at the boy and added, didn't I just tell you that there was a beautiful car under our dormitory?
I didn't expect it to be his.
As he spoke, Wang Shi actually looked at the car with a trace of heartache.
I didn't expect that the owner of such a beautiful car would be such an annoying guy.
His? Zhang Fan laughed. He just bought a glass of water and his car became someone else's?
The man cursed secretly when he saw such a beautiful girl taking the initiative. Such a good cabbage was eaten by a pig. He was about to leave when he saw several girls taking pictures around a sports car.
I had an idea and walked up. Hello, ladies. This car is mine. Let's add each other on WeChat. I'll take you for a ride later.
When one of the girls, who was wearing a short-sleeved denim skirt, heard that they were going to take them for a ride, her eyes sparkled like stars.
Handsome, is this car yours?
Of course. He waved the car keys in his hand.
Okay.
Several girls rushed to open the QR codes of their WeChat friends. At this time Zhang Fan came over.
3 of you, a friendly reminder, this car is not his. Ah. It's not yours?
When the women heard what Zhang Fan said, they immediately carefully put away their mobile phones and looked at the man vigilantly. The man became furious when he saw Zhang Fan ruining his plans.
Nobody, who the hell are you? Don't you have a girlfriend? Why are you here to make trouble? He rolled up his sleeves and walked towards Zhang Fan. What nonsense are you talking about? If this car isn't mine, then whose is it? Could it be yours?
Seeing the man looking like he was about to eat someone, Zhang Fan said calmly, since you said this car is yours, then open the door and let us see it.
Yes, little brother, please open the car door so we can take some pictures.
The girl in the denim skirt echoed Zhang Fan's words. When he heard that he had to open the car door, the man broke out in a sweat and spoke in a somewhat awkward manner.
Well, this key of mine is broken. My spare key is in the dormitory.
I'll get it for you later.
Poochie. Wang Shi laughed out loud at the man's embarrassing look. I really thought this car was yours? This car is mine. Even though he was seen through by everyone, the man refused to admit it. And why should I prove to you that this car is mine? Who are you? But just as he said this, he saw Jiang Fan take out a key from his pocket. There is a pattern on this key. A griffin. He was stunned. He stood there and watched Jiang Fan take the key and press the button for the car. By UBU. Chapter 26, Brother, you are so nice. The sports car's LED headlights lit up, and the man's expression instantly turned pale. Jiang Fan walked up to the man and looked at him. It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that you said my car is yours? And from what you said, you have a key to my car. Now I want to hear who you are. Seeing Jiang Fan approaching step by step, under pressure, the man had to admit that he just wanted to add them on WeChat, but he didn't expect to meet the car owner. Then, he apologized to Jiang Fan embarrassedly. This key is a lighter, and he handed Jiang Fan a cigarette. Seeing the man's sincere apology, Jiang Fan did not pursue the matter. At the age of 20, who doesn't have a little vanity? Jiang Fan himself is no exception. He waved his hand and said, "Forget it, don't do this kind of thing again." Jiang Fan turned around and saw Wang Shi staring at him closely. That look was like seeing a rare treasure. Jiang Fan, is this car really yours? Yes, mine. Looking at Wang Shi's face full of disbelief, he rubbed her head and said, "What's the matter? I am Jiang Fan, who is my status? It's no big deal if I drive a nice sports car. And didn't you notice that my name is on the license plate? JF Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan, who are you?" Looking at Wang Shi, who was like a curious baby in front of him, Jiang Fan explained patiently. "I'm just an ordinary person, just like you, a student at Huanqing University. I, Jiang Fan, am still Jiang Fan. The only thing that 1T change is that I will never lose my dignity because of lack of money. Okay, my curious baby, you'll get to know me slowly in the future. We should go eat now. I'm so hungry that my stomach is growling." Jiang Fan rubbed his stomach, looking aggrieved. Good. Wang Shi had never ridden in a sports car before and didn't know how to open the door. He looked at Jiang Fan at a loss. "Brother, I don't know how to open this." Wang Shi's soft call of brother made Jiang Fan's heart flutter. "I'll open it for you." Jiang Fan closed the car door gently, and the girl in the short-sleeved denim skirt walked over. "Handsome guy, can we add each other on WeChat?" Looking at the beautiful woman with a curvy figure in front of him, Jiang Fan was slightly stunned. Yes, this beauty is also good. Jiang Fan saw through the panel that the charm value of the beauty in front of him had also reached 81, which just met the conditions for cash back. But the next moment, Jiang Fan saw that the beauty in front of him had been in love 15 times. Although Jiang Fan does not have a first love complex, it does not mean that Jiang Fan wants everyone. Jiang Fan quickly refused. "I'm sorry, I have something urgent to do now." After saying that, he walked around to the driver's seat. "Brother, that girl just now was so pretty and took the initiative, why didn't you agree with her?" Wang Shi heard Wang Shi's jealousy and smiled helplessly. "I can't help it. Your brother is so charming. He can charm thousands of girls with just a little effort. TSK, you're so talkative. By the way, do you want to eat barbecue?" Wang Shi remembered that Jiang Fan had just said that he was growling with hunger. "Sure, I haven't had barbecue for a long time." As Jiang Fan stepped on the accelerator, the sports car engine instantly emitted a low, powerful roar. Wang Shi laughed excitedly. "Wow, so cool." With the sound of the accelerator, Apollo disappeared at the end of the road. Just now, downstairs of the dormitory, Wang Shi wanted to take a photo, but there were too many people. Wang Shi felt a little embarrassed, but he and Jiang Fan were the only ones in the car. I became interested immediately. "Brother, can I take a few pictures?" There were a lot of people downstairs in the dormitory just now, and I was a little shy. Looking at Wang Shi's cute appearance, Jiang Fan also smiled. "Of course you can. When I have nothing to do in the future, you can drive this car as you like." "Really? Hee, brother, you are so nice." Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan happily like a little girl. "You're my girlfriend, there's nothing wrong with that." Jiang Fan turned on the lights in the car, revealing all kinds of exquisite interior decorations. Click, click, click. First, I took a few pictures of the steering wheel and dashboard. Then Wang Shi started to strike various poses, cute, playful, pouting, and making a V sign. I was having a lot of fun there alone.
Brother, give me your hand so I can take a photo of us interlocking our hands.
I'm driving. Hurry up, just for a moment. Good.
Brother, let us take another photo together, you look at the camera.
Good.
Friendly reminder, when couples go out for fun, be sure not to affect driving safety due to excessive interaction. Finally, the photo shoot was finished. Wang Shi sat aside and started to Photoshop the photo.
Jiang Fan only knew it then. Even top goddesses would suffer from appearance anxiety and use photo editing. What do you know?
There is a difference between the photos taken with a mobile phone and the photos seen with the naked eye, and what I do is called retouching. I don't understand the blind spots in knowledge. Wang Shi sat in the passenger seat, quickly swiped the screen of his mobile phone, and selected a few photos that he thought were the most outstanding and sent them to his circle of friends.
Thank you, brother, for the super cool driving experience. Today's happiness is doubled.
Then she forwarded the photos to her group of close friends. After a while, Wang Shi's circle of friends was boiling with likes and comments pouring in.
Wow, Cici, is this the boyfriend you talked about yesterday?
Best friend Zhou Jie was the first to utter a series of exclamation marks.
I've never seen this car logo before. But the interior looks so exquisite. What do you know, you little dog? This is the top of the line sports car, the Apollo IE. Apollo IE? Is it the Apollo IE of which there are only 10 in the country? Cici, you are dating a super rich man. Cici, you are a winner in life. Please introduce me to someone else. I want to have a boyfriend like you. It turns out that the school beauty's destiny is a sports car. I am heartbroken.
Wang Shi was delighted to see these comments, which greatly satisfied her vanity.
Girlfriend group. Cici, let us see what your boyfriend looks like.
Wei Ling was envious when she saw Wang Shi sitting in a sports car. Just now, Wei Ling was still waiting for Jiang Fan to call her. After waiting for a long time without any news from Jiang Fan, he even suspected that Chen Yu had misjudged the person. So he simply ran downstairs to the dormitory and waited for Jiang Fan. From what Chen Yu said, the sports car Jiang Fan drives is not cheap. It would be so face-saving if he were licked by someone driving a sports car. However, after waiting for a long time, I didn't see anything except mosquitoes. When she looked at her phone, she saw that Wang Shitan's boyfriend was actually driving the country's top sports car. It's just a slap in his face. Zhou Jie, Cici, this car belongs to your boyfriend. Lin Shui, wow, you are so lucky. You haven't been in a relationship for so many years, and the last time you were in a relationship, it was with a top rich man. Wang Shi, ha, no way. I'm just lucky. Wei Ling looked at Wang Shi and saw that he ignored her for a long time, so she at him again. Cici, where are you now? I happen to be free, I'll help you check it out. Wang Shi, my brother and I were having dinner outside, and he said he didn't like places with too many people. Damn it, I'm on high alert. Don't let me see him, or I'll definitely kick you out. Seeing that Wang Shi was always on guard against her, Wei Ling had no choice but to curse him in her heart. Wang Shi also found it funny to see Wei Ling like this. Jiang Fan is so good to you, but you don't cherish him and even cheat on him. If I knew now that the rich man next to me is Jiang Fan, I would probably be so angry that I would get a cerebral thrombosis. Chapter 27 Summer Job. After a while, the two arrived. A beautifully decorated barbecue restaurant. Jiang Fan made a reservation in advance and reserved a better parking spot for the two of them. As soon as Jiang Fan and Wang Shi got off the car, a petite girl came up to them and asked, "Is this Mr. Jiang and Ms. Wang? Please come this way." He then made a gesture of invitation. Don't be so restrained, just be casual. Jiang Fan saw the little girl's nervousness and said, "Yes, sir." Although the little girl agreed verbally, she was still nervous inside. Watching two people getting out of a cool sports car that she had never seen before, she knew that they must be important figures. I was afraid that I might do something unsatisfactory and make them unhappy. Jiang Fan and the other man followed the little girl into a private room. Since there were only two of us, there were more seats left. Wang Shi likes to sit by the window, watching the scenery and eating barbecue. Wang Shi looked at the menu full of dishes and wanted to try them all, but looking at the prices. Abalone is 288 yuan each, and this Wagyu beef is 38 yuan for 10 grams. She couldn't help but smack her lips, thinking this was too expensive. Looking at Wang Shi's expression, Jiang Fan smiled. Order whatever you want. I've heard that the taste and quality of this restaurant are very good. Seeing Jiang Fan teasing him, he said unwillingly, I just want to save you money, but you're still laughing at me.
Today I'll show you what a big eater is. He gestured fiercely, this.
Wang Shi kept asking Jiang Fan to spend money, but in the end he only ordered 500 grams of Wagyu beef, a portion of foie gras, some abalone, a portion of beef tongue and a vegetable salad.
System, if it's a dish I want to eat, can I use RMB?
The system said that the soft sister RMB can only be used for the opposite sex with a certain charm value. He was not sure whether he could use the soft sister RMB when dining with the opposite sex and ordering dishes. No, RMB can only be used for subjective consumption by the opposite sex. After getting the answer from the system, Jiang Fan was speechless. He thought that this system couldn't have been developed by a bootlicker. Jiang Fan saw that Wang Shi couldn't possibly order so many dishes, as he finished them in 2 bites.
Baby, what you ordered is too little. You know my appetite. Order some more.
After that, he asked Wang Shi to order a large table of dishes, such as truffle and beef rolls, king crab legs, and secret lamb chops. Wang Shi was puzzled. Jiang Fan, why didn't you choose it yourself? But Jiang Fan evaded the question by saying that he had difficulty making decisions. After a while, the table was filled with the delicious food they ordered. When the little girl was halfway through serving the dishes, she stumbled and knocked over a dessert, which all fell on Jiang Fan. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, I didn't mean it. The little girl quickly apologized to Jiang Fan. When Wang Shi saw it, he quickly took some paper to wipe it off for Jiang Fan, but the sauce was all over Jiang Fan's white shirt.
Wang Shi was so anxious that he cursed, what did you do?
The little girl was scolded and stood there at a loss, apologizing continuously. The store manager saw this and ran over quickly.
Mr. Jiang, are you okay?
He directly scolded the little girl.
Bai Shua, what are you doing? You can even spill food on the customers when you serve them.
Quick, get out of here. Seeing the store manager scolding the little girl in front of him, Jiang Fan quickly stopped her.
Okay, I'm fine, don't talk about her anymore, she didn't mean it. Jiang Fan's mother was also a waitress.
When he was a child, he saw his mother accidentally spill soup on a customer after school. At that time, she was being pulled and embarrassed by a customer. Later, her manager pointed at her nose in front of everyone and scolded the customer before she gave up. At that time, it cast a considerable shadow on Jiang Fan. Seeing the little girl in front of him apologizing continuously, Jiang Fan felt like a bad guy.
Mr. Jiang, I'm so sorry. I'll give you a 50% discount on your purchases here today.
The store manager watched Jiang Fan and Wang Shi get out of a top-of-the-line sports car, and naturally knew that Jiang Fan's identity was not simple. Originally, I wanted to leave a good impression on Jiang Fan, but because I was too busy, I called Bai Shua to come and greet Jiang Fan in advance.
But Bai Shua messed it up. Now the only thing we can do is to find a way to calm Jiang Fan down. No, we'll give it to you normally. Just don't blame that little girl afterwards.
The little girl's helpless look reminded Jiang Fan of his mother's situation at that time, and he kindly helped her out. Jiang Fan took off his shirt and said, I have a vest underneath, it won't be a problem.
Okay, Mr. Jiang, you are really magnanimous. I was wondering what kind of person can drive an Apollo. Then I won't disturb you while you eat.
He said this and slowly left the private room.
Jiang Fan, this store manager is a pretty nice person.
Wang Shi suddenly said while eating a piece of barbecue. Why do you say that? He just came in and started scolding that little girl.
I thought he was a bit irritable.
He was helping the little girl.
Help? Help with what?
Jiang Fan asked, somewhat confused.
Yes, the store manager didn't know what kind of person you are.
He was just afraid that you would embarrass the girl, so he scolded her and kicked her out in front of you.
In this case, you can only blame him.
If he really blames that little girl, he will definitely ask that little girl to keep apologizing to you.
Listening to Wang Shi's explanation, Jiang Fan suddenly understood.
He was just wondering why his mother treated him to a meal after being scolded by the manager like that. Now that Wang Shi had said this, he finally understood.
Knock, knock, knock. There was a gentle knock on the door. Enter.
Bai Shua brought in a brand new piece of clothing.
Mr. Jiang, I bought you a piece of clothing. Take a look and see if it fits you.
Bai Shua carefully placed the clothes next to Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan touched the shirt. This piece of clothing was not cheap.
Bai Shua, are you working here part-time?
Jiang Fan suddenly asked. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I just finished the college entrance examination, so I am working here during the summer vacation. I thought I would have nothing to do at home, so I might as well earn some living expenses to reduce the burden on my family. Oh, then add me on WeChat and I'll transfer the money for the clothes to you.
Jiang Fan immediately took out his WeChat.
Ah, no, this dress is given to you as compensation.
I can't take your money.
Bai Shua quickly refused. Wang Shi looked at the embarrassed Bai Shua and said, Bai Shua, I didn't mean to be mean to you just now, don't take it seriously. No, and it was me who soiled Mr. Zhang's clothes in the first place.
Bai Shua, how much do you make per month during your summer vacation?
Wang Shi asked Bai Shua. My basic salary is 2,800 yuan, plus full attendance and other things, it's more than 4,000 yuan.
Bai Shua answered Wang Shi's question seriously. How much is this shirt?
Wang Shi looked at Bai Shua, who was hesitating and not saying anything.
Little sister, if I'm not mistaken, this shirt can be equivalent to your monthly salary. In that case, wouldn't your 1 month's work be in vain?
Wang Shi said gently to Bai Shua. I was secretly surprised to see that Wang Shi could tell how much the clothes I bought cost with just one glance. At the same time, Bai Shua lowered his head in embarrassment and said nothing. Just now he saw Jiang Fan and Wang Shi getting out of that luxury car.
She looked it up on her phone out of curiosity.
It would have been fine if she hadn't checked, but when she did, she was shocked.
Apollo IE, there are 10 in total in the world. Starting price, 35 million. Chapter 28. Do you dislike your job?
Anyone who can drive a car like this must be wearing expensive clothes. I quickly asked for leave from the store manager and took all my savings to buy a shirt. Jiang Fan was also shocked. He had no idea about clothes. It wasn't until Wang Shi said this that Jiang Fan reacted.
Why did you buy me such expensive clothes? His voice unconsciously became louder because of excitement.
Bai Shua was also startled when he saw Jiang Fan, who had been talking nicely just now, suddenly yell at him.
I just didn't dare to speak.
Jiang Fan, don't be mean to her. She must have thought that your clothes were not cheap, so she wanted to buy you a piece of clothing to compensate you. Wang Shi stepped forward to help Bai Shua explain.
Really?
Jiang Fan asked Bai Shua. Seeing Wang Shi explaining for him, Bai Shua nodded and explained to Jiang Fan why he bought such expensive clothes. Jiang Fan also laughed when he heard this.
You are so funny.
I just bought this dress from a street stall.
It only cost me 100 yuan. 100 yuan? How can a rich person like you wear such common clothes?
Bai Shua opened her mouth slightly, obviously not expecting that Jiang Fan, who drove a car worth 30 million yuan, would wear clothes worth only 100 yuan.
What's the difference between ordinary and non-ordinary people? We are also ordinary people. Don't talk nonsense even if you are young.
As Jiang Fan said this, the scene suddenly became quiet.
Awkward. Brother, if you don't have the talent for telling jokes, don't tell them. They're so cold.
Wang Shi complained directly.
I just want to liven up the atmosphere. Then he said to Bai Shua, I'll transfer the money to you, you take the money. No. Bai Shua quickly refused.
If you reject me, I will tell your manager that you are disobedient. After saying that, Jiang Fan pretended to stand up. Finally, under pressure, Bai Shua accepted the money.
Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Don't keep calling him Mr. Jiang. I'm only 22, you make me sound old, just call me Brother Jiang. Okay, Brother Jiang. Let's eat together? No. Bai Shua quickly refused.
Not only did the company have rules, but he also felt embarrassed. Brother Jiang, you and this sister eat first.
I'm going to go out first. Call me if you need anything.
Watching Bai Shua leave, Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi with confusion.
CC, how do you know so much? It seems like you can see through this little girl's thoughts?
Because she is a girl, girls naturally understand girls, and I took fashion design as an elective.
I also know about the clothes on the market, so I can tell at a glance. Brother, I want to tell you something.
Wang Shi quietly approached Jiang Fan's ear.
What's going on? Why are you being so mysterious?
The school that Bai Shua applied to is most likely our Huanqing University.
Is it true? How do you know?
Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi in confusion and asked. There are only 2 universities in our entire fantasy city, one in the East District and one in the South District.
If you were to work during the summer vacation, where would you choose? If I were in Nanmen, I would definitely choose. Yes. Jiang Fan suddenly understood.
So, maybe we can meet this junior sister again in school.
Wang Shi put a piece of roasted premium Wagyu beef into Jiang Fan's bowl.
Bill, please. The store manager was very sensible and gave Jiang Fan a lot of discounts. Originally there was a cashback in RMB, so Jiang Fan didn't want the other party to give him a discount. But in order to avoid overthinking it, and since the store manager was so kind, he just agreed. It was already around 7 o'clock when Jiang Fan and the others greeted by Shuan came out. Wang Shi suddenly grabbed Jiang Fan's hand.
Brother, I want to go to the square for a stroll, is that okay?
Of course, get in the car. Thank you, brother. Wang Shi kissed Jiang Fan on the face.
A 10-minute journey was just a blink of an eye. By the way, Cici, what are you doing here? I heard there's an auction here tonight, and I want to come and see what it's like. Auction? Yes, it's in the showroom on the 3rd floor.
There were special signposts along the way, and the two quickly reached the 3rd floor.
As soon as he entered the atrium, Wang Shi was overwhelmed by the jewels in the various display cabinets.
Wow, what a beautiful sapphire. Wang Shi looked at a huge jewel.
Do you want it? I'll buy it for you later.
Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi with his eyes almost popping out.
No, I'm just taking a look. Although Wang Shi liked it, he didn't want to buy it.
And he just wanted to see what the auction was like.
As people moved around, Jiang Fan and Wang Shi were looking for empty seats.
But the front seats were all occupied by number plates, leaving only a few seats at the back, and even the edges were crowded with people. Wang Shi asked the staff nearby with some confusion.
Hello, young lady, where do you get these number plates?
Seeing that Wang Shi didn't even know what an auction number plate was, the staff just answered casually. These number plates are reserved for those who want to auction them. If you want to bid, please register here, top up 1 million to apply for a card, and then receive your number plate.
If you're not going to auction it, you can only find a seat in the back or watch from the side. A card worth 1 million? That's a lot of money.
After hearing this, Wang Shi complained to Jiang Fan.
Unexpectedly, the staff rolled their eyes when they heard it. Why come to the auction if you don't have money?
Hearing this, Wang Shi also felt puzzled.
I don't think there is anything wrong with 1 million being a lot. Do you like your job? What?
The staff member seemed not to understand what Wang Shi meant.
I'm asking you if you don't like your job?
If you don't like it or are dissatisfied, I can help you talk to your manager.
I'll help you resign, okay? Wang Shi was very uncomfortable with the staff's contempt.
She was not a person who would hide her grievances in her heart, so she responded directly and firmly.
Jiang Fan also felt Wang Shi's emotions and immediately stood up. What's going on? Bullying my woman? Will you call your manager, or should I call him myself?
Seeing that the staff didn't respond, Jiang Fan shouted.
Who is the person in charge of this area? Can someone come and take charge? A few seconds.
A man in his 30s came over.
Hello, sir.
I am the manager in charge of this auction.
How can I help you?
The man who came later was quite respectful.
My girlfriend and I are visiting your place for the first time.
This staff member of yours rolled her eyes at us.
May I ask if you guys haven't paid her salary? Or do you often make things difficult for her? I think she might not like this job very much.
Perhaps because of face, this lady is embarrassed to ask you to resign, so I am here to help her to resign to you.
Jiang Fan's 3 fatal questions made the manager feel ashamed.
The staff member also hurried to explain to the manager, but was interrupted.
As a mature management, it can naturally be seen that what Jiang Fan wants is an attitude.
So he explained to Jiang Fan very patiently. Sir, first of all, please allow me to apologize to you for my colleague's irrationality. Then he bowed 90 degrees to Jiang Fan. Because we really want to prevent confusion over seats, we set a threshold of 1 million. Please rest assured, if there is no item you like during the auction, or if there is any remaining amount, we will refund you the full amount. Of course, if you too have no intention of auctioning, I will use my best authority to find you a great viewing spot.
Do you think it's okay?
Compared with the staff member just now, this manager's service is indeed much better.
Jiang Fan did not continue to embarrass him. Wang Shi's mood was ruined and he planned to leave and not watch it anymore. But he was stopped by Jiang Fan.
He just saw that Wang Shi was so fascinated by those gems that he couldn't move his eyes. Zhang Fan rubbed Wang Shi's little head.
Baby, don't let irrelevant people ruin your good mood.
Since you want to see it, then we'll see it, and if we like it, we'll take it home directly. After that, in front of the stunned staff member, he asked the manager to apply for a card with a deposit of 5 million yuan using Wang Shi's ID card.
Chapter 29 Violet.
Fuck. Seeing Zhang Fan rushing in 5 million, the few people watching the fun nearby became excited.
Oh my god, I just thought they were a poor couple.
I didn't expect they would spend 5 million.
Yes, and they both seem to be students. Whose top rich son is this?
Listening to everyone's flattery, Zhang Fan also smiled.
You have to know that this is just a small auction. Most of the items in the auction have a starting price of less than 100,000. Zhang Fan directly recharged 5 million. Maybe he can take all the collections tonight by himself.
Wang Shi also looked at Zhang Fan in surprise.
Why did you charge so much?
Zhang Fan pointed to the display board next to him. The first row of 10 seats all cost more than 3 million.
The 1 million is all in the third row. Since you want to see it, let's choose the one with the best location.
The manager looked at Zhang Fan's wealth and the fact that he started with 5 million, and his attitude became even more flattering.
Hello, sir. We have a guide for you based on your amount. If you don't understand anything, you can ask her.
At this time, the arrogant staff member changed his appearance and walked up to Zhang Fan with a respectful look.
Sir, I'm sorry for what happened just now. Now let me introduce our auction to you. What? Didn't you look down on us just now? Now that we've topped up your account, you've changed your attitude?
Wang Shi interrupted her directly. Then he looked at the manager.
Don't you have anyone here?
The staff member looked a little embarrassed, and the manager immediately came to his senses and called another colleague over.
Hello, sir and madam. It's a pleasure to serve you. You can call me Xiao Zhou.
Xiao Zhou smiled faintly, which was in contrast to the attitude of the previous staff member.
Wang Shi nodded. This person was much better than before. You.
Sir and madam, although this auction is small, our items are rich and diverse.
I will introduce them to you in detail later.
As he said this, he took number plates for Zhang Fan and Wang Shi.
By serving the auctioneer, you can get 0.1% of the transaction amount. So many staff are looking for big customers.
As the staff member who had just been there walked away with the commission that should have belonged to him, his face was filled with regret. The manager looked at her dejected look and sighed.
Can you change your bad temper? You don't even want the distinguished guests who are offered to you. Uncle, I didn't know they were rich. Seeing them look like they knew nothing, I thought they were just. That's what it is. No matter who you are, as long as you come to our store, you are a customer. You still don't realize your mistake. Because Zhang Fan's consumption is currently the highest.
So Xiao Zhou took them to the center of the first row with the best view. Sir, this is your number plate.
006. This is the auction brochure.
As he said this, he handed one to Zhang Fan and one to Wang Shi.
Looking at the dazzling array of jewels, how could Wang Shi, a little girl, resist? As time went on, the place filled up.
An auctioneer dressed in brocade silk clothes walked onto the stage.
The auction began with a brief self-introduction. There are a total of 7 items for auction today. Next, let's take a look at our first auction item.
This is a very refreshing glass necklace set, suitable for dinner parties, but also for everyday wear in summer. The estimated value is between 1.1 million and 1.3 million, the starting price is 200,000, and each increase in price is no less than 50,000. After seeing the auctioneer finished speaking, Zhang Fan immediately raised the sign in his hand.
250,000.
Following closely, everyone raised their own signs. 300,000, 350,000.
700,000. Zhang Fan looked at the fierce competition. It was rare for me to argue with them, and that was when the highest bid was at 850,000. 1.5 million.
This caused the others to look at Zhang Fan as well. The price jump from 850,000 to 1.5 million directly represents Zhang Fan silently telling everyone that I, Zhang Fan, will order this set of chains. 1.5 million once, 1.5 million twice.
Deal, congratulations to this gentleman for winning the bid.
Then, Xiao Zhou took out a number plate and a form for Zhang Fan to fill out. Mr. Jiang, when the auction is over, you can take this receipt to collect the set of necklaces you won. Now, let us move on to our second lot. The jewelry that Wang Shi just saw outside is this set of jewelry, the first piece of necklace. The second to ninth items were all items of collectible value, and neither Zhang Fan nor Wang Shi liked any of them. It was not until the 10th piece that it attracted Wang Shi's attention. A purple bracelet.
Ladies and gentlemen, next is the last item of today and the most valuable one of all. Top quality glass violet bracelet. The market assessment is between 5 million and 6 million.
The starting price is 2 million, and each bid increase must not be less than 200,000.
Please be prepared. Zhang Fan also noticed Wang Shi's happy expression. Do you like it? I like it, but it's very expensive. The starting price is 2 million.
Wang Shi looked at Zhang Fan and saw that he had just spent 1.5 million. He also thought that Zhang Fan should not have much money left, and was a little worried about Zhang Fan.
Wang Shi, it seems you still don't understand. As long as you like, I will buy you anything. Wang Shi's favorability towards the host increases by 10. The current favorability is 90. I am so moved. 2 million.
Everyone broke out in a cold sweat when they saw Zhang Fan, who had bought the first game at a price higher than the market price, make another move.
Does this guy not take money seriously?
The most panicked one was a woman who was about 2,728 years old. She had learned long ago that there was an extremely precious purple bracelet in this auction. In order to get this bracelet, it prepared for a month in advance and brought 8 million in cash, determined to get it. For this bracelet, she did not make a bid for the first 9 items no matter how tempted she was. She didn't know why, but when she looked at the little brother in front of her, her heart suddenly started to panic. She raised her number plate, number 9, 3.2 million.
Number 15, 3.5 million. Number 9, 4 million. Number 13, 4.2 million. Number 9, 4.5 million.
Although there weren't many people, many of them were trying to bargain with this lady. But this lady seemed determined to win, and she added back heavily every time. The price of the bracelet has now reached 4.5 million.
Everyone around gave up. 4.5 million per time. Twice. Just as the auctioneer was about to strike the hammer, Zhang Fan interrupted her. 5 million. Okay, Mr. SAXS price is now 5 million. Anyone else wants to raise the price? The auctioneer looked at the woman in classical clothing. As expected, the woman raised the price. 6 million. It seems that this lady is determined to win. The upper limit of the appraisal price of this violet bracelet at the auction is 600. Now that the price has been reached, many people have determined that Zhang Fan will not raise the price, and the bracelet has fallen into the hands of this lady. But I didn't expect it. Number 6 raised the sign again and reported 7 million. Wow, this guy actually offered 7 million. I didn't expect that someone would actually offer a price 20% higher than the market price. Everyone on the field was shocked when they saw Zhang Fan bid 7 million. But the next second, the auctioneer's voice came again. Number 9, offer 8 million. Chapter 30, a pair of bracelets? The people on the field were just shocked by Zhang Fan's 7 million, and then another 8 million popped up. Where do these rich people come from? 1 million plus. There were already many people gathered around to watch the fun, because there was no limit on the number of people attending the auction. As it was the weekend, many students from Huanqing and people on weekends were here to watch the auction. I didn't expect such a small bracelet could be sold for 8 million yuan. Even if I don't eat or drink for my whole life, I can't save this 8 million. The world of rich people is indeed different from mine. Some people even joked, "Sister, what's so good about a bracelet? Do you want a little follower? I don't want 8 million, just give me 8,000 yuan a month." But before he could finish his words, he was pulled away by the security guard. Seeing this lady offer 8 million, Zhang Fan was secretly surprised. The bracelet was indeed beautiful, but he didn't know much about jadeite and other items. He only paid 7 million for it because Wang Shi liked it. When he thought no one was competing with him, the lady actually raised the price to 8 million. Usually, the prices of items at auctions will have a floating value. Something worth 1 million might go up to 1.2 million, and something worth 2 million might rise to 2.4 million. In his opinion, this bracelet might only cost about 5 million yuan in the market, but he didn't expect that the lady was willing to spend so much. It seems that you really like it.
Zhang Fan doesn't care about the price because he has RMB to swipe and get cash back. But I'm sorry, after all, it's something your baby likes, so I can only help you save money. Zhang Fan smiled and shook his head. He raised his own sign. 10 million. Host, Zhang Fan. Balance, 200 million. RMB, 820 million. Constitution, 24 week. Spirit, 14 week. Strength, 11 week. Intelligence, 51 medium. Skill, assisted scan. Attribute points, 0. Host backpack, transformation potion, strengthening potion. Mr. Jiang, please keep it. Zhang Fan paid the remaining 6.5 million, and the owner of the auction house came out personally and handed the purple bracelet to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan spent 0.1% of his money tonight on Xiaozhou, which added up to more than 10,000 yuan. Seeing that the staff member who had just been perfunctory to Wang, she regretted it. Why did you change your mind and couldn't answer properly? You drove away all the money that was sent to you. Xiao Zhou has strong business capabilities and he quickly completed the procedures and certificates for Zhang Fan. Mr. Jiang, these are your 2 auction items. Please keep them. Come, CC, let me put it on you. As he said that, he pulled Wang Shi's hand. However, Wang Shi seemed to be a little withdrawn and seemed a little resistant. Zhang Fan, this gift is too expensive, 10 million. I'm a little scared. Scared? What are you afraid of? I'm afraid I'll accidentally bump it and break it. Buy another one if it breaks. I bought it for you because you liked it. If you don't want it, who should I give it to? Zhang Fan touched Wang Shi's little head. The passers-by on the 3rd floor looked at Zhang Fan with envy as he gave the bracelet that cost him 10 million yuan to the girl. Wow, this guy is so nice, he gave me such an expensive gift as soon as he said so. Yeah, I thought he bought it for collection. From the looks of it, it seems like he bought it just because the girl said she liked it. This boy is not only rich, but also very handsome. There were even a few girls who were crazy about Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan just put this bracelet on Wang Shi. The lady who was competing with Zhang Fan for the bracelet walked towards Zhang Fan. Hello, sir. I am Su Feng from Su's Jewelry, and I handed Zhang Fan a business card. Zhang Fan took the business card and responded politely. My name is Zhang Fan. What can I do for you? Wang Shi also raised her head and looked at this lady with extraordinary temperament. Her hand subconsciously touched the bracelet that Zhang Fan had just put on her, as if she was on guard against her. Su Feng noticed Wang Shi's strange expression and quickly explained. Don't worry, young lady. I'm not here to steal your bracelet. I'm just a little curious why this gentleman is willing to spend 10 million to buy this bracelet, knowing that the price of this bracelet on the market is only about 6 million at most. Because she likes it. Su Feng's face was full of doubt, with a hint of disbelief in her eyes. Just because she likes it, you are willing to spend an extra 4 million? Well, isn't it that buying something is all about using it and liking it? Zhang Fan answered without much reaction, but it was this scene that made Su Feng appreciate it immediately. At first she thought Zhang Fan just bought it for collection to show his status or for investment, but she didn't expect his reason was so simple, just because the lady next to him liked it. Zhang Fan frowned. He didn't want to say more, but Su Feng's attitude made it difficult for him to refuse directly. Since you said this bracelet is only worth 6 million, why did you bid 800 just now? Hearing this, Su Feng lifted up her sleeves and saw an identical purple bracelet on her hand. Wang Shi looked at the bracelet on Su Feng's hand and the bracelet on his hand in surprise. How come they are exactly the same? Zhang Fan also asked curiously, could it be that these 2 bracelets were made together? They were originally called concentric bracelets and were made by my grandfather when he was young. My grandpa and grandma loved each other, but they were separated because of family reasons. My grandpa missed my grandma too much, so he made this pair of bracelets. So, every texture direction you see is perfectly matched to the other one. Later, when my grandmother escaped from the family and found my grandfather, she discovered that my grandfather had suffered from heart disease due to excessive longing and was extremely weak. He had been holding his breath just to see my grandmother for the last time. Wang Shi was silent for a long time, with mixed feelings in his heart. Zhang Fan, why don't we sell the bracelet to her? No, maybe this bracelet is meant for you, otherwise you wouldn't have come across it. And I can see from my micro that you like this bracelet very much. Okay. Mr. Jiang, I won't bother you 2 anymore. I'm leaving now. Bye. Zhang Fan, what does your family do? The two walked hand in hand on the first floor of the mall, and Wang Shi felt more and more puzzled the more he thought about it. Jiang Fan has spent more than 10 million on himself in the past 2 days, and he doesn't feel sorry for spending the money at all. Wang Shi seemed to be afraid that Jiang Fan would spend money without limit and use up all his family assets, so he wanted to get some words out of Jiang Fan.
What's wrong? You're so curious.
I just think you spend money a little lavishly, and I'm afraid you'll spend all your family's money. Hearing this, Jiang Fan immediately laughed out loud. He reached out and scratched Wang Shi's nose.
Don't worry about that. My money is getting more and more.
Seeing Jiang Fan yawning to himself again, Wang Shi said anxiously.
Jiang Fan, I'm really worried about you.
You spent more than 2 million on me yesterday, and bought me such an expensive gift today.
I think even the richest man can't afford your extravagance.
Seeing Wang Shi's worried expression, Jiang Fan was silent for a while. Then he took Wang Shi's hands and said,
Cici, I have my own way of making money. Don't worry, it's all legal and formal. Believe me, I have my own plans.
Seeing Jiang Fan talking to him seriously, Wang Shi chose to believe him. Jiang Fan was walking in the middle of the mall and felt a little bored. Suddenly he remembered something that was said on the internet: being slightly tipsy is the easiest way to increase the affection between two people. He suddenly put his arms around Wang Shi's waist and looked at her with tender eyes.
Cici, do you want to drink? Chapter 31, What kind of bar is it if I can't drink? Feeling Jiang Fan's big hand, Wang Shi did not dodge, but just smiled and said playfully, Brother, do you want to get me drunk?
No, it's just that I've never been to a bar like this, and I want to experience it.
Jiang Fan quickly explained.
Brother, your skillful movements don't look like you've never been there before.
Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan with suspicion, as if he was wondering whether what Jiang Fan said was true or not.
In the past, Wei Ling said that she went to the bar with Jiang Fan on Fridays and Saturdays, but now Jiang Fan didn't look like he was lying.
Could it be that Wei Ling went to the bar without Jiang Fan's knowledge a long time ago?
Jiang Fan pinched Wang Shi's waist.
Hey, it's because you are so beautiful that I can't help myself.
Okay, but I can't drink much, brother, please don't do anything bad to me.
What bad things do you mean?
Jiang Fan kissed Wang Shi with a wicked smile. Then, with Jiang Fan's step on the accelerator, the two arrived at a standalone bar that looked very exquisitely decorated. The receptionist at the door saw a supercar parked in front of her bar and rushed over. Men who drive luxury cars like this don't take money seriously. And most of them are just concerned about their reputation.
As long as they praise the car a little, even if it's just a boastful consumption, their commission will go up dramatically. Handsome guy, how many of you are there? 2. Okay, handsome guy, do you have a reservation? Do you need to reserve a booth? Booth? What is a booth? Is it the kind you use for dining?
Jiang Fan had never been to a bar before, so naturally he didn't know what the rules were. He thought that as long as he went in, paid, and found a seat to drink, he would be good to go. Seeing Jiang Fan not saying anything for a long time, the receptionist was wondering if she had seen it wrong.
Was he really a rich man?
Although Wang Shi didn't come here often, he understood some basic rules.
Find me a booth with a good environment. There's a vacancy in the SSR area now, is that okay? How much? Jiang Fan asked casually out of curiosity. The SSR level ones are the best we have here, and the price is a bit higher than other booths.
It costs 2,000 yuan to open a booth, and the minimum consumption is 10,000 yuan.
What? So expensive?
Wang Shi felt that it was totally unnecessary and other areas were also possible. But Jiang Fan disagreed.
That's it. Choose a good spot so you won't be disturbed by others. In places like this, the better the location, the better the attitude of the waiters. When the receptionist first heard Wang Shi's words, he thought they thought it was expensive and were reluctant to spend the money to open the card, but the boy seemed quite straightforward. Maybe there will be a good commission tonight. Then, he took Jiang Fan and Wang Shi to the SSR area. The SSR area is located on the second floor, with a great view of the entire bar. This area is covered with atomized ice, which makes it appear hazy and fairy-like. With all kinds of flashing neon lights, it looks like a fairyland in the sky. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, and it is time to proofread for many shopping malls. But for places like bars, it's just the beginning. There weren't many people on the first floor, and the passionate rock music hadn't started yet, so the music playing was relatively soft. The receptionist brought fruit plates and drinks to Jiang Fan and Wang Shi.
Then they were handed drinks and menus. Wang Shi looked for a while and saw that the cheapest cocktails cost several hundred yuan a glass, so he hesitated a little.
Give me a set meal for 10,888.
Marketing commissions are almost entirely based on single-order drinks, and the profit from set meals is very small. And I saw that Wang Shi just ordered a set meal with the minimum consumption.
The smile on the receptionist's face disappeared instantly. Beauty, do you want a set meal? Let's serve this one first. Just ordering this one, my commission is several hundred yuan. Oh, I thought he was really a rich second generation. Okay, I'll serve you right away.
After a while, the receptionist came up with a fruit plate of snacks and 2 cocktails.
Zhang Fan looked at the little things on the table and asked, "Is it gone?"
Looking at the small glass of cocktail on the table that was finished in one gulp, Zhang Fan was also a little confused. $10,000 wouldn't be enough for just this little thing. There's also a small portion of barbecue, which will be served to you right away, the receptionist replied.
Small barbecue?
Hearing this, Zhang Fan picked up the menu and ordered some more.
This amount was not enough for him alone. Zhang Fan pointed at a dragon suit worth tens of thousands of dollars and asked curiously, "What are these small and big dragons?"
Seeing that Zhang Fan didn't even know the most common 3-piece suit in a bar, I began to believe that he might have never been here. He patiently explained, "This is a kind of champagne, which is also the ace of spades that we usually shout. This small dragon is made up of 3 colors of ace of spades. The big dragon is made up of 5 bottles, but there is a gold bottle in it." Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi thoughtfully.
Have you ever drunk it?
No, this wine is too expensive, and I rarely come to bars. Wang Shi saw that Zhang Fan seemed to be interested in this magic dragon suit and asked,
"Why, do you want to try it?"
Moreover, Wang Shi had never drunk the so-called ace of spades, so naturally he wanted to try what it tasted like. Zhang Fan was about to speak when the receptionist next to him urged him in an impatient tone. "Handsome guy, if you think the Shenlong suit is expensive, you can take a look at the others. We also have cheap champagne for sale." Seeing the man in front of her hesitating for a long time without ordering, she thought that Zhang Fan was stingy with his money. But Wang Shi felt uncomfortable after hearing this.
"What do we think is expensive?" "No, what do you mean? Do you mean you think we can't afford it?"
Even though Wang Shi showed his displeasure on his face, the receptionist did not think he was wrong. "I thought he was a wealthy man and asked for a booth in the best area, but after a long time, he just ordered a low-cost service. So he said with a fake smile, 'I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I'm impatient and not very good at speaking. I hope you can forgive me if I said something wrong.'" Wang Shi really dislikes this tone, as it gives people the feeling that you can do whatever you want. This is my attitude anyway. But after all, the other party did apologize, which made Wang Shi angry. Zhang Fan could tell that this person didn't seem to be afraid of offending him at all. He guessed that he might feel that he ordered too little and was dissatisfied.
But this is not a reason for you to make my woman angry. Wang Shi and I might just be this one step away from feeling tipsy. If you make her unhappy, then all my efforts would be in vain, right? Looks like I have to give you a good slap in the face. Call your manager."
Listening to Zhang Fan's tone, the young lady smiled disdainfully in her heart. "You two occupied the best booths, but spent so little." Not to mention the manager, even the boss would speak in the same tone.
He turned around and walked away arrogantly, muttering, "If you can't afford it, just buy a bottle of wine for $12 at home. Why come to the bar?"
Zhang Fan looked at the angry Wang Shi and said, "See, it's okay, don't be upset, I will help you deal with him later." Looking at Zhang Fan who was comforting him, Wang Shi felt a little embarrassed. She also knew why the attitude of the lady who received them suddenly changed so much. It must be because the food she ordered was too cheap. "I'm sorry, brother, I thought that the two of us couldn't drink that much, so," Wang Shi said in a low voice.
"Why are you apologizing?"
This is clearly her problem. And no matter what the reason is, no one can bully you, Wang Shi, except me," Zhang Fan said righteously. Zhang Fan also felt that he might have too good a temper, which led to any Tom, Dick, and Harry coming to cause trouble. It was like this at the auction just now, and it is also like this now. It seems that I can no longer keep a low profile.
Chapter 32, 3 Sets of Great Dragons. Sister Qing, there is a table of guests in the SSR area looking for you.
The lady who received Zhang Fan started to complain when she saw Chu Wanqing. She spent a long time choosing but didn't order any wine. "I strongly suspect they are raising money to check in and pretend to be 13 to post on WeChat moments." Xu Wanqing just glanced at her lightly. She naturally knew what kind of person she was and treated people differently based on their personalities. She acts arrogant towards customers who don't spend much, and she is allowed to stay here only because she has a few wealthy second-generation people on her side who spend tens of thousands of dollars every weekend.
Okay, I understand.
After saying that, Xu Wanqing took her to Jiang Fan's position.
Hello, sir and madam.
I am the manager here, Xu Wanqing.
You can just call me Xiaoqing. I am very sorry that you had a bad experience because of our poor management. Jiang Fan looked up at Xu Wanqing.
A round face with fair and delicate skin, which seems to have a soft luster under the light of the bar. Especially when she smiles, the pair of dimples at the corners of her mouth appear faintly, hiding endless tenderness. Xu Wanqing smiled and handed Jiang Fan and the other man 2 glasses of specially made fruit wine. Xu Wanqing's apology was so sincere that Jiang Fan could not find any fault with it. The displeasure caused by the receptionist was gradually improving. At this moment, the receptionist muttered in a low voice, "TSK, you just want to take advantage of me." After saying this, not only Jiang Fan and Wang Shi, but even Xu Wanqing looked at her in amazement.
What are you talking about? Apologize to this gentleman. What are you talking about? Look at their behavior. Aren't they just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to order more free drinks?
The lady said, unconvinced. At this time Jiang Fan also spread his hands helplessly. Manager Chu, it seems that the management of your store is very good. Hearing the sarcasm in Jiang Fan's words, Xu Wanqing smiled and replied, "Sir, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." Then she quickly asked someone to bring 2 more bottles of XO.
I'll give you a 40% discount on your consumption tonight.
Then she handed Jiang Fan a membership card and said, "Mr. Jiang, I'll give you a 10% discount on your consumption in the future." The young lady was watching from the side and wanted to say something but was glared at by Xu Wanqing.
Jiang Fan looked at this scene and waved his hand unhappily. No need. I didn't ask you to come here just to give me a free meal.
What does that mean, sir?
This is my first time in your store, too.
I wanted to order a dish in long, but your waitress said we couldn't afford it, so I wanted to chat with you, but I didn't expect to see this. Xu Wanqing was a little surprised when she heard Jiang Fan wanted to order the big dragon.
Jiang Fan then said that the receptionist here mocked Jiang Fan for having no money and she instantly became furious.
This guy really has no vision at all, he acts like he's worth 2.5 million every day. Last week, my boss's friends came over for drinks and we arranged for them to sit at a scattered table. There was no room for all the guests, but he still reserved booths for his friends and charged low fees. Even if we take a step back, whether you are rich or poor, it is impossible to mock your guests for being poor.
I'm really sorry. I promise you that this won't happen again. He immediately bent down to apologize to Jiang Fan.
The amplitude was so large that Jiang Fan even saw 2 balls of snow-white cotton. Jiang Fan had no intention of making things difficult for Xu Wanqing. After all, it wasn't her fault. But she never expected that the receptionist behind Xu Wanqing laughed disdainfully.
Ha, you're the only one who wants to show off. Why are you so fond of pretending?
The man in front of her didn't even know what the dragon suit was before, and she seemed to have already guessed that the man in front of her was just a loser who rented a car to pretend to be cool. Her voice was not small or loud, but it attracted many people's attention. Xu Wanqing held her forehead with her hand.
This girl is really a talented person.
No wonder there have been so many complaints recently, she still can't find the reason. Now he is insulting customers in front of me. He really can't tell the difference between the big king and the small king. Xu Wanqing looked at her coldly. "You are fired, pack your things and leave here."
Fire me? What rights do you have to fire me?
The receptionist said excitedly. Xu Wanqing ignored her and called a few strong men over. Seeing that Xu Wanqing was serious, she also became anxious. "Xu Wanqing, think about it, my friend will spend tens of thousands of yuan here every month no matter what."
Hurry up.
Xu Wanqing didn't show much expression and still looked at her coldly.
You're such an idiot, you fired me because of these 2 poor bastards. Did you get kicked in the head by a donkey? Xu Wanqing, you stinky bitch, I'm going to fuck you.
Before he could finish his words, a crisp slapping sound was heard.
Throw her out within 10 seconds.
Xu Wanqing said to the strong men. She was originally a girl, and the short girl was directly thrown out by 2 strong men, one holding her hand on each side. Jiang Fan looked at Xu Wanqing's gentle face and thought she was a kind person, but he didn't expect her to be so decisive to rude people. After dealing with these things, she smiled at Jiang Fan and said, "I'm sorry to let you see this."
It's okay.
After all, everyone has their own ideas, and the person just now is definitely not suitable for the service industry.
Chu Wanqing felt relieved seeing Zhang Fan's understanding. Hey, how much money did her friends spend here? Zhang Fan seemed to remember the receptionists shouting just now.
Chu Wanqing thought about it carefully. It should be less than 200,000. Although they come once a week, their spending is limited to 10,000 or 20,000. Hearing this, Zhang Fan smiled.
Then give me 3 sets of top-grade Shenlong suits.
Upon hearing this, Chu Wanqing's eyes lit up instantly as she stared at Zhang Fan.
Sir, do you want 3 sets of top-grade Ultimate Dragon sets?
She seemed to be afraid of hearing it wrong, so she repeated it.
It's just compensation for you losing a few clients.
Chu Wanqing watched the man in front of her order 3 sets of top-grade de Shenlong without blinking an eye. She was also glad that she apologized in time. If the receptionist had just angered Zhang Fan and left, it would have been a loss of a big customer.
This idiot almost ruined everything.
Sir, for this kind of expensive wine, we always charge you first. Chu Wanqing spoke with a hint of caution, as if she was afraid of causing Zhang Fan's disgust. The main reason was that a staff member had just mocked Zhang Fan for being poor, and now she was asking Zhang Fan to swipe the card first, which really made Chu Wanqing feel scared.
Fortunately, Zhang Fan didn't say anything and just paid 300,000 without further ado. There are still 30,000 yuan left. You guys can buy something to eat.
Looking at Zhang Fan, who was so generous, Chu Wanqing smiled and handed over her business card. Sir, next time you come, please contact me directly in advance, and I will make clear arrangements for you.
Sure. Chu Wanqing added Zhang Fan on WeChat and got up to prepare drinks for the two of them.
Looking at the decisive woman in front of him, Zhang Fan also looked at her curiously.
Scanning eye. Name, Chu Wanqing. Age, 24. Charm value, 85. Favorability, 30. Number of romances, 1.
Damn, Zhang Fan was shocked to see that Chu Wanqing had only been in love once.
Are there any women who hang out in nightclubs that are so innocent? Chapter 33, Gifting Wine to Others. Isn't wine meant to be drunk?
Just when Zhang Fan finished looking at Chu Wanqing's panel and suddenly turned around, he found Wang Shi looking at him in a daze. From Wang Shi's perspective, Zhang Fan kept staring at Chu Wanqing's butt.
Could it be that this boy has taken a fancy to her?
Wang Shi quickly acted like a spoiled child and stuck to Zhang Fan. Brother, why are you staring at that girl all the time? And you bought 3 sets of big dragons. Feeling the softness of Wang Shi's body hanging on him, Zhang Fan felt itchy inside. A unique fragrance belonging to Wang Shi wafted towards him, making Zhang Fan a little intoxicated before he even drank.
No, I'm just curious. What are you curious about?
I wonder how such a sweet-looking girl can work in a nightclub.
Sweet? Brother, you like this one?
Wang Shi said with a pout.
That's not what I meant, I'm just curious. Wang Shi looked at the flustered Zhang Fan and suddenly laughed. What's so strange about this?
She's only 3 or 4 years older than us, but she's actually a manager.
Maybe this is someone's family property. That's true.
At this moment, the music style of the bar changed.
It turned into a very rhythmic rock DJ music.
Then a dozen sexy girls held up shining gift boxes, and different gift boxes contained aces of spades of different colors. More than a dozen girls formed a long dragon and surrounded the bar. The guests on the first floor looked at the dragon made up of sexy girls and knew that the boss had ordered a dragon suit tonight. At this time, rows of large characters appeared on the big screen. Thanks to Mr. Jiang from SSRC 5 for spending 300,000 to unlock 3 sets of 88,800 Ultimate Dragon sets. I wish young Master Jiang good luck and prosperity, and may he be loved by everyone day and night.
I wish young Master Jiang a happy night and a good drink tonight. With the MC's call, the whole place was immediately excited.
Amidst cheers, the group of sexy girls walked towards Zhang Fan's booth. They danced around Zhang Fan and Wang Shi, some of them skillfully pulled the salutes and held up glowing light signs, swaying back and forth. All kinds of lights gathered on Zhang Fan and Wang Shi, and all kinds of prop cards were flying. Now Zhang Fan and Wang Shi were the most handsome guys in the whole audience. This scene directly maximized Zhang Fan and Wang Shi's emotional value. All the girls downstairs cast flirtatious glances at Zhang Fan, and the cheers rose and fell. Watching this scene, Zhang Fan experienced an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. No wonder nightlife is so intoxicating. As long as you have money, emotional value can provide you with plenty.
Wang Shi was also intoxicated by the envious looks from others.
This was the first time she had experienced such envious looks.
At this moment, her gaze towards Jiang Fan seemed to become more determined.
Ever since I met Jiang Fan yesterday, my life has changed drastically. It was a life she had never imagined. Wang Shi is a very contradictory person. She has always longed for the life of wealthy people, but she doesn't want to be labeled a gold digger. Over the years, even though many rich second generations pursued her, she rejected them all, and she could see that these so-called rich second generations all came for the purpose of sleeping with her. This made Wang Shi even more resistant to these wealthy second generations, even more so than when he despised Jiang Fan, whose family was not well off. But Jiang Fan and Wei Ling got together later, so Wang Shi gave up the idea, which resulted in Wang Shi never having a romantic relationship in college. Just yesterday, she heard that Jiang Fan was cheated on by Wei Ling. She was about to send a message to Jiang Fan to comfort him, but Jiang Fan inexplicably sent her a red envelope of 200 yuan. Later, she met a completely different Jiang Fan.
Wang Shi's favorability towards the host is 5. The current favorability is 95 admiration.
Raise your favorability to 100 to get rare items.
The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 85. Rare item?
Jiang Fan also came back to his senses when he heard the system's prompt. Seeing that Wang Shi's favorability towards him had increased to 95, he was also very happy.
CC, do you like this scene?
I like it, brother, you are so nice. After the commotion, the girl slowly left. Some young ladies wanted to stay after seeing how generous Jiang Fan was, but they were shocked by the little girl Wang Shi. It's not just because Wang Shi is beautiful, but also because Jiang Fan doesn't seem to have the slightest interest in them. Jiang Fan looked at these girls, and although they were all pretty, each of them was priced at an astonishing 3-digit price.
He doesn't eat just anything.
After everyone left, Jiang Fan poured Wang Shi a glass of Ace of Spades.
Wang Shi took a light sip. The fruity aroma is rich in an instant, and the taste is smooth. It feels like the fruit is bursting in your mouth when you drink it. It tastes delicious, brother, please try it.
Seeing Wang Shi grinning with joy, Jiang Fan also picked up the wine and took a sip. Feeling the taste of the Ace of Spades in his mouth, Jiang Fan was also surprised. Its alcohol content is not high, only 3.8, but the taste it brings is extremely rich. The sweet fruity aroma filled his entire mouth, and Jiang Fan drank it all in one gulp.
Master Jiang, this is the seafood prepared for you. Chu Wanqing was followed by several waiters, each holding a dish that would whet their appetite. Jiang Fan happened to be a little hungry.
After taking a bite of the crab leg, Jiang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing in surprise, as if he had not expected that the food in a bar could be so delicious. Mr. Jiang, you probably can't finish all this wine tonight.
Can I open a few bottles for you and save the rest? Chu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan eating happily and said with a smile. What is stored wine?
Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi in confusion. Wang Shi whispered in Jiang Fan's ear, just store the extra wine here.
There are more than 20 bottles of wine on the table. We can't finish them both.
Chu Wanqing was also stunned when she heard that Jiang Fan didn't even know what stored wine was.
Chu Wanqing didn't know what the Shenlong suit was.
She could understand that Jiang Fan must have gone to some small bars before, so it was normal that he didn't know what the Shenlong suit was.
But from the sound of it, it seems like you don't even know what storing wine is. This made Chu Wanqing very puzzled.
No need to save it, the wine is just for drinking after it is ordered. Jiang Fan said straightforwardly. Xiao Cheng, you take 2 bottles, and share the rest with everyone present. Seeing Jiang Fan in front of him being so generous in giving away the ordered wine directly, it took him a long time to recover.
Mr. Jiang? Are you saying you want to give me 2 bottles?
Usually, the elder brother would order some wine and ask me to have a couple of drinks with him. But Jiang Fan in front of him actually asked him to get 2 bottles of wine.
This is giving money to yourself.
A bottle of Ace of Spades costs more than 10,000 yuan.
Even if you have a good income, who would complain about having too much money? However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in the world.
Jiang Fan was so generous to me. She must want to have a few drinks with him. Immediately poured a cup for Jiang Fan and Wang Shi, then Xiao Qing would like to thank Mr. Jiang here.
Mr. Jiang, there are still more than a dozen bottles here. Are you going to give them all away? Chu Wanqing asked Jiang Fan in a low voice. You've opened 3 bottles. Leave 2 for me to take away, and give the rest to other guests.
Jiang Fan said calmly that in his eyes, this money was nothing at all.
Chu Wanqing's favorability towards the host increases by 10. The current favorability is 40. The current cumulative favorability is 95.
When Chu Wanqing's favorability reaches 80, you will receive a local level mental method.
Heart method? Is it used for cultivation? When Jiang Fan thought about practicing, he couldn't control his expression.
Which boy has not fantasized about learning martial arts and becoming a peerless master?
Jiang Fan is no exception.
Just as he was looking forward with a perverted look on his face and asking in confusion, he did not hear any response from the system.
Chapter 34, Business and Politics.
From Chu Wanqing's perspective, she saw Jiang Fan looking at her with a lewd smile on his face.
This is treating yourself as prey. No wonder he was so generous, it turns out he was targeting me. He smiled immediately.
But since Jiang Fan is so willing to help, it is impossible for me to not give him any benefits. It's rare to meet a customer who was so generous at this age in recent years. In order to keep this long-term customer, Chu Wanqing stood up and poured another glass for Jiang Fan, deliberately lowering her body.
The snow-white skin instantly appeared in front of Jiang Fan.
Seeing Jiang Fan staring at him, Wang Xu was instantly filled with a sense of crisis.
In an instant, the whole person pressed towards Jiang Fan. Brother, thank you for bringing me to see such a magnificent scene. Let's toast.
After finishing his drink, he turned to look at Chu Wanqing. Sister Xiaoqing, this bar is so big, it's too hard for one person to manage it.
Will you be too busy sometimes? Chu Wanqing knew exactly what Wang Xi meant, but the financial sponsor for tonight was Jiang Fan, and since he didn't say anything, she couldn't just leave.
What's more, she already understood that Jiang Fan asked her to stay and drink with him.
I can't walk anymore. Not busy, not busy. The division of labor in this store is already very clear. And what could be more important than serving you two customers?
Chu Wanqing responded to Wang Xi with a smile.
She picked up the intercom and said, a few people come to table SSR06. After a while, 5 or 6 sexy girls arrived.
Chu Wanqing instructed several waiters.
These bottles of Spade Ace are for the customers on the first floor as ordered by Mr. Jiang. Go ahead, remember it's Master Jiang.
After saying that, he walked to the other side of Jiang Fan. Chu Wanqing smoothed her skirt and sat on the other side of Jiang Fan. She picked up a peeled orange and fed it to Jiang Fan. Just like when Wang Xu was sticking to her, Chu Wanqing also came with a fragrance.
Young Master Jiang is young and promising. What industry are you in? Chu Wanqing asked tentatively, trying to get some information about Jiang Fan.
Seeing Chu Wanqing come up so directly, Jiang Fan also said the universal answer.
I'm still a junior. It seems that uncle and aunt are very powerful.
Chu Wanqing asked word by word. No, my mom is just selling normal things.
My dad serves the people.
Jiang Fan replied with a smile. Jiang Fan's mother set up a snack stand in her own town and usually gets up early and goes to bed late. The things she sells are all sold at low prices and in large quantities, so many people eat at her restaurant. To put it bluntly, his father is just a small cadre in the village. He stamps the seals for the villagers and doesn't make much money on a daily basis. But these words sounded different to Chu Wanqing. His mother is a businessman and his father is an official.
Jiang Fan is both a businessman and a politician. He is really extraordinary. Thinking this way can explain why Jiang Fan didn't know about the dragon set.
It seems that he was brought up with strict parents. If you make good friends with such a distinguished guest, maybe he can help you a lot in the future. The smile on his face grew even brighter.
Chu Wanqing's favorability towards the host increases by 10. Current favorability is 50.
The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 105.
Jiang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing's favorability, which had inexplicably increased. What did I say? How did this favorability increase so inexplicably?
But this is a good thing for Jiang Fan. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. With a scream, everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Fan again. Although there are many people coming to the bar to play.
But the only people who have tried Ace of Spades are the wealthy.
After all, not everyone can afford a bottle of wine that costs 10 or 20,000 yuan. And now, with the help of Jiang Fan, almost every one of them had a taste.
Mr. Jiang, you are so handsome. Jiang Xiao, I love you.
Several bar managers started to set the pace.
Everyone started calling out. Mr. Jiang, Mr. Jiang.
Come on, Mr. Jiang, Xiaoqing will give you a toast and thank you for your strong support tonight. Chu Wanqing knew very well what men needed, especially in this kind of occasion. Making Jiang Fan the focus of the whole audience was her most important thing.
You're welcome.
They clinked glasses and drank it all in one gulp. Wang Shi watched Xu Wanqing and Jiang Fan chatting enthusiastically, and was afraid that Jiang Fan would be distracted.
Not willing to be outdone, he pestered Jiang Fan to drink.
But it seems that the degree of ace of spades is too low. After drinking for a while, Jiang Fan even felt a little tired. So he fixed his eyes on the bottle of special cocktail that Xu Wanqing brought. Took a small sip, compared to the ace of spades.
The alcohol content of this wine is much higher. I just switched to this kind of wine. After a while, Jiang Fan felt a little tipsy. Even Xu Wanqing was a little drunk, let alone Wang Shi. The two of them threw themselves at Jiang Fan as if they were competing for favor.
Feeling the softness of the two people, Jiang Fan wanted to take advantage of the alcohol to take action. But in the end, reason suppressed desire. As he said this, he prepared to get up and go to the bathroom. This also made Wang Shi and Xu Wanqing come to their senses.
Wang Shi liked Jiang Fan in the first place, so she didn't think anything of it. Xu Wanqing didn't expect that she would actually lean towards Jiang Fan. Could it be that she had feelings for Jiang Fan?
She meowed at Jiang Fan embarrassedly. Because of the lighting, Xu Wanqing could only see Jiang Fan's face clearly now. Black trousers, a loose white shirt, and a smile on his face all the time, Xu Wanqing seemed to be really moved.
Xu Wanqing's favorability towards the host increases by 5. Favorability 60 heartbeat. Cece, I'm going to the bathroom. Wait for me. Just order whatever you want to eat.
Okay, I'll wait for you. After saying that, he rubbed Wang Shi's head and walked towards the bathroom.
Miss Wang, excuse me for a moment.
Xu Wanqing said politely to Wang Shi. After saying that, he gave Wang Shi a false vision and then quietly walked towards the toilet. When Wang Shi opened her phone, she found that she was being tagged crazily in her girlfriend's group. When we were eating barbecue just now, Wang Shi took a few photos and posted them in the group and then ignored them.
Zhojie, Cece, isn't this the restaurant that claims that all the ingredients are flown in from abroad this morning? Wei Ling, Cece, are you still there? I know this store. I'm outside now too, I came to see you. Lin Shui, Cece, I'm so jealous. Seafood, sports cars, and barbecue. This boyfriend is too good.
Zhojie, that's right, Cece, please give me a dozen of these super rich boyfriends.
1931. Wei Ling, Cece, which table are you at? Why can't I see you guys? Wei Ling, Cece, just now a little girl said that you went to a mall? 2138. Wei Ling, Cece, is this you? Wei Ling posted a picture.
In the photo, a girl in a white dress is pulling the door of a platinum sports car.
Zhou Jie.
Lin Shui, it seems to be Cece.
He left the dormitory wearing this outfit today. Wei Ling, Cece, why did you leave? Wait for me. Damn, this Wei Ling is simply invincible. She can even find herself. But judging from his posture, he probably didn't see Jiang Fan.
The lights in the bar were colorful, and all kinds of rays shone on my face. Jiang Fan treated everyone present to a glass of ace of spades. At least most of them had a drink.
Naturally, people will remember your appearance.
Along the way, everyone came to ask Jiang Fan for his contact information. However, Jiang Fan just took a quick glance and found that either the charm value was not enough or the number of times was too many, which made Jiang Fan not interested at all. Occasionally I find a few good-looking ones with a frequency of less than 10, and there are other male compatriots around them. Jiang Fan naturally wouldn't do anything like poaching other people's talents. There is always cause and effect, those who dig others will be dug. After Jiang Fan finished peeing, he felt much more sober. Just as he walked out of the bathroom, he found Xu Wanqing looking at him not far ahead.
Judging from the situation, are you waiting for me? Miss Qing, is there something wrong? Jiang Fan raised his eyebrows and said.
Xu Wanqing walked over slowly and poked Jiang Fan's chest with her index finger. Said in a seductive tone.
Mr. Jiang, what do you think of me?
Looking at Xu Wanqing's charming appearance, Jiang Fan felt itchy in his heart.
Miss Qing, please don't do this. It's not appropriate. Oh? Xu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan with some surprise.
She didn't expect Jiang Fan to be so serious.
It was only when I saw little Jiang Fan standing at attention that I realized he was pretending. Randomly leaned into Jiang Fan's ear and said, "What's inappropriate? Could it be that I don't look like what Master Jiang likes?" Feel the slightly sweet heat coming towards you. Jiang Fan couldn't resist at all.
As he said that, Jiang Fan turned around and pressed Chu Wanqing against the wall. This sudden jump startled Chu Wanqing, who had no time to react. Then he reacted and said coquettishly, "Mr. Jiang, it turns out you like Waldong."
Chu Wanqing's sweet dimples were now filled with a charm that was no less charming than Ling Yan's.
Chu Wanqing stood on tiptoe and kissed Jiang Fan on the mouth.
Chapter 35. Don't you want to marry me?
Feeling Chu Wanqing's lips, Jiang Fan responded passionately.
Chu Wanqing's kiss was like a dragonfly touching the water. It didn't stay on Jiang Fan's lips for long.
Jiang Fan saw that Chu Wanqing was planning to escape, so he took advantage of the situation to press Chu Wanqing against the wall, then used his tongue to pry open Chu Wanqing's teeth. At this moment, Chu Wanqing felt as if she was electrocuted.
With Jiang Fan's crazy and continuous exploration with his tongue, even Chu Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore. "Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to be such a good kisser."
Chu Wanqing smiled and straightened her wrinkled clothes in front of the mirror.
"Ms. Qing, you're not bad. You actually take the initiative to attack people,"
Jiang Fan said as he placed his hands on Chu Wanqing's hips.
Chu Wanqing gently pushed Jiang Fan's dirty hands away. "Okay, Mr. Jiang, I won't play with you today. I have to count today's accounts later."
She kissed Jiang Fan on the face again. Jiang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing's coquettish appearance and really wanted to eat her up in one bite. Just now, Jiang Fan's dirty hands had already touched Chu Wanqing's little butt.
But for some reason, Jiang Fan couldn't help but suddenly pinch Chu Wanqing's little butt.
At this moment, Chu Wanqing left Jiang Fan's arms like a frightened deer. Jiang Fan was not in a hurry watching Chu Wanqing turn around and walk away. He saw a hint of hesitation in Chu Wanqing's eyes. Chu Wanqing touched her face, thinking of Jiang Fan's actions just now, and her face turned red. Fortunately, it couldn't be seen under the lights of the bar. Chu Wanqing didn't expect that she would be so proactive towards Jiang Fan. When they were close to each other just now, she felt Jiang Fan's body, like a little sun. When Jiang Fan returned to the booth, he saw Wang Shi staring at his phone.
"Cici, what's wrong?"
Jiang Fan hugged Wang Shi and asked. At this moment, Wang Shi smelled the perfume on Jiang Fan.
"Brother, you smell like another woman." "Damn. Can you smell this?"
Just when Jiang Fan didn't know how to explain, Wang Shi said.
"And there is more than one. Have other girls taken a fancy to you?"
I don't know if this is Wang Shi's way of giving me a way out, but since he said so, I can only go with the flow.
"I can't help it. Your brother is just too charming."
As soon as I showed up, a bunch of men and women came to lean on me. I had to try my best to squeeze in.
"It seems I have to be more low-key next time."
Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan's silly look and smiled softly. "You are the only one who talks too much. By the way, brother, take a look at this picture."
Wang Shi gave the picture to Jiang Fan. "Isn't this me?"
"Where did you get it from?" Only then did Wang Shi tell Jiang Fan about the conversation between him and Wei Ling over the past 2 days. After hearing this, Jiang Fan cursed secretly. This Wei Ling is really a bitch. At that time, she was hooking up with Chen Yu. In Jiang Fan's eyes, he always thought that Chen Yu was trying every means to get rid of Wei Ling. But it was not until Wang Shi said this that he realized that even if there was no Chen Yu in front of him, Wei Ling would leave him. Wei Ling doesn't love herself at all, she just loves herself.
Or maybe she just loves money. "Cici, don't pay attention to him.
I really regret being with her and wasting so much of my time." Wang Shi was afraid that Jiang Fan would be sad, and was about to comfort him, but was stopped by Jiang Fan. It's only been 2 days since Jiang Fan found out that Wei Ling cheated on him. Wei Ling could no longer bear the slightest ripple in Jiang Fan's heart. "Okay, let's not talk about her anymore, let's play our own game." Jiang Fan watched the people on the stage swaying to the music and wanted to go up and dance as well.
"But what can I do? I don't know how to do it at all."
Wang Shi should have guessed Jiang Fan's thoughts.
She was seen holding Jiang Fan's hand and walking into the dance floor.
The others looked at Jiang Fan and made way for him.
Jiang Fan seems to have his own territory.
"Master Jiang, come together."
When one person started to make a fuss, others followed suit. "Master Jiang, let's go together. Master Jiang, let's go together."
Jiang Fan was a little embarrassed at first, because he really didn't know how to do it and had never participated in it since he was a child.
But everyone was so enthusiastic, and Jiang Fan didn't want to spoil their fun.
I could only reluctantly say, "I really can't." "It's okay, Jiang Shao, you just need to sway along." At this time, a boy who looked only about 18 or 19 years old said he should be a freshman.
It's okay, brother.
I'll teach you. Zhang Fan then remembered that Wang Shi used to be in the dance club.
So I followed Wang Shi.
After a while, Zhang Fan finally understood that disco dancing was not really a dance.
It was just a mess of dancing.
He was afraid of embarrassing himself just now. Originally, Wang Shi was afraid that there were too many people in the dance floor and someone might touch him. After dancing for a long time, I found that there were only girls around me and no boys at all.
He naturally understood that this was because Zhang Fan treated everyone in the audience to a drink.
It can be said that the atmosphere in the bar is very good because of Zhang Fan tonight. Zhang Fan put his hands on Wang Shi's waist, and as the music played, Wang Shi also put his arms around Zhang Fan's neck. Zhang Fan was dancing happily when he suddenly returned to his seat. Wang Shi was a little confused when he saw this scene, and then followed Zhang Fan back to the booth.
Brother, what's wrong? Wang Shi noticed that Zhang Fan's expression seemed a little dissatisfied.
Such close contact with Wang Shi made Zhang Fan feel restless. Such emotions continued to linger around Zhang Fan. As time passed, Zhang Fan was surrounded by various beauties, who showed Zhang Fan all kinds of beauties intentionally or unintentionally.
Touched Zhang Fan's sensitive parts. Finally, Wang Shi couldn't stand it anymore.
Looking at Zhang Fan immersed in the gentleness, he turned and walked towards the booth. Zhang Fan held Wang Shi's hand.
"Cici, what's wrong with you?" Seeing the smile still on Zhang Fan's face, Wang Shi was furious. "Zhang Fan, you are so happy to give me the wine." Then he turned around and walked away emotionally. "Aren't you having a great time? Go on, why do you care about me?"
Zhang Fan then realized that Wang Shi was jealous. Then he stood up and stood in front of Wang Shi. "Oh, it's just a little drink.
We can't finish it anyway. Don't be angry."
Seeing that Wang Shi was in a better mood, Zhang Fan said quickly. "You said you have never been here before, but you are so familiar with it, it doesn't seem like you have never been here before." Wang Shi also said with a pout.
"Really, I've never been here before. This is definitely the first time."
Seeing Zhang Fan's determined eyes like he was joining the party, Wang Shi also smiled.
"Okay, I forgive you, but I'm still a little angry."
"Then my dear little princess, how should I compensate you?" Zhang Fan said, pinching Wang Shi's little face.
After hearing Zhang Fan say this, Wang Shi's brain started working frantically. Then she whispered to Zhang Fan, "Anything is fine?"
"Of course, I promise you everything I can do." Wang Shi blushed and said, "I want a home."
Ah.
The sudden words "want a home" made Zhang Fan's brain freeze instantly.
Is Wang Shi going to marry me? However, Zhang Fan himself hasn't had enough fun yet.
This.
Seeing Zhang Fan looking embarrassed, Wang Shi was not surprised.
Although Zhang Fan was willing to buy me a gift worth more than 10 million, it was also his initiative to give it to me. Now that I came up and asked him for a house, it was expected that Zhang Fan would not want to do it.
"Oh, I was just kidding. I'm not angry."
Wang Shi turned and looked at Zhang Fan with a smile, but there was a hint of disappointment in his eyes.
How could Zhang Fan not notice something strange about Wang Shi? "Cici, it's not that I don't want to marry you, it's just that I think it's a little too fast." Get married? What kind of marriage?
Hearing the words from Zhang Fan's mouth, Wang Shi immediately understood what Zhang Fan was thinking.
Zhang Fan scratched his head. "Didn't you ask me to give you a home?"
Seeing Zhang Fan's silly look, Wang Shi smiled.
"Brother, the home we are talking about is a house."
But suddenly he thought of something, and then he hooked his hands around Zhang Fan's neck and stood on tiptoe to close the distance between him and Zhang Fan.
"Brother, according to what you mean, you don't want to marry me?" Chapter 36 Presidential Suite. Looking at Wang Shi hanging on him, Zhang Fan finally understood that the home Wang Shi was referring to was the house. Said immediately, "Yes, Cici, how can you say whether I am willing to marry you or not? But if you are willing to marry me, it will be the honor of my life. Only."
Zhang Fan suddenly fell silent for a while, then took Wang Shi's hand and continued. "Because of Wei Ling, I have no plans to get married for the time being, and we haven't graduated yet, so it might be too early for this." Seeing Zhang Fan being so serious, Wang Shi felt a little uncomfortable for a moment.
But think about it. Zhang Fan was cheated on by Wei Ling yesterday.
She felt that it was really inappropriate to say that she was getting married, and considering her current situation, she was a little afraid that Zhang Fan would think of her as a gold digger. Although she also loves money, she is different from Wei Ling and others who violate their moral bottom line for money. Otherwise, she wouldn't still be a rookie now. However, when she thought that Jiang Fan had no intention of getting married because of Wei Ling, she cursed him in her heart. This Wei Ling really deserves to die.
You've ruined my good fortune.
Brother, I'm just asking you, and I'm not going to agree to marry you without you saying so. Looking at Wang Shi's playful look, Jiang Fan also smiled.
That's right. You just said you wanted to buy a house?
Yes, but I'll listen to my brother. I just don't know if he's willing to buy it for CC. Hearing Jiang Fan bring the topic back to the house, her eyes lit up and even her tone became coquettish. Listening to what Jiang Fan said, it seemed that there was hope, but I couldn't help feeling a little nervous. After all, real estate is worth at least a few million, or at most several small goals. However, since Jiang Fan can easily spend more than 10 million to buy gifts for himself, this should not be a difficult task for Jiang Fan.
Why not? Buy it. I'll buy it for you as long as it's what you want. Jiang Fan said this very generously.
If any other man had said this to her, she would definitely not believe it. But it was Jiang Fan who said this. Even if the man in front of her said he would buy her a private jet, Wang Shi would believe it now. Hearing this, Wang Shi immediately smiled and then lightly touched Jiang Fan's mouth with his lips. Jiang Fan couldn't stand this kind of teasing. Kissed her domineeringly. But the shy Wang Shi gently pushed him away. Brother, there are too many people here. Looking at the shy Wang Shi, Jiang Fan could only let her go temporarily. However, he then slapped Wang Shi's but with a moderate force.
You, humph.
Wang Shi glared at Jiang Fan shyly. As soon as the two returned to their seats, Jiang Fan grabbed them and put them on his lap.
What are you doing? Wang Shi had never sat on anyone before. Jiang Fan's sudden action made Wang Shi a little unresponsive. Just now you could use the large crowd as an excuse, but what about now?
Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi, put one hand around Wang Shi's calf and the other hand on Wang Shi's waist.
The booths in the SSR area are very private with dim lighting.
In addition, Jiang Fan gave the signal to the waiter.
Dim all the bright lights here. Almost no one can see Jiang Fan's position. Beauty is in the eyes of the beholder, not to mention that Jiang Fan is already very handsome.
Looking at Jiang Fan's handsome profile, Wang Shi was slightly distracted.
Jiang Fan would not miss such a good opportunity.
He slowly approached Wang Shi.
The two mouths attracted each other like magnets. Jiang Fan kissed very lightly.
But Wang Shi changed his previous docility and acted recklessly. Jiang Fan was a little surprised by Wang Shi's change.
But very cool. Jiang Fan was no longer restrained and responded passionately.
Wang Shi is young after all. After a while, Jiang Fan's kiss caused his brain to be deprived of oxygen. Wang Shi, with his eyes tightly closed, suddenly twitched all over. Then she leaned into Jiang Fan's arms like a soft balloon. An unknown amount of time had passed before Wang Shi, lying in Jiang Fan's arms, looked at Jiang Fan with an unsatisfied look.
Brother, I feel a little dizzy and want to go back. Jiang Fan looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock midnight. Okay, let's go back to school now.
Wang Shi's face was slightly red, but it was blocked by the dim light.
Brother, I don't want to go back to school.
Then she shyly glanced at Jiang Fan's arms. Looking at Wang Shi burying his face in his arms shyly.
I also understood what Wang Shi meant. I feel ecstatic inside. But Jiang Fan didn't expect that he couldn't even express himself clearly when he was happy. Cece, I'll take you to rest. Okay. Let's pick a place that's closer. I have a class at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Good.
After saying this, Jiang Fan pulled Wang Shi outside.
Miss Ching, there are a few bottles of leftover wine in my car.
I'll leave the car here with you.
I'll come and drive it tomorrow when I'm free.
Since he was drunk, Jiang Fan didn't know how to drive, so he just threw the keys to Chu Wanqing.
Okay, Mr. Jiang. Chu Wanqing also took the key.
It was not easy to get a taxi at this time, and Chu Wanqing was also afraid that something might happen to them on the way back. After all, she didn't know whether Jiang Fan was drunk or sober.
He then asked his men to drive Jiang Fan and the other two away. Huanqing University has a very advantageous geographical location, in the core area of the East District. There is even a 5-star luxury hotel nearby. So there was no need for Wang Shi to miss class the next day. Chu Wanqing felt relieved only after she saw Jiang Fan and Wang Shi get into the car. She walked to the driver's seat and asked her younger brother to drive steadily. Don't dazzle these two distinguished guests. Only after seeing the car driving away did Chu Wanqing go to deal with what Jiang Fan had asked her to do. Chu Wanqing knew her position clearly. Although she had been ambiguous with Jiang Xiao for a while just now, her status was different from Jiang Xiao's after all. Being a second-generation official is not something you can imagine. Moreover, I am in the service industry myself, so I have to show due respect to Jiang Xiao. Chu Wanqing doesn't usually look at cars. What's more, it's a car logo that has never seen a griffin. Taking the car keys given by Jiang Fan, he searched the parking areas one by one. By UBU. Just then, a car's lights flashed. Chu Wanqing walked towards the car. Only after she saw the entire car did her cherry lips form an O shape in surprise. She had guessed that Jiang Fan's car would be a luxury car. But I didn't expect it to be so inhumane. It's so beautiful. Soon. Arrived at the hotel. After Jiang Fan gave his younger brother a red envelope of 500 yuan, he helped Wang Shi walk towards the hotel. It really is worthy of being a 5-star hotel in Huancheng. Looking from the outside, it is magnificent and golden, as if you have come to a palace. Although it is 12 o'clock midnight, the area is still bustling. As we stepped into the lobby, a doorman came to greet us. When he heard Jiang Fan say he wanted to book the presidential suite, the smile on his face became exaggerated. This was also Jiang Fan's first time to a 5-star hotel. In the past, I would feel bad for a long time if I stayed in a hotel that cost 200 or 300 yuan. During the 3 years he was with Wei Ling, Jiang Fan had also expressed the idea of being intimate. But every time I was rejected by Wei Ling, with various reasons like we were married or she didn't respect me. Once she even said that there was no way she could give herself up in such a room with only 200 or 300 people. I slept on the bed and asked Jiang Fan to sleep on the sofa. But now that I have money, I naturally want to experience the legendary presidential suite. The price of the presidential suite is 88,888 per day, and Jiang Fan booked it for 10 days in one go. Not for anything else, just want to comfort myself who had been feeling inferior for more than 10 years. After a simple check-in procedure, a lady in a classical long dress came over. Each presidential suite is equipped with its own exclusive butler. Ensure that every customer is served at the first time. The apartment Jiang Fan chose has a total area of 600 square meters. Divided into multiple areas. Swimming, film and television, fitness. The housekeeper gradually introduced the functionality of the room to Jiang Fan. But Jiang Fan couldn't care about these things now, his mind was full of Wang Shi. Seeing that Jiang Fan ignored him, the butler wisely shut up. The most basic qualities of a top-notch butler are patience and foresight. So after simply explaining to Jiang Fan how to use some basic facilities, he left. There is a butler's lounge in the presidential suite on each floor. Wang Shi likes to watch the night view. Whether she is eating or resting, she likes to be in a place where she can see the scenery. The entire hotel is made of full glass curtain walls. The special material makes it impossible to see inside the glass from the outside. Jiang Fan chose the 52nd floor. You can overlook the scenery of the entire fantasy city. The view is wide and there is no obstruction from any buildings. From here you can overlook the entire East District and even the entire fantasy city. When Jiang Fan walked into the master bedroom, he was attracted by the oversized bed in front of him. He sat down on it. Well, very flexible. Seeing Jiang Fan sitting on the bed and looking at him, Wang Shi blushed a little. Jiang Fan also scratched his head in embarrassment. But the arrow is on the string and has to be shot. In this situation, I still sleep soundly. It's better to just cut it off and be sisters with Wang Shi. He walked gently towards Wang Shi and pulled Wang Shi to the bed. At this time, Wang Shi said tremblingly, "Brother, I want to take a shower first." Jiang Fan looked at Wang Shi who seemed a little nervous and said, "Good." Not to mention Wang Shi was nervous, Jiang Fan himself was the same. Rather than being nervous. It's more like he was nervous because he was excited. My first time is about to be handed over. Chapter 37, Transformation and Strengthening Potion. Brother, don't peek, or I'll be angry. Jiang Fan had originally planned to sneak in and take a shower with Wang Shi. Now that he heard Wang Shi's warning, he was afraid that Wang Shi would get angry, so he could only stay aside in dismay. The glass door of the bathroom is frosted, and Wang Shi's graceful curves can be vaguely seen. Jiang Fan felt itchy after seeing this. Just at this moment,
Jiang Fan remembered that he seemed to have another bottle of transformation potion.
System, I want to transform the potion.
As soon as Jiang Fan thought about it, 50 milliliters of red potion appeared out of thin air in his hand. Transformation potion, used to break through the host's physique and enhance the host's abilities in all aspects.
Can be used together with the strengthening potion. If we use the two together, is there any cumulative effect? They complement each other. Each person can only use different potions once.
Hearing this, Jiang Fan took out another potion without hesitation.
It is also 50 milliliters, but the color is blue.
While Wang Shi was taking a shower, Jiang Fan drank both bottles of medicine together.
It is different from what I imagined.
It doesn't taste bitter, but has a slight sweetness. Jiang Fan originally thought that it would be like taking pills and drinking potions in novels, with severe pain.
We are all ready for this.
But I found that there was no reaction at all in my body.
No, a little bit. I feel a little fever. Jiang Fan quickly walked to the mirror, wanting to see if there was anything different about his body. The moment you take off your shirt. I was fascinated.
Originally he was so thin that he could be called a thin dog. But now when I look at myself in the mirror, I find myself very muscular and strong. The transformation potion made Jiang Fan's physical condition become the healthiest and purest.
The strengthening potion made Jiang Fan's body become perfect. The two potions complement each other. Jiang Fan has 8-pack abs. Shark psoas. All the muscles in the body have been sublimated. Firm and energized. Isn't this the standard Jinui figure? Tiger back, wasp waist and mantis legs.
This is the body shape that Jiang Fan wants most.
Since the upper body is already so perfect, then the lower body.
Jiang Fan's gaze slowly moved downwards.
Damn it.
Jiang Fan gestured with his hands. Not only has it grown taller, but it has also become fuller.
Wang Shi walked out of the bathroom wrapped in a bathrobe.
Looking at Jiang Fan standing in front of the mirror with his upper body naked and posing in various ways, he felt a little confused.
Could Jiang Fan be a pervert? Then he opened his mouth and asked, "Brother, what are you doing?"
Jiang Fan came back to his senses when he heard Wang Shi calling him. Just now, I was completely obsessed with my body. Before I knew it, I had been admiring myself in the mirror for several minutes.
He turned and looked at Wang Shi.
Wang Shi was wearing a white bathrobe with a loosely tied ribbon that gave the impression that it would fall off at any moment.
Looking at Jiang Fan, I wanted to take it away directly.
Her long black hair falls behind her. Because it was summer, the hotel provided thin bath towels, which naturally could not cover Wang Shi's slender calves.
So beautiful. Wang Shi felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Fan's direct gaze.
Just when he was about to say something, he found that Jiang Fan, who was originally thin in his impression.
It's like he has become a different person. Is it because the clothes make you look thinner?
Her gaze slowly moved from Jiang Fan's shoulders to his downward direction.
1, 2, 3, 8. 8-pack abs.
This shark muscle waist. Wang Shi swallowed unconsciously. Seeing the gaze heading towards Wang Shi, Jiang Fan smiled and then walked towards Wang Shi.
Feeling Jiang Fan approaching, Wang Shi subconsciously turned his head away. His face became even redder. Until Jiang Fan walked in front of Wang Shi.
She spoke up embarrassedly.
Why are you not wearing any clothes?
But her eyes involuntarily glanced at Jiang Fan's abdominal muscles.
Good, I really want to see it.
The thought came to her mind and even surprised herself.
Naturally, Jiang Fan discovered this scene, so he prepared to tease Wang Shi. I thought you would like it. No, I'm just a little curious.
Wang Shi said with his head down.
Curious? Curious about what? Under Jiang Fan's questioning, Wang Shi became even more embarrassed. No.
But his gaze had changed from being embarrassed at the beginning to staring at Jiang Fan's abdominal muscles from time to time. Finally she said those words.
Brother, can I touch it?
Blush. Jiang Fan gently held Wang Shi's hand and placed it naturally on his abdominal muscles.
The moment when Wang Shi's fingertips touched Jiang Fan's abdominal muscles, it felt like an electric shock.
I was about to pull back, but was attracted by an inexplicable force. I started to caress it unconsciously.
How about it? Hearing Jiang Fan's question, Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan with a red face. I kind of like it. Just a little?
Zhang Fan said, giving her a charming princess hug.
Ah.
The sudden princess hug caused the already loose ribbon of the bathrobe to fall off. Fortunately, Zhang Fan reacted in time and grabbed him. Otherwise, Wang Shi would have been seen naked by Zhang Fan. Feeling Zhang Fan's unparalleled sense of power, Wang Shi was actually a little obsessed with her.
Brother, you are so hot.
Yeah. Being carried like a princess by Zhang Fan, Wang Shi also got excited and put her hands around Zhang Fan's neck. She naturally knew what would happen next.
She is ready too. Even looking at Zhang Fan's seductive body. I actually felt a little bit of anticipation.
Zhang Fan carried her to the big bed. I don't know how much time passed. Wang Shi, lying in Zhang Fan's arms, opened his mouth.
Brother, do you really have no experience?
She looked at Zhang Fan tenderly. The man in front of her took away the most important thing from her. But she was very happy. She had completely fallen in love with Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi, who had a dazed look in his arms. He reached out and touched her cheek.
Of course, I didn't lie to you. Does it still hurt?
Because they had no experience, neither of them knew what to do. At first, Wang Shi actually started crying. Zhang Fan was so frightened that he didn't know what to do until he got into the state later. Wang Shi also experienced a happiness that he had never experienced in his life.
It doesn't hurt anymore. Brother, do you want to take a shower? You are all wet.
Zhang Fan looked at the wet sheet and was a little puzzled.
I was sweating so much, could it be because of the medicine I just took?
Zhang Fan wrapped his lower body with a towel and walked towards the bathroom.
Wang Shi just lay on the bed, staring at Zhang Fan infatuatedly. This figure. I just love it so much.
Zhang Fan in the bathroom carefully felt the changes in himself.
Not just muscle, strength. Even endurance has become stronger.
That inexhaustible power continuously burst out from the body. Only he himself knew how effective these 2 bottles of potion were. You are worthy of being Tongzi, I love you so much. Chapter 38J Hotel. After taking a shower, Zhang Fan felt extremely refreshed.
When I came out of the bathroom, I found Wang Shi staring at me intently. Wang Shi was still not satisfied with the experience just now.
Wang Shi in front of her was looking at her like a nympho.
Zhang Fan went over and hugged Wang Shi. Wang Shi was lying naked on Zhang Fan's body. Fair skin and as smooth as jade. Zhang Fan couldn't let go of Wang Shi and his hands couldn't help but wander all over her body. The 2 bodies were tightly hugged each other without any hindrance. Wang Shi just lay quietly on Zhang Fan's body.
The little face was pressed against Zhang Fan's chest. She looked at Zhang Fan with loving eyes. Her eyes seemed full of desire, and her slightly red face made Zhang Fan very excited.
It was quite a while again. Wang Shi lay contentedly on Zhang Fan's arms.
Originally, Zhang Fan was in control of the whole process. Wang Shi naturally also wanted to experience this feeling.
How could she compare to Zhang Fan now?
Zhang Fan himself has no bad habits, and the 2 bottles of potions have improved his physical fitness. Wang Shi was so tired after leading for just a few minutes that he was sweating profusely. Wang Shi looked tired but cheerful as he curled up in Zhang Fan's arms. Zhang Fan rubbed Wang Shi's little head.
She said lovingly, "Would you like to eat something? I just ordered some food at the bar but didn't eat much. Plus the intense exercise just now."
Wang Shi was naturally a little hungry.
Wang Shi responded gently.
Zhang Fan covered Wang Shi with a thin blanket. Then he called the housekeeper.
The efficiency of a 5-star hotel is fast. After a few minutes, the butler and a waiter arrived at the door pushing a dining cart.
The dining car is filled with a variety of fresh ingredients.
A chef followed behind him. Meals are provided on site to ensure that customers can enjoy the best taste of the ingredients.
The butler gave a few instructions and then notified the chef to prepare the dishes Zhang Fan ordered. Wang Shi was lying comfortably on the bed when he suddenly heard a sound coming from his cell phone. When I opened it, I found dozens of unread messages in my bestie group.
11:21. Zhou Jia, CC, are you coming back tonight? Lin Shui, isn't it possible that you are going to spend the night with your super rich boyfriend tonight? Everyone is curious about where Wang Shi is now. Wang Shi opened the photo album. The big dragon that I just took a picture of in the bar. Send to the group. Wei Ling, CC, I think I bumped into you just now, but you didn't seem to hear me. I thought you were back at school. Zhou Jie, CC, are you in a bar? Lin Shui, what's in these glowing colorful boxes? Zhou Jie and Lin Shui seldom go to bars, so they don't know what Ace of Spades is like. Wei Ling, CC, am I seeing right? Is this the Ace of Spades? And there are so many? I think there are at least a dozen. Are the ones you picked the great dragons? Compared with Zhou Jie and Lin Shui, Wei Ling has been to more events, but it is not certain. She had seen it from a distance once before, but it was not as spectacular as this. Zhou Jie, Ace of Spades? Lin Shui, Big Dragon? Even though they had rarely been to bars, Zhou Jie and Lin Shui had heard of the Ace of Spades and the dragon suit. From time to time, you will see short videos showing what the lives of rich people are like. Wei Ling, I heard that a set costs tens of thousands. Is it delicious? CC. As Wei Ling explained, Zhou Jie and Lin Shui were even more shocked. Looking at Wei Ling's appearance, Wang Shi also felt a little proud. Fortunately, the taste is sweet and similar to the cocktails in the supermarket, but the texture is a little more dense. Wei Ling, did your boyfriend take you there? Are you still at the bar? Zhou Jie, yes, CC, are you coming back tonight? Wang Shi, not coming back. My brother and I are resting in the hotel now. Then he posted a photo of the hotel and the huge football star building outside. Zhou Jie. Look at the famous buildings in the photos and the gorgeous decorations in the rooms. CC, this position. Are you not at the J Hotel in Fantasy City? Seeing Wei Ling asking himself, Wang Shi remembered that he didn't even know what hotel he was staying in. Just now, he followed Jiang Fan in with a dizzy head. She quickly looked at the logos around her. It really is the J Hotel in Fantasy City Center. Although she didn't pay attention to this thing usually. But as she had studied in Huancheng for 3 years, she naturally knew what this hotel represented. Only the richest people can spend money in this hotel. Yes, Lingling, I just drank some Ace of Spades and I feel a little dizzy. My brother insisted on bringing me here to rest. I even booked the presidential suite for 10 days at one time. J Hotel in Fantasy City Center. Presidential suite. 10 days. Looking at these words, it was like lightning striking Wei Ling's eyes. The presidential suite in this hotel costs no less than 88,000 per night. Wang Shi's boyfriend actually booked it for 10 days at a time. It costs at least 880,000. Not to mention all kinds of tips, service fees, and other miscellaneous things. This must be millions. No, what right did Wang Shi have? How could she date such a rich boyfriend? All I talk about are losers. Chen Yu is just a nouveau riche. I buy myself a bag worth 10,000 yuan a month. If I spend more than that, I will ignore myself. Compared with Jiang Fan, they are like a firefly in the bright moon. Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. CC, will you come back to class tomorrow? Suddenly I remembered that there was a class tomorrow, and if Wang Shi had to go to class, then her boyfriend would definitely send her off. Then I would have the opportunity to meet a boyfriend. Yes. Then change your mind. But it's not a professional course, so it doesn't really matter whether you take it or not. Seeing Wang Shi's hesitant tone, Wei Ling quickly jumped out. CC, you must not skip classes. The financial aid for this semester hasn't come out yet. Don't let your absence cause you any loss. It's a pity. Wang Shi always felt something was weird seeing Wei Ling being so attentive to him for no reason. But think about it. The scholarship is several thousand yuan. There is really no need to lose opportunities by skipping classes. Don't worry, I'll be back tomorrow. Zhou Jie, CC, you are going too far. You have such a rich boyfriend, but you still want to compete with us for the scholarship. Lin Shui, that's right, CC, you're going too far. Wang Shi looked at Zhou Jie and Lin Shui teasing him and said gently, my boyfriend's money is my boyfriend's, and it's more comfortable to spend my own money. CC is now rich, even the tone of her speech is different. Zhou Jie and Lin Shui were also from the countryside. They had a good relationship with Wang Shi and were very happy to see that Wang Shi had a boyfriend who treated her so well. Happy for her too. However, in Wei Ling's opinion, Wang Shi is really an idiot. When a man loves you, don't ask him for money. When he's had enough fun with you, he'll kick you out without you even having a chance to regret it. But she would never say such things.
As the last dish was served, the sumptuous midnight snack was ready. After politely expressing his thanks, Zhang Fan gave each of the chefs and waiters a red envelope.
Although this is their job, Zhang Fan has his own way. "Thank you, boss," they said in unison.
Especially for a waitress, her monthly salary is only over 4,000 yuan.
Although food and accommodation are provided, I can't save any money at the end of the year. And Zhang Fan's move was equivalent to half a month's salary for her.
The way he looked at Zhang Fan changed a lot. After the meal was ready, the three butlers left the room.
The hotel pays special attention to the privacy of its guests.
Even when I just entered the kitchen, except for the housekeeper, the chef and the waiter were all wearing blindfolds. Zhang Fan walked into the master bedroom and saw Wang Shi lying on the bed, staring at his phone with a smile on his face, with a puzzled look on his face.
I couldn't help but ask curiously, "What happened? Why did my Cici become so happy? How could Wang Shi not see what Wei Ling was thinking?"
Usually, he would like to ask us to give up the scholarship selection, but now he reminds me to remember to go back to class tomorrow morning.
This is not directed at you. Are you coming for me?
Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi, as if he had some ideas, but he was not sure.
She doesn't know that my boyfriend is you.
When she sees that my super rich boyfriend is you,
guess what her expression would be?
Speaking of this, Wang Shi laughed even more happily, even with a hint of sickness. Zhang Fan walked up to her, smiled and patted her head.
"Cici, you are so mean." "Humph, who told her to bully my brother then?" Zhang Fan looked at the arrogant Wang Shi in front of him and was very happy. He knew that Wang Shi did all this.
All of this was to help Zhang Fan regain the face he lost in front of Wei Ling.
Guji. Wang Shi's stomach growled at this moment.
Then Zhang Fan carried her like a princess and walked towards the restaurant. As for why he didn't leave, it was all thanks to Zhang Fan.
If the boy is strong, the girl will lean on the wall. Chapter 39, It's great to meet you.
Zhang Fan gently placed Wang Shi on the seat, caring for her like a porcelain doll. The chefs in 5-star hotels have impeccable skills.
It's delicious and has good color, aroma, and taste. Zhang Fan was full of praise for every dish. Considering that we have been eating seafood barbecue and other things these 2 days, Zhang Fan specially asked the chef to prepare some fresh vegetables. I was worried that it wouldn't suit Wang Shi's taste. I didn't expect that every dish could stand out on its own outside. Wang Shi looked at the table full of delicious food and naturally wanted to share it. These days, Wang Shi's circle of friends has been updated one after another. Wang Shi doesn't like posting on WeChat moments.
I posted once every 10 days or half a month, and I always feel like I'm showing off.
Not as good as my own selfie. She hadn't realized it until now.
It's not that I don't like to post, but there is nothing worth sharing.
But now.
Click, click, click.
Zhang Fan also looked at the camera maniac in front of him with some fear. This can't be necessary.
Wang Shi curled her lips when she heard Zhang Fan say this.
Not really? Why not?
I call this a beautiful record of life. After that, he called Zhang Fan over and took a few photos together.
Well, you are worthy of being my lady. The angle is really good.
But then I thought again, it seems not appropriate to post a selfie of the two of us now.
So he quickly stuck it to Zhang Fan's abdominal muscles. Click.
Delicious food, the presidential suite, my beautiful self and a man with abs.
It's nice to meet you. Even if it's 1 or 2 in the morning.
There is also no shortage of night owls of all kinds.
Don't sleep at night and don't wake up during the day.
Now it's not just the girlfriends group. Even the comments in moments have exploded.
Isn't this the best hotel in the entire Fantasy City? What's it called? J Hotel in Fantasy City Center. Wow, a luxury car and abs, Cici, you are so lucky.
Yeah, Cici, other people choose one from each of money and body shape, but you took both together.
When will I be able to meet a boyfriend like this?
Seeing all these words of envy and praise, Wang Shi's heart was so happy that it felt like it was flying to the sky.
This feeling is simply indescribable. Wang Shi was immersed in everyone's envy. Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up. Then the lips touched. It's great to meet me.
The moment these words came out of Zhang Fan's mouth,
Wang Shi's little face instantly turned like a red apple. Oh, don't laugh at me.
No matter who you are, if you are seen expressing your emotions in front of your loved one, you will feel a strange sense of shame. What's more, Wang Shi is easily shy.
How could I laugh at you?
I saw you said it was great to meet me, and I was so happy that I couldn't contain myself. Jiang Fan said seriously. But the slight movement at the corner of his mouth was still seen by Wang Shi.
Ah, you said no, but you can't help but lose control of your facial expressions. Jiang Fan knew that Wang Shi's purpose in doing this was to tell other suitors. I already have a boyfriend.
Jiang Fan couldn't help but reveal a hint of tenderness when he saw Wang Shi like this.
Don't think I'll let you go just like that. Wang Shi smiled and lightly punched Jiang Fan on his abdominal muscles.
They ate and played at the same time, and soon, Wang Shi was full. Just as she stood up and wanted to walk back to the bedroom by herself, a sigh was heard. Jiang Fan came over and picked up Wang Shi.
Snort.
Seeing Wang Shi giving him a cold look, Jiang Fan smiled helplessly.
Still smiling, look at what you have done. Wang Shi pouted and poked Jiang Fan's chest with his finger. Don't you know how to be gentle? Jiang Fan gently placed Wang Shi on the bed. Not long after, Wang Shi fell asleep in Jiang Fan's arms.
Seeing the trace of tiredness on the delicate little face, Jiang Fan felt a little distressed. He had no experience and didn't know what to do, so he had to rely on himself to figure it out. Because his body had been strengthened by the potion.
Naturally, his physique is far superior to that of normal people. Wang Shi is just a little girl.
After 2 times, Wang Shi was so tired that he fell asleep immediately after closing his eyes.
Jiang Fan watched some videos. When I looked at the time, it was indeed late. Then he fell asleep holding Wang Shi.
Elder brother. Brother.
Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan.
With shouts, Jiang Fan was successfully awakened by Wang Shi. Looking at Wang Shi, who looked anxious, Jiang Fan was also confused.
What's wrong? Brother, I'm going to be late.
Wang Shi quickly got up and cleaned himself up.
Jiang Fan looked at the time. Oh my god. It's already 9 o'clock. 1 more hour. Jiang Fan also quickly got up and packed up. It's definitely too late to drive my own car now. So I quickly called the housekeeper. Butler, please prepare a car for me. Hurry up, hurry up. After a while, Jiang Fan and another person got into a car. Because of the rush. The hotel currently has only one standard business car. However, time waits for no one, and now there is no time to be picky with Jiang Fan and the others. Although for Jiang Fan, it doesn't matter whether he gets the 5,000 yuan scholarship or not. But for Wang Shi, this is obtained through one's own ability and cannot be wasted. Fortunately, the hotel is not far from the school. Finally, at 9:50, the two of them arrived successfully. Because it is an elective course, and Jiang Fan is not interested in this class. So he didn't plan to go up, but closed his eyes and rested in the car. Wang Shi looked at Jiang Fan's eyelids twitching, smiled, and kissed Jiang Fan on the face. Just went up to the teaching building. I ran into Wei Ling as soon as I entered the door.
And Wei Ling looked like she was obviously waiting for someone. The moment she saw Wang Shi, Wei Ling ran over.
Hey, Cici, where's your boyfriend? Didn't he send you off?
Wei Ling looked around as she spoke, looking east and west.
He dropped me off at school and went to bed. We played late last night, so he went to catch up on some sleep.
Chapter 40 Scholarship.
Did you play with your boyfriend late last night?
Wei Ling looked at Wang Shi with some surprise. Such words actually came out of Wang Shi's mouth. Wei Ling, Wang Shi, Zhou Jiet and Lin Shui were close friends, and they had been roommates for so many years. Of course, you know what kind of personality the other person has. Although Wang Shi was a bit flirtatious in the dormitory, it was just a joke between girls and it was nothing serious. Outside, Wang Shi always behaves like a good girl. No matter what the occasion, he is always elegant. And now, she was actually doing it in front of him. She said that she played with her boyfriend very late last night. A man and a woman were in the room. Play. What to play? This. Could it be that this little girl has been trained well? Just at that moment when Wei Ling was lost in thought, Wang Shi walked straight into the classroom. Wei Ling quickly followed. Cici, has your boyfriend left? Is he still at school? Seeing Wei Ling asking about her boyfriend unscrupulously made Wang Shi a little angry. But it didn't show. At least, Wei Ling can't see it. Otherwise, what's the point of following? He was sleeping downstairs, but I don't know where the cat is. Listening to Wang Shi's casual answer, Wei Ling wanted to ask something else. But he was interrupted by Zhou Jie and Lin Shui, who came running over. Hey, Wei Ling, when did you leave the dormitory? We're still looking for you. Zhou Jie and Lin Shui said respectively. The two of them had just woken up in the morning and hadn't seen Wei Ling, but unexpectedly, she came to the classroom. It's strange. Wei Ling usually either skips classes or is late. Why did she come so early today? Just when Zhou Jie and Lin Shui were confused. The teacher of the elective course walked into the classroom with a textbook. Let's go to class first. If you have anything to say, we can talk after class. Seeing this, everyone returned to their seats. As the course ends, the counselor went to the classroom and informed all the students that they had received their finance department scholarships. At this moment, everyone in the class received a message on their mobile phones at the same time. Hello, students from the Department of Finance. Students who are participating in the 2024 scholarship evaluation, please go to the school auditorium at 12 noon. We will assess those who participate. Zhang Fan is also in the finance department, but in a different class. He is in class 1, and Wang Shi and Wei Ling are in class 3. Naturally, the message was received. Zhang Fan looked at the message that popped up on his phone and went back to sleep. In his first 3 years of college, his excellent grades enabled him to successfully obtain scholarships. It was just that he was so crazy about love at that time that he spent all his money on Wei Ling. Now, Zhang Fan, who possesses the godly rich system, naturally would not compete with them. Zhang Fan knew that there were many families like him who were not wealthy. This money is better for them. There are more than 600 students in the 4 grades of the finance department, and more than 100 of them meet the requirements. But there are only 20 places available. Although Zhang Fan was not interested in the 5,000 yuan, he was bored and Wang Shi was there too, so he thought about it and decided to go to the auditorium to take a look. Inside the Great Hall, most of the seniors go out for internships. Only 3 people stayed in school to prepare for postgraduate studies. So everyone got 5,000 yuan. The remaining 17 were chosen by the 97 people present. CC, do you think I can get it? Zhou Jie said, holding Wang Shi's arm. Of course, we are the only 2 who meet the most requirements in this grade. Seeing Zhou Jie, who was a little nervous, Wang Shi took her hand and comforted her. Don't worry, Xiao Jie, there will definitely be a place for you. Lin Shui also encouraged Zhou Jie. Although Lin Shui is also from the countryside, her family runs a small business in the town and earns over 200,000 yuan a year. Zhou Jie's family conditions are much worse. Her father died in a car accident a few years ago. Although she received compensation, her mother was alone at home and had no income. Plus, I have a younger brother who is also in high school. The burden on the family is too great. The compensation money won't last long. So whenever she has time, Zhou Jie takes a part-time job just to relieve stress. Compared with the nervous Zhou Jie, Wei Ling seemed relaxed. She had never planned to get this scholarship. He just stayed with them and seemed to be expecting something. But now Wei Ling was wandering around, as if she was looking for something. Something is wrong, she scratched her head in confusion. Zhang Fan is always the most active participant in any school awards. If he had participated in today's scholarship, he would basically have gotten it. Why is he not seeing others? You know. The 5,000 yuan is enough for Zhang Fan's living expenses for 1 semester. It's strange. Ever since breaking up with Zhang Fan last Saturday, he seemed to have disappeared from her sight. Wei Ling was even a little uncomfortable with this situation. According to Wei Ling's idea, Zhang Fan should be completely devoted to her. At least he should cry and ask her to stay for a few days. I never expected that Zhang Fan would be so decisive after the breakup, and he didn't even send me a single text message. In addition, Shen Yu told her yesterday that Zhang Fan drove a sports car to apologize to her, so she even dressed up specially. She wanted people who didn't know to watch. Watch how you reject a suitor who drives a sports car. She intended to give others the illusion that she was so outstanding that even people who drove luxury sports cars were not worthy of her. In order to satisfy one's vanity. However, after waiting under the big tree in the dormitory for more than half an hour, no one showed up. Instead, my hands and legs were covered with blisters from mosquito bites. I returned to the dormitory angrily and saw Wang Shi sitting in the passenger seat of a sports car in the group of girlfriends. I almost wanted to call and scold Chen Yu. But he still held back. After all, Chunyu was not like Jiang Fan who would obey him in everything. Now Wei Ling was looking around, trying to find where Jiang Fan was. She even thought that as long as she acted coquettishly with Jiang Fan would definitely be willing to use the scholarship to buy her a gift. If Jiang Fan knew now that Wei Ling still regarded him as a grudge, he would definitely give her a slap in the face. After the director and vice dean of the finance department spoke a few words on the stage, they began to announce the list of scholarship recipients.
Wu Lin, Lu Tao.
As the names appeared one by one on the big screen at the back,
Zhou Jie's hands unconsciously clenched the corners of her clothes. Until the 16th name appeared. Zhou Jie.
She finally breathed a sigh of relief. She really needed the money.
But until the final list of winners was announced, Wang Shi's name did not appear. What?
Zhou Jie and Lin Shui both thought that the last spot belonged to Wang Shi. But I saw other people's names on the big screen. Not only Zhou Jie and Lin Shui, many people who knew Wang Shi were also puzzled.
How could there be no Wang Shi? Is it pronounced wrong?
Even Wang Shi found it unbelievable.
Why is my name not on the list?
Wei Ling sat quietly on the side, watching this scene without much reaction. Because all this was what she expected.
Wei Ling didn't know where the gossip came from.
I know that today is the day when the Department of Finance announces scholarships.
So I got up early this morning and went to confront the department head.
Wang Shi's circle of friends these days is full of his exquisite life with Jiang Fan. Wei Ling showed all the photos of seafood, barbecue, and luxury cars to the department head.
At first, the department head didn't think there was anything wrong with this.
These things are not included in the scholarship assessment criteria. But with Wei Ling's fanning the flames,
he said that many people in the department had miserable family lives.
There are many families like Zhou Jie's.
This also made the department head hesitate a little. Wang Shi's grades are good, excellent.
And judging from the situation, his family seems to be doing pretty well. Wei Ling deliberately avoided photos of Wang Shi and her boyfriend. The department head completely believed that these things belonged to Wang Shi himself.
After much deliberation, the department head gave this opportunity to someone else. Jealousy can make a person look unrecognizable. Why can you get the favor of super rich people? Why do you get this scholarship?
Wei Ling came back to her senses and watched as the expression on Wang Shi's face slowly changed from puzzlement to grievance.
She felt a little satisfied. Chapter 41, Wang Shi did not win the award.
Zhou Jie and Lin Shui looked at the aggrieved Wang Shi and hurriedly coaxed him.
Cici, don't be sad. There must be something wrong with the list. We'll ask the department head later to see if there's any reason for this. Listening to what the two said, Wang Shi nodded. In fact, she doesn't really care about the money now. But she just couldn't understand. My grades have always been among the top 3 in the finance department. And no matter what aspect is used for the review, you should all be on this scholarship list. Plus, with so many people present, I felt like my name would definitely be on the list.
But I didn't hear the word Wang Shi from beginning to end.
Her self-esteem was a bit hit.
Not only the classmates, even the counselors were a little puzzled. She definitely knows the students in her class. She taught 3 classes, Class 1, Class 3, and Class 4. As a result, the 2 people who were most qualified to receive the reward, one did not participate, and the other participated but his name was not mentioned. She was also a little emotional. In her heart, Wang Shi and Zhou Jie are her 2 favorite students. Now seeing Wang Shi's aggrieved look, she couldn't help but coax Wang Shi angrily.
Wang Shi, it's okay. I'll take you to ask the department head what's going on. Well, thank you, Mr. Lin.
Jiang Fan was watching from a distance and also felt it was a bit strange.
Did someone say something to the department head? Just when he wanted to go over to comfort Wang Shi,
his eyes accidentally caught sight of Wei Ling.
And he discovered that Wei Ling was secretly delighted? Could it be that Wang Shi was not selected because of Wei Ling's doing? Grass.
Just when Jiang Fan was about to go up to Wei Ling to ask for clarification, the instructor saw it and immediately scolded Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation. Why didn't you sign up for this scholarship?
Looking at Teacher Lin's fierce eyes, Jiang Fan scratched his head helplessly and said, Teacher Lin, I think this scholarship should be given to students who need it more. Because of Jiang Fan's excellent grades, Jiang Fan could always win a prize for her in every department in college competition. Naturally, Teacher Lin also took good care of Jiang Fan.
especially after knowing Jiang Fan's family conditions.
All kinds of subsidies in the school give priority to students like Jiang Fan and Zhou Jia.
What? Do other students need it? Do you want to hear what you are saying? Teacher Lin was so angry that he laughed. Although Jiang Fan's family conditions cannot be said to be difficult, they are also poor.
As a result, this guy not only did not come to apply for the scholarship, but also said that he did not need the money. It really made her very angry. However, when she looked at Jiang Fan, she had a different feeling.
The student in front of me seems a little different from a few days ago.
But she has more important things to do right now.
Jiang Fan didn't sign up directly, so the spot was definitely not available.
And she had to ask for an explanation as to why Wang Shi did not receive this reward. After saying that, he took Wang Shi to the backstage in the center of the venue.
Ha ha ha, you don't need it?
A burst of mocking voices was heard. Wei Ling, who was standing by, heard what Jiang Fan said and laughed so hard that her stomach hurt. Then he said with a mocking tone,
Jiang Fan, are you upset after being dumped by me?
"Oh, I forgot. You used to give me all this money.
Now that I've dumped you, do you have no one to spend money on?
That's why you said you don't need it anymore. How about you kneel down and beg me, maybe I'll be in a good mood and give you a chance to buy me some clothes or bags."
Ha 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 ha.
Although Zhou Jia and Lin Shui also knew Jiang Fan, they had never communicated with each other, so naturally they were not very familiar with each other. However, seeing such a handsome man in front of me being humiliated by Wei Ling like this, I couldn't help but feel a little heartbroken. Zhou Jie and Lin Shui both held Wei Ling back.
Okay, Ling, stop talking. There are so many people watching, give them some face.
Jiang Fan didn't expect that the two girls in front of him would actually speak up for him. Then he smiled at the two of them to express his gratitude. He ignored Wei Ling's ridicule, walked up to her calmly and gave her a word of advice.
Don't do anything that's not presentable.
Then he left the conference hall. Wei Ling watched Jiang Fan walk past her with an indifferent expression on his face.
I was so angry.
Whether Jiang Fan was angry or cursing, Wei Ling would feel that Jiang Fan still loved her.
But he didn't react at all. His humiliation made Jiang Fan not react at all. Ahawk. Damn it.
Jiang Fan couldn't help but laugh when he heard Wei Ling's voice behind him.
When I love you, you are a treasure.
When I don't love you, you are nothing.
Ahem.
Suddenly, voices came from the speakers all around.
Good afternoon, classmates.
Originally, the list of scholarships for this year has already been announced. But due to some reasons, we made some wrong judgments. After hearing this, all the students on the stage looked towards the center of the stage curiously. There were only two figures standing on the stage.
The director said while holding the microphone.
Classmates, in fact, among the 17 students who just received scholarships, one of them received the scholarship from your senior sister.
Ah.
After listening to the director's words, the hearts of the 17 people who received the scholarship, except Zhou Jia, were about to jump out of their chests. This wouldn't mean that the money would be returned to a scholarship recipient.
Everyone's face was filled with fear. Wang Shi also smiled at the expressions of the students in the audience. Director, why are you keeping us in suspense? Tell us now. Look how scared they are.
But, your senior sister Wang Shi knows how hard it is for you and is thinking about you.
That spot is for you.
Hearing these words, everyone felt relieved.
Wang Shi couldn't stand the director's slowness, so he asked for the director's consent.
He also picked up the microphone and said,
Hello everyone, except for the 3 senior sisters, everyone here should be my junior brothers and sisters.
In fact, this quota is really important to me because it represents my hard work and dedication.
To be honest, I'm reluctant to give it up. But there are people among you who need this money more than I do. I'm not just talking about the 17 of you. There are more people.
So, after careful consideration, your senior sister Wang Shi is me. It has been decided to give scholarships to every one of you present who qualifies.
Everyone will be rewarded 10,000 yuan. Chapter 41. He stands in the sun. Each person. 10,000 yuan. Grass.
Wang Shi's voice reached the ears of every student present.
Everyone looked at Wang Shi. 10,000 per person, that's 1 million, right? This senior is so nice. Senior Wang Shi, you are our goddess. Goddess. Listening to the cheers, Wang Shi couldn't stop smiling. Just went backstage with Teacher Lin to find the director of the finance department.
Seeing Teacher Lin's angry look and Wang Shi's aggrieved look, the department head was also confused.
What's wrong, Xiaolin? What happened to classmate Wang? Director, I would like to know what the department's requirements are for awarding scholarships. Wang Shi's grades have always been among the top 3 in our department.
And he also completes the tasks assigned by the college very well.
It turns out she wasn't on your list. You have to give me an explanation for this.
Looking at the aggressive Lin Huihui in front of him, the director smiled awkwardly. The teacher Lin in front of me is well known for protecting his own people. Then he explained why. After hearing the reason, Wang Shi's mood improved a little. But it would have been better if Lin Huihui didn't listen. Hearing that it was because Wang Shi's family was well off that her place was cancelled, he immediately became angry.
Director Zhang, this is a scholarship, not a poverty subsidy. You gave this qualification to someone else just because someone else said Wang Shi's family was well off? Besides, I'm Wang Shi's counselor. How could I not know what Wang Shi's family conditions are like? Director Zhang was also startled by Lin Huihui's sudden questioning. Teacher Lin, do you mean that Wang's family is not well off? What else?
Looking at the director's confused expression, Lin Huihui curled her lips helplessly. Director Zhang came from a very poor family, so he takes special care of some poor students.
However, scholarships cannot be distributed as poverty subsidies.
Just when Lin Huihui wanted to continue arguing with the director, Wang Shi grabbed her. Teacher Lin, actually, I don't have to accept this scholarship.
What, you don't want it?
Lin Huihui was also a little confused.
Wang Shi's parents have never contacted me.
She also knew that Wang Shi and Zhou Jie would work part-time whenever they had time on weekends. So in her eyes, she imagined Wang Shi's family situation to be similar to Zhou Jie's. So I brought Wang Shi here to argue with him.
But looking at the girl's expression, is she afraid that the director will embarrass me afterwards?
After saying that, he was ready to tell Wang Shi not to be afraid. But Wang Shi interrupted, Teacher Lin, I just thought that the academy didn't recognize me, so I was so sad. But the director wants to give the scholarship to other suitable people.
Then I think it's okay. Wang Shi, you.
After hearing this, Teacher Lin looked at Wang Shi and then at Director Zhang.
Then he whispered in Wang Shi's ear, don't you need the 5,000 yuan? No.
After listening to Wang Shi's answer, Lin Huihui seemed to realize it.
Did I guess wrong? But since he was not short of money, why did Wang Shi still work part-time whenever he had time?
Lin Huihui naturally didn't know that Wang Shi had not been short of money since yesterday. Wang Shi was also very moved when he saw Lin Huihui standing in front of him and supporting him.
Oh, it's okay, Teacher Lin. I have something else that I need the director's help with.
Zhang Fan was sitting on the side with his legs crossed, watching the cheers from everyone on the field.
Just now he saw Lin Huihui and Wang Shi walking backstage and knew they were going to ask for an explanation. This is now that the rewards have been announced. This statement is probably of no use.
But Director Zhang is famous for taking care of poor students.
I have often been helped by him before. In addition, many of my classmates do come from poor families.
Since things have come to this, I might as well take this opportunity to help everyone, so I sent a message to Wang Shi. At this moment, the hall was filled with the voices of admiration from fellow students.
Senior Wang Shi, you are simply an angel descended to earth.
Yes, senior sister is not only excellent in academic performance, but also so generous. She didn't even blink an eye for $1 million. Senior Wang Shi is a goddess who is both beautiful and kind.
The classmates were talking one after another, and the voices of praise were endless. But wherever you go, there will be praise and slander. Is this true? This is 1 million. My family can't earn this much money in 10 years. Yeah, this senior is so rich, why would she come and compete with us for this spot? You don't want to be famous, do you?
Yes, otherwise why would I spend so much money for no reason?
You don't want to take in a few male slaves, do you?
Several girls in their freshman and sophomore years saw that the loser boys in their class started to worship a girl after just a few seconds.
Immediately whispered. How can you talk like that? If you have the ability, give it to me.
Yes, the other seniors are helping us out of kindness, how can you think that? One should judge a gentleman by one's own mean character. Hearing the malicious speculations of several little girls, Wang Shi naturally felt a little disheartened. Wang Shi is a little selfish, but it is nothing more than satisfying her own vanity. As a result, several female students started to make malicious assumptions about Wang Shi.
Otherwise, forget it.
So Wang Shi picked up the microphone and said, "My initial thought was that it was not just these 20 students who needed help. The rest of the students need some financial help to varying degrees. So I tried my best to help everyone, but I didn't expect to be speculated like this."
Wang Shi sighed. In that case, I won't post it. Then I won't post it.
These words lingered in the minds of everyone present.
Hearing this, everyone's eyes instantly turned red. Shit, the money I earned is gone just like that?
Their eyes were all fixed on the girls just now.
If it weren't for those crickets, how could Wang Shi be angry? WCNM, what are you guys doing? Do you know how important 10,000 yuan is to my family? You three really deserve to die. Everyone present looked at the three of them in anger. If they weren't in school, they would have rushed up and beaten them. You, why are you looking at me?
One of the girls was a little scared when she was looked at with such resentment. Maybe senior sister when she doesn't have that much money at all, she just wants to show off.
Yeah, maybe it's because the senior doesn't have that much money.
Among them, there are some people who have begun to doubt the authenticity of what Wang Shi said. At the end, one boy even stood up and pointed at Wang Shi and said, "Senior Wang Shi, I didn't expect you to lose face just to become famous." At this moment, he acted like a savior, giving guidance to everyone present who had been deceived by Wang Shi.
Classmates, I understand. In fact, this dignified and elegant senior sister in front of us is a naked liar. She first told us righteously that she would give each of us 10,000 yuan in cash and asked us all to be grateful to her. Just when we all really thought she was a kind and generous goddess. The people she arranged in advance would come out and say all kinds of bad things about her. This way, she can say that we hurt her feelings and take back the 10,000 yuan she promised to give us. When someone starts something, others will follow suit. The initial few people gradually became 10 people, or even dozens of people. Wang Shi's original smile gradually turned into anger. She never expected this. My good intentions were misinterpreted like this by just a few words from a few people. The gun went off. Did you see who fired the shot? I can't see clearly that he stands on the moral high ground. He stood in the sun. Chapter 43, Get Out of My Way. Zhang Fan sat aside and watched. This guy is very good at bringing out the emotions of other people. He was just about to come out to speak for Wang Shi, but he received a text message from Wang Shi. Brother, don't worry about it. I want to handle it myself. Pa. This student spoke very well. Wang Shi clapped his hands and walked toward the audience. Senior Wang Shi, if you want to apologize to me now, it's not too late. Just bow to us 90 degrees and we will pretend nothing happened. The man acted like a superior and spoke to Wang Shi. It was as if he was giving Wang Shi a chance to admit his mistake. Apologize? Ha, you are kidding me. Wang Shi walked to the center of the first row and looked at the more than 100 people in front of her. Then I didn't make any mistakes, so why should I apologize? You are kidding us. You just said you would give us 10,000 yuan each. But you didn't do it. After saying this, the man winked at the people around him. Immediately, several people nearby started to make a noise. Yes, senior sister, what you said just now was so good, but in the end it was just because of a few words from those people. You suddenly don't want to do it anymore. Aren't you just teasing us? That's right. Wang Shi looked at the people who were leading the commotion. She didn't say much. There was just a faint smile on her face, and she looked at the people in front of her indifferently. If it's according to your meaning, then even if I scold you, you still have to give me money. If not, I will ask you to apologize to me? Wang Shi's words made several people a little unsure of how to respond. You looked at me and I looked at you, standing there stupidly. The leading man was so confused when he saw these idiots being rendered speechless by just one sentence from Wang Shi. This was too stupid. He quickly ran over and said, Senior, don't change the subject. In the beginning, you said yourself that you would give 10,000 yuan to each of us who met the requirements. We never said that, so how could we give you money? That's right. Everyone who had just blamed Wang Shi echoed this. Ha ha. Looking at those ugly faces, Wang Shi laughed. There are 100 people on the field who meet the scholarship requirements. How many of you are speaking up for me? Less than 10. I want to ask everyone present here, Why did I give you this 10,000 yuan? And why did I not give it to you? Ah? Answer me.
Wang Shi's eyes were as sharp as a knife, looking at everyone present. The whole audience was silent. Even the man who led the trouble was shocked by Wang Shi. Zhang Fan looked at Wang Shi with some surprise. He didn't expect that this little girl had such a side.
Oh, never mind. I feel a little tired too.
Wang Shi pointed at the 10 people who spoke for her. Come here, you guys. Including Zhou Jia, there are 4 boys and 5 girls. In front of everyone present, Wang Shi transferred 100,000 yuan to each of the 10 people. This money was naturally the one Zhang Fan had just transferred to her. Looking at this scene, all the people who had caused trouble just now regretted their actions. Especially those few people who started to ask for help to speak for Wang Shi were later led astray by the man and began to question Wang Shi. Lin Huihui looked at Wang Shi in front of her. She didn't expect Wang Shi to handle this matter so well. She nodded in appreciation. I'm just a little confused because I clearly remember that Wang Shi's family conditions are not that good. Could it be that what Director Zhang said was true? The synagogue ends. The men left the conference hall in disgrace. Cici, you were so handsome just now. I'm about to fall in love with you. Zhou Jia and Lin Shui walked towards Wang Shi. Hee, I was a little nervous just now. Wang Shi also breathed a sigh of relief. She was really angry just now. She was clearly trying to help them, but people thought she was just trying to be famous. Oh, Cici, let me transfer the money to you. Zhou Jia remembered that Wang Shi transferred 100,000 yuan to her. What are you doing to me? I've already told you I'm giving it to you. Wang Shi nodded Zhou Jia's head. Damn, Cici, are you serious? Looking at Wang Shi's serious expression. Lin Shui also realized that Wang Shi seemed to be really giving it to her. What else? So what you mean is that those people just now were also real? They were not the people you were looking for? Lin Shui's mouth pursed in surprise. No, Sister Shi, this is 1 million. Is that how you spend it? Lin Shui looked at Wang Shi's face, which showed no sign of heartache at all, and was full of disbelief. Cici, I'll transfer it to you. This is too much. Zhou Jia said with some excitement. The money was too much for her. Oh, my boyfriend asked me to give it to him, so I'm sure. Give me your legs later. What if he gets angry and ignores me? What, you want me to fall out of love? Seeing Wang Shi say this, Zhou Jia naturally didn't believe it. But she really needed the money, so she accepted it. By the way, where is Wei Ling? Lin Shui suddenly realized. It was here just now, how come it's gone now? Zhang Fan, what do you mean? Why didn't you come to pick me up last night? Zhang Fan watched Wang Shi handle the problem perfectly, and prepared to go back to the car. After all, he planned to go to the bar to drive his car back later. But suddenly, Wei Ling behind him called him. Looking at Wei Ling who was hurrying behind him, Zhang Fan was also puzzled. Why are you looking for me? Wei Ling let out a long sigh and slowly looked at Zhang Fan. I waited for you downstairs for a long time yesterday. Won't you give me an explanation? You waited for me for a long time? What are you talking about? Zhang Fan just felt confused and wondered what was wrong with Wei Ling. He ignored Wei Ling and turned away. Hey, don't go. Wei Ling ran up to Zhang Fan and said. You have to give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise I won't forgive you? Oh? Forgive me? Hearing this, Zhang Fan laughed. You cheated on me, and I want you to forgive me? Get out of my way now, and don't force me to slap you in the face. Chapter 44. Where is your girlfriend? Looking at Zhang Fan in front of him, who used to obey him in everything, now yelling at him. Wei Ling simply refused to listen. Zhang Fan, what do you mean? I waited for you for a long time last night downstairs of the girls' dormitory, and got bitten by mosquitoes all over my body. It would be fine if you didn't come, but why are you so angry with me now? Pop. Zhang Fan slapped Wei Ling directly on the face. Who the hell is coming to pick you up? Who do you think you are? After saying this, Zhang Fan turned and walked towards the parking lot, leaving Wei Ling alone in the wind. Wei Ling was stunned for a long time before she came back to her senses. Zhang Fan slapped himself in the face? She didn't know what to do for a moment. She just stood there looking at Zhang Fan stupidly. It was not until Jiang Fan's back was about to disappear that she reacted and chased after him. Standing in front of Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan, how dare you hit me?
She looked at Jiang Fan in front of her. I found that he seemed like a different person, his temperament changed, and his body shape seemed to have changed as well. She touched her face. Jiang Fan's slap was not heavy, but it made her feel extremely humiliated.
Get out of my way.
Jiang Fan was also angry when he saw his ex-girlfriend who kept standing in front of him. Why are you so fierce? Jiang Fan had never lost his temper with him before. But he had just slapped himself and yelled at himself.
She actually felt aggrieved. Jiang Fan, it was you who stood me up yesterday, and you didn't give me an explanation, and you even hit me. What a joke.
Jiang Fan looked at Wei Ling sarcastically.
You keep saying I stood you up, but have I ever contacted you?
Wei Ling thought about it carefully. Jiang Fan hasn't sent me a message since the day before yesterday. I went downstairs to wait for Jiang Fan. Chen Yu also heard that Jiang Fan drove a sports car to my dormitory building. This made her think that Jiang Fan came to see her. But the fact is, Jiang Fan never sent me a message, it was all my imagination.
Don't block me, get out of the way.
Jiang Fan's patience had been completely exhausted by Wei Ling. The thought that Wang Xia's spot might have been taken away by Wei Ling made it difficult for her to get it.
Now I feel an indescribable dislike for Wei Ling.
Wei Ling watched Jiang Fan leave without looking back and stomped her feet in anger.
Jiang Fan, just wait. Isn't it just being kept by an old woman? What's so fashionable about that?
Brother, I plan to go to the park with Zhou Jia, Lin Shui, and the others this afternoon.
Do you want to come with us?
Jiang Fan, lying in the back seat of the business car, looked at the message sent by Wang Xi.
Okay, I'll just go drive the car back.
Jiang Fan replied to the message and said to the driver in front.
Go to this bar and I'll text you the location. 1:30 p.m.
The bar's business is mostly in the evening, and it's only noon now, so naturally there aren't many people around. And Chu Wanqing was the only one in the store. It was because Jiang Fan was coming that Chu Wanqing went to the bar early to wait for Jiang Fan.
Mr. Jiang, you're here.
Chu Wanqing saw Jiang Fan get off the car and immediately stood up and walked towards him seductively. Seeing Jiang Fan coming alone, Chu Wanqing joked with a charming smile.
How can you ask me to tease you? What do you think? I keep my mouth shut.
Chu Wanqing didn't finish her words. Jiang Fan kissed her.
Woo-woo. At first, Chu Wanqing was still struggling.
But after a while, she gave up resisting and kissed Jiang Fan wantonly.
Unlike Wang Xi and Lin Yan, Chu Wanqing's kiss is very domineering.
After a long time, their lips slowly separated. Chu Wanqing's eyes were unfocused. It was as if all his strength had been taken away by Jiang Fan.
Some of them could not even stand steadily.
Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect your kissing skills to improve after just one night of not seeing you. Jiang Fan smiled and rubbed Chu Wanqing's head, talking jokingly.
He checked his phone. It's still early, do you want me to take you around? What's wrong? Do you want to take me to the mall?
Chu Wanqing replied.
Sure, I'll take you to buy whatever you want. Next time.
Chu Wanqing touched Jiang Fan's Adam's apple and said softly. I was busy until the early hours of yesterday and only had a rest this morning. I still have 5 hours before I have to go to work.
I am so sleepy now. I was planning to go back and rest. Only then did Jiang Fan notice the tiredness on Chu Wanqing's face. Why don't you ask for leave? At worst you can just take a day off. Jiang Fan said in an indifferent tone. Wow, Mr. Jiang, you make it sound so easy. Do you think we can rest whenever we want? Chu Wanqing gave Jiang Fan a blank look. How can you people in high positions understand our lives?
She turned around, picked up an empty cup and walked towards the water dispenser.
I don't dare to ask for leave casually.
I have worked hard for several years to get this position as a manager. Chu Wanqing took a glass of water and handed it to Jiang Fan. Recently, there have been assessments, and many people are wary of my position.
Jiang Fan took the water without saying anything and took a sip.
How could he not understand what Chu Wanqing meant? Jiang Fan recalled that when he was working during the summer vacation, he was bullied by the customers in various ways. One day, he had a fever and wanted to ask for a day off. As a result, his supervisor pointed at his head and scolded him, telling him to either continue working or quit. If you quit before working for a full month, more than half of your salary for that month will be deducted. In order to earn those few $100s, Jiang Fan continued to work despite having a high fever and feeling dizzy.
I'm sorry, I didn't consider your position.
Xu Wanqing was a little surprised when she saw Jiang Fan's sudden apology.
Oh, it's okay. There's nothing to apologize for. Oh, right. Your car keys.
Then he handed Apollo's keys to Jiang Fan. Then her eyes softened. Mr. Jiang, your car is not simple. The bar where Xu Wanqing works is in a great location, and there are quite a few luxury sports cars to be seen.
I have seen many Lamborghinis, Porsches, Ferraris, etc. But they are all worth millions. Any sports car priced at tens of millions is scarce no matter where it is, and you can't buy it even if you have money. As for Jiang Fan's car, he had seen it and it was called Sun God.
However, the car released does not have this platinum color. Last night, when she approached and saw the car, her eyes widened like bells.
It's incredibly beautiful.
Jiang Fan looked at Xu Wanqing, who was distracted, and waved the key in front of her.
What are you thinking about? Come on, I'll take you home. Boom boom boom.
Xu Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, feeling the roar of the sun god.
Wow, so cool.
I don't know if girls are born to love taking photos. Like Wangxi, Xu Wanqing opened her camera as soon as she got in the car and started snapping away. The only difference was that Xu Wanqing did not take a picture of Jiang Fan.
In a few minutes, we arrived.
Although the apartment where Xu Wanqing lives is not in the city center, it is not far away. Xu Wanqing got out of the car and wanted to say goodbye to Jiang Fan, but she saw that Jiang Fan had no intention of leaving at all.
What is this for? Xu Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. She hesitated for a moment and said, Mr. Jiang, how about going upstairs and sitting for a while? Okay.
Jiang Fan immediately unfastened his seatbelt and got out of the car decisively.
Xu Wanqing was speechless.
Good man, I just asked you out of politeness, but you actually got off the car.
Chapter 45. Who is this man? In the elevator.
Jiang Fan noticed that Xu Wanqing glanced at him from time to time.
What's wrong? You seem a little nervous to me? Hearing Jiang Fan's voice, Xu Wanqing's whole body trembled slightly. Is it that obvious?
Xu Wanqing didn't say anything, just curled her lips.
Nervous?
You are a 1.80 meter tall guy, and you want to go home with me.
How can I not be nervous?
Xu Wanqing, you are really something. You even took the initiative to invite someone to your house.
Even if you have a crush on someone, you can't do it so quickly. You really are.
Looking at Xu Wanqing's appearance, Jiang Fan naturally didn't know what was in her mind. All he was thinking about was how he could raise Xu Wanqing's favorability towards him to 80.
He was very curious about the local level skills.
As he thought about it, his gaze slowly turned to Xu Wanqing, and his eyes seemed to be glowing. Jiang Fan's eyes made Xu Wanqing feel a little uneasy.
He wouldn't want to. Jiang Fan, what are you thinking? If that's what you want, you can leave now.
Xu Wanqing said to Jiang Fan a little angrily.
Originally she thought Jiang Fan was different from others.
Yesterday, I saw with my own eyes how awkward Jiang Fan was in the bar.
In addition, from beginning to end, Jiang Fan was calm and composed.
Apart from pretending to be cool, he did not have the arrogance and domineering attitude of other rich kids. Even later on, she was the one who took the initiative to tease Jiang Fan. Plus her good impression of Jiang Fan, she thought that Jiang Fan should be a well-mannered person and would not change so quickly, so considering that he sent her back, she politely invited him to her home to have a drink of water and rest. But unexpectedly, she found Jiang Fan looking at her with lustful eyes.
Who wouldn't understand that look? What's wrong with me? Jiang Fan didn't know about Xu Wanqing's brainstorming.
Her scolding made Jiang Fan a little confused.
Didn't he just look at the introduction of the system? Why did Xu Wanqing suddenly get angry? Xu Wanqing's favorability towards the host decreases by 10. The current favorability is 50. The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 115. What's wrong, Wanqing? Did I do something? Jiang Fan looked at Xu Wanqing with an innocent face.
Seeing that Xu Wanqing's favorability towards him had dropped by 10 points, Jiang Fan felt a little puzzled. When Xu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan's reaction, there was a clear stupidity in her eyes, which didn't seem to be fake.
Could it be? Was I really wrong?
You, tell the truth, why were you grinning at me just now? Chu Wanqing said, pointing at Zhang Fan's nose. But compared to the momentum just now, it was also a bit weaker. If Zhang Fan was not the same as what he thought, then he was wrong about Zhang Fan.
I didn't think about anything? Zhang Fan still looked at Chu Wanqing blankly.
Then he said, I just feel happy when I think that I can get what I want soon.
Fuck you.
When Chu Wanqing heard this, her face turned red and she reached out to slap Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing's sudden change of expression. Before he could figure out what was going on, he saw Chu Wanqing slapping him. But this moment seemed like slow motion. Zhang Fan caught Chu Wanqing's hand directly in mid-air. Wanqing, what's wrong with you?
Zhang Fan held Chu Wanqing tightly.
You asked me what was wrong? Zhang Fan, you are really good at pretending. I didn't even realize that you are a gangster bastard. What the hell? What did I do? No, why am I a hooligan? Pooh. Chu Wanqing spat on Zhang Fan's face. Have you forgotten what you just said? What about getting what you want right away?
Zhang Fan, I'm telling you, even if I die, I won't give it to you, let go of me. When Zhang Fan heard this, his mind was full of black lines, and he let go of Chu Wanqing's hand.
Wiped the saliva off his face.
No, listen to my explanation.
What explanation do you need? Chu Wanqing looked at Zhang Fan defensively.
Zhang Fan thought for a moment and said to Chu Wanqing, the treasure I'm talking about is that I remember I have a secret book.
Then he looked at Chu Wanqing awkwardly, it's not what you think. Forehead. Chu Wanqing scratched her head after hearing Zhang Fan's explanation. Are you telling the truth? What else? What do you think I am?
Zhang Fan was really speechless. He was such a righteous man, but he was treated as a gangster.
Hee, Mr. Jiang, why didn't you tell me earlier?
After hearing this, Chu Wanqing realized that she had misunderstood Zhang Fan, and she took out a wet tissue to wipe Zhang Fan's face. Chu Wanqing lives on the 35th floor, the highest floor.
As soon as I stepped into the room, I was mesmerized by the girlish design.
Not to mention that Chu Wanqing wears black stockings and a JK skirt when she goes to work outside. When you step into her room, all you see are cute things. Zhang Fan came to the living room and sat down, and saw a photo on the table. The three people in the picture should be Chu Wanqing and her parents. However, the man in a suit in the photo had his hair cut off, so only a middle-aged woman and the childhood Chu Wanqing could be seen clearly.
Out of curiosity, Zhang Fan picked up the photo frame. What are you doing?
Chu Wanqing handed a pair of men's slippers to Zhang Fan. Chu Wanqing looked at the photo in Zhang Fan's hand and seemed to be lost in memories.
Wanqing? Chu Wanqing?
Zhang Fan called out, and Chu Wanqing's thoughts came back to her senses.
What's wrong? Hasn't this photo always been here? How can I still be so fascinated by it? Zhang Fan asked curiously. This man in a suit should be your father, why? Yeah. Chu Wanqing took the photo back from Zhang Fan's hand and sat on the sofa.
Chu Wanqing's eyes were pure as she began to tell a story. My mother was a doctor in a remote place. Until one day, she found a dying man on the side of the road. As a doctor, she helped him, and because his injuries were so severe, my mother took him home. The treatment took several months. During this period, this boy was with my mother every day. After a long time, my mother became fascinated by this boy. They fell in love, and I was born the following year. We were living a good life. Until one day, there was heavy rain and strong winds. That day, I waited alone in school for a long time, but my father did not come to pick me up from school, so I had to go home alone in the heavy rain carrying my school bag. There were several black cars parked in front of my house. My father was standing next to a car in the rain. There was a man sitting in the car in front of him. I could see clearly that he looked very much like my father. A group of people dressed in black surrounded my mother. It was like a wall separating my father and my mother. I ran to my dad crying and hugged his legs. But he pushed me away and got into the car. He looked at me, and I remember the look in his eyes, as if he didn't know me. My mother was also pushed to the ground by other people in black. They got on the bus one by one. The car left and I stood there in fear, crying loudly. I stood there at a loss, watching my mother chasing them in the rain. But how could she outrun the car? Not long after, she fell to the ground from exhaustion. Chapter 46 Abdominal Muscles, So Hard. That night, my mother was ill and missed me too much. Not long after, she died. A layer of mist appeared on Chu Wanqing's face.
Jiang Fan asked. What about your dad? Him? Chu Wanqing sneered. He'll be back in a month, but what good will that do? Afterwards, he brought me to the fantasy city. Inside a manor. It turns out that he is the son of a big family. Because of the so-called family interests, he wanted to marry someone else and abandoned my mother. At that moment, I realized that my father, this man, was a treacherous scumbag. In the end, he was unwilling to acknowledge that my mother was his wife and could not even enter the family tree. After hearing this, Jiang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing in shock. So, you are the daughter of a big family. Just an illegitimate daughter. Jiang Fan sorted out his thoughts. Her life story was too dramatic. Jiang Fan. Chu Wanqing suddenly called Jiang Fan. Can you do me a favor? What's the matter? Accompany me to that family once. I want an explanation. Given Jiang Fan's background, as long as he is willing to help, his family members will definitely give him some face. Ah, me? Jiang Fan didn't expect that Chu Wanqing wanted him to accompany her to the family? What's the point of going by himself? He never thought that in Chu Wanqing's eyes, he was just a second-generation official. Yes, Master Jiang, with you and the power behind you, even my father's family has to give me some respect. Is that okay? The power behind me? Besides the system, what other power do I have? Jiang Fan wiped the sweat from his forehead. However, for Chu Wanqing's sake, Jiang Fan was not unwilling to help. After all, with the system, there was nothing that could stump Jiang Fan. And in Jiang Fan's eyes, there seems to be nothing that money can't solve. Okay. Jiang Fan agreed generously. Real? That's great, thank you Jiang Fan. Then he kissed Jiang Fan on the face. Is this considered seduction? Well, I guess so. Well, this is far from enough. Jiang Fan stood up and walked towards Chu Wanqing. Chu Wanqing pursed her lips, with a hesitant look on her face as if she was making some decision. Finally, Chu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan, and her eyes slowly became firm. Jiang Fan, if you can really help me, I am willing. Jiang Fan smiled and said, Don't be so nervous. It's just a treat for me. Have a meal? Hearing this, Chu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan in disbelief. You just let me treat you to a meal? Yes, what else do you think it is? Jiang Fan responded with a smile. Jiang Fan naturally guessed what Chu Wanqing was thinking from her hesitant expression just now. But if Jiang Fan was forced to do this with him just to help Chu Wanqing, he would naturally be unwilling to do so. This kind of thing is only interesting if both parties are willing. Chu Wanqing's favorability towards the host increases by 20. The current favorability is 70. The cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 135. Jiang Fan didn't expect that his simple two sentences would make Chu Wanqing increase his favorability by 20 points. Damn, this is too cool. Wouldn't it be enough to improve it by 10 points, and then get some kind of skill? Both eyes revealed that obscene look again. After listening to what Jiang Fan said just now, Chu Wanqing immediately changed her mind about Jiang Fan. But this obscene look really made me speechless. I yawned inadvertently. Chu Wanqing originally wanted to see Jiang Fan off, as she was really very sleepy. But before he could even say it, he realized that it might not be a good idea. After all, Jiang Fan had just agreed to do him a favor. But I really feel like I'll fall asleep soon. While struggling. Go to bed soon. I'm afraid you might die suddenly. I'll come to your bar to support you in the evening. Jiang Fan could see Chu Wanqing's tiredness and said slowly. Pa, do you know how to speak? Chu Wanqing rolled her eyes at the words that came out of Jiang Fan's mouth. Jiang Fan got up and walked towards the entrance. Then I'll leave. You have a good rest. I'll take you to the parking lot. No, go to sleep soon. What's wrong? Are you reluctant to leave me? Jiang Fan looked at Chu Wanqing with a wicked smile. Listening to Jiang Fan's joke, Chu Wanqing scratched her head a little embarrassedly. When I first met Jiang Fan, I just thought that Jiang Fan's family background might be able to help me, but I didn't expect that I would end up falling in love with Jiang Fan. Chu Wanqing was only 2 years older than Jiang Fan, and she had a good impression of Jiang Fan, so she pouted like a little girl. Then be careful on the road. Don't worry, you can rest assured about my driving skills. After saying that, Jiang Fan turned and walked towards the door. Chu Wanqing looked at Jiang Fan's back,
and actually felt a little reluctant to let him go. The moment Zhang Fan grabbed the door handle, Xu Wanqing ran up with light steps and hugged him. Xu Wanqing hugged Zhang Fan tightly, with her cheek pressed against his broad back.
Well, what's wrong?
Zhang Fan stopped and turned around gently to look at Xu Wanqing.
Zhang Fan, thank you, you are a good person.
You, why are you scolding me? Zhang Fan suddenly said with a serious face.
I didn't scold you?
Xu Wanqing loosened her hands at once. Zhang Fan's serious expression made her a little at a loss. Looking at Xu Wanqing's nervous expression, she was completely different from the one who was working in the bar last night.
Zhang Fan smiled and said, then why did you give me the nice guy card? You just know how to tease me. Xu Wanqing answered Zhang Fan with her head down. Hey, okay, go and get some rest. I'm really leaving now. Xu Wanqing looked at Zhang Fan like a piece of wood and couldn't help but complain in her heart. Does this person really not understand?
I took the initiative to hug you, but you didn't kiss me and asked me what was wrong.
Xu Wanqing was speechless.
But perhaps it was precisely this point about Zhang Fan that made Xu Wanqing feel good about him. Xu Wanqing suddenly put her arms around Zhang Fan's neck, then stood on tiptoes and kissed Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan just stood there motionless. Xu Wanqing's sudden kiss left Zhang Fan unable to react. Just quietly feel the little changes in your mouth.
Xu Wanqing felt a big hand holding her waist, and Zhang Fan seemed to be dissatisfied with the current situation. Xu Wanqing felt that Zhang Fan's kiss suddenly became impatient, as if she was about to suffocate. Her mind went blank and she closed her eyes instinctively,
silently feeling Zhang Fan's hands wandering on her body.
In an instant, Xu Wanqing felt herself being carried away by a steady force, and Zhang Fan picked up Xu Wanqing with both hands.
Zhang Fan gently placed Xu Wanqing on the sofa.
Zhang Fan's kisses became more intense, slowly moving down to the neck and collarbone.
Woo no.
Xu Wanqing could feel Zhang Fan's breath against her ears, but she hadn't adapted to it yet.
Hearing Xu Wanqing's voice, Zhang Fan instantly woke up.
At that moment just now, I felt it, so I directly carried Xu Wanqing to the sofa. Zhang Fan looked at Xu Wanqing somewhat awkwardly.
Xu Wanqing blushed and avoided eyes. Well, Zhang Fan, I won't see you off. I'm going to sleep.
Finally, Xu Wanqing broke the awkward situation. She fluttered back to her bedroom.
Oh my god, I almost got taken down by Zhang Fan. Luckily, I have good self-control, otherwise.
However, in a blink of an eye she began to recall the scene just now.
Zhang Fan is so strong. I just couldn't help but touch his abdominal muscles. It should be 8 pieces, and it's so hard. Chapter 47, Dragon Hand.
Seeing Xu Wanqing sneaking into his bedroom, Zhang Fan also smiled. This Xu Wanqing is just like a little girl.
Never mind. There will always be a chance.
These kinds of things happen slowly. As he said that, he knocked on Xu Wanqing's door and said, Wanqing, I'm leaving now.
Okay.
Xu Wanqing's voice came from behind the door.
Remember to close the door.
After saying this, Zhang Fan left Xu Wanqing's pink little home. It was not until a few minutes later that Xu Wanqing crawled out of bed and walked to the door of her house. Watching the number on the elevator slowly go from 30 to the basement level, she took out her phone and sent a message to Zhang.
Go slowly on the way. Okay.
Zhang Fan, who had just fastened his seatbelt, looked at the message on his mobile phone. Xu Wanqing returned to the bedroom. He stared blankly at the chat box between himself and Zhang Fan.
Zhang Fan, why are you so obedient sometimes? When I say no, it means no.
Thinking of this, Xu Wanqing actually became shy. She would never have thought that the man she liked was just a timid and submissive bootlicker a few days ago.
Xu Wanqing's favorability towards the host increases by 10. The current favorability is 80.
Congratulations to the host for receiving the low-level skill reward.
The current cumulative fluctuation of favorability is 155.
Zhang Fan had just left the parking lot when he received a prompt from the system.
Zhang Fan was also surprised.
He had left, but Xu Wanqing's favorability had increased. It seemed that Xu Wanqing had brainstormed a lot for herself after he left. Now Zhang Fan just wants to return to the hotel quickly and study the martial arts skills he just received.
3:30 p.m. in the presidential suite of J Hotel.
Zhang Fan looked at the book that appeared in front of him.
Dragon Hand, the spirit of heaven and earth gave birth to dragons. The palm technique is like a dragon, and the chi moves and changes.
Use qi to control force, combining hardness and softness. Those who practice this technique need to have a righteous heart and a firm will.
Oh shit.
Zhang Fan was extremely happy when he saw the awesome introduction to this martial arts technique. If you master this, you can easily beat 10 people by yourself. Then he began to read. But he picked up the book and flipped through it for a long time.
There is no useful information except the introduction. Brother Tonzi, how should I practice this dragon hand? What's this about controlling strength with energy and combining hardness and softness? What does it mean? No matter how powerful you are, I need to know how to learn it.
Zhang Fan originally thought that he could understand it easily with his understanding, but the dragon hand is just as the name suggests. It simulates the posture of a dragon searching for prey in the water, moves the qi in the body, gathers it in the palm, and attacks with swift force, taking the initiative and disrupting the opponent's rhythm.
I don't understand.
You said light, this qi you mentioned.
What is it? How can I use it? These are the first time I have heard of these things. Can you tell me more details?
Qi is a very ethereal thing, and can be said to be a special energy in living things. Calm down and feel the presence of the qi in your body through meditation. Zhang Fan quickly crossed his legs and sat on the bed. He closed his eyes and followed the system's instructions with his thoughts. Zhang Fan seemed to be in an unfamiliar area, with endless darkness in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a faint warm current in his body, like a stream, flowing through his meridians. Zhang Fan felt it carefully, and as the surroundings became quieter, his attention became more focused. He saw this qi surrounding his entire body, filling every part of his body.
Try to gather all the energy in your body into your palms.
Listening to the system's instructions, Zhang Fan concentrated his mind and controlled the flow of these qi. But no matter how hard Zhang Fan tried, these qi remained motionless and did not obey Zhang Fan's command at all. Slowly, Zhang Fan's forehead began to sweat, and sweat dripped down his cheeks onto the bedsheets.
A moment, that instant.
The qi in Zhang Fan's lower abdomen moved. Zhang Fan remembered this feeling. He kept adjusting his breathing. Finally, the qi all over the body began to react, and they all followed Zhang Fan's thoughts and began to gather towards Zhang Fan's right hand. As the qi accumulated, Zhang Fan's palms began to heat up. Zhang Fan felt that his palm seemed to contain a terrifying power, which could hit whatever he pointed at. He had learned the dragon hand. Zhang Fan's eyes were filled with surprise. Zhang Fan couldn't wait to try out the power of the dragon hand.
There just happens to be a gym in this suite.
Zhang Fan could no longer contain his inner excitement and ran towards the gym and the suite without stopping. Various equipment were placed in front of him. He looked around and finally, he saw a bunch of thick sandbags in a corner.
Okay, it's you. Zhang Fan walked to the sandbag.
He spread his feet slightly apart, bent his knees slightly, and assumed the starting position of the dragon hand. He took a deep breath, adjusted his posture, and recalled how he had just circulated his qi. Zhang Fan felt the warmth flowing from his entire body toward his palm. As the qi continued to accumulate, his right hand became hotter and hotter, and at that moment, he slapped the sandbag with his palm.
There was only a loud boom.
The sandbag paused for a moment, then flew backwards at an astonishing speed. The iron chain connected to the sandbag made a creaking sound.
It took several seconds for the sandbag to return to its original shape.
Zhang Fan walked closer and saw a very obvious handprint on the surface of the sandbag. The surrounding leather was sunken in, as if it was about to break.
The force of Zhang Fan's palm reached at least 500 kilograms.
You have to know that an ordinary person's full strength punch only weighs about 120 kilograms, and many professionally trained boxers may only weigh 300 kilograms, while Zhang Fan's palm weighs at least 500 kilograms.
This power.
Zhang Fan looked at his hands, his eyes filled with uncontrollable excitement.
Chapter 48. He is Chunyu. Perhaps no one in the world today can withstand this palm strike from me.
As he spoke, Zhang Fan continued to feel the qi in his body.
He couldn't help but become curious.
If there has always been this qi in my body, why have I never felt it before?
Is this also a reward from the system?
Oh, that's not right, Zhang Fan suddenly remembered. The system told me before that this qi is something that exists in living organisms. So what it means is that everyone has qi in their body, but the ability to perceive it is different. Based on this idea, Zhang Fan thought of a lot of things.
Maybe this is true, otherwise why are some people born with a certain ability that is far better than other people of the same age? Just like what people usually call genius.
There are even people who have worked hard for several years or even more than 10 years, but are still not as good as some newcomers who have just started to enter this field.
Maybe this is because of the thing called chi.
Moreover, Zhang Fan discovered that when he was exploring the chi in his body just now, it seemed to be different from the beginning. The amount of chi varies. Zhang Fan sat down on the spot, as if confirming his thoughts. Sure enough, Zhang Fan felt that the energy circulating in his body was thicker than when he first discovered it. It seems that this chi will increase. Just then, Zhang Fan's cell phone rang.
Brother, why don't you come? Ah.
Looking at the message on his phone, Zhang Fan remembered that he had promised to pick up Wang Shi at the park. Okay, Cici, I was delayed by something just now, I'll be right over. Zhang Fan simply asked me to tidy up my clothes and then hurried out. The park that Wang Shi and her friends visited was not far from here, just a few kilometers away.
In less than 10 minutes, Zhang Fan arrived.
Rather than calling it a park, it is more of a scenic spot, with huge crowds of people even on weekdays. Inside a dessert shop in the scenic area. Lin Shui looked at Wang Shi in disbelief.
You mean your top rich boyfriend is Zhang Fan? Isn't he the poor boyfriend that Wei Ling dumped? Ahem.
Because what Wang Shi said was too shocking, Lin Shui choked on the juice she had just drunk. Although Lin Shui and Zhang Fan were not familiar with each other, she had been with Wei Ling for almost 3 years after all, so even if they didn't know each other, they had met several times. But in her impression, Zhang Fan is just a poor loser.
In addition, Wei Ling often complained about him in the dormitory.
He always talked about giving some small gadgets worth a few $100s as gifts for the holidays, which were simply not worth the money. As time went on, the other 3 people in the dormitory labeled Zhang Fan as poor and stingy. There were also a few times when their dormitory went out to play and they happened to meet Zhang Fan on the road. They also saw that he was wearing clothes worth only dozens of dollars. Even in a crowded place, Wei Ling was unwilling to admit that Zhang Fan was her boyfriend. But the Wang Shi in front of her actually told her that Zhang Fan was her top rich boyfriend who drove a supercar and stayed with her in the presidential suite of J Hotel?
Cici, you are kidding me.
She touched Wang Shi's forehead with her hand.
Cici, you are not suffering from heatstroke.
If Zhang Fan really has money, how could he give Wei Ling those cheap things? Seeing that Lin Shui still had a stereotype of Zhang Fan, Wang Shi hurriedly explained for Zhang Fan. Swear, in fact, all of this is a test that Zhang Fan's family is facing.
Test?
Lin Shui was stunned, as if her attention was attracted by what Wang Shi said.
Right. Shuer, do you remember last Saturday? Remember, that was the day Wei Ling dumped Zhang Fan. At the time, our entire finance department was in an uproar.
Lin Shui thought for a moment and flipped through the photo album on her phone.
Hey, this is the video from that day.
This was a video taken by an eyewitness at the scene that day. Lin Shui was about to hand the video to Wang Shi, but then she seemed to realize that it was inappropriate, so she put it down and looked at Wang Shi awkwardly.
Wang Shi saw it but didn't say anything.
She had also seen this video.
She continued to answer. Yes, it was that day.
I was working part-time in the mall, and then I saw Zhang Fan wearing a...
Wang Shi told Lin Shui the whole story after he met Zhang Fan.
After hearing this, Lin Shui was so shocked that her jaw dropped open. You mean, Zhang Fan was just pretending before? To be precise, it was a test set by his own family. I think they wanted Zhang Fan to experience life without money. I used to think that everything on TV was fake, but it turns out that art really comes from life.
That?
Lin Shui opened her mouth, hesitated for a long time and finally spoke.
If Wei Ling knew, she would regret it to death?
She whispered in Wang Shi's ear.
Cici, Zhang Fan loved Wei Ling so deeply in the past. Will Wei Ling go back to find Zhang Fan after she knows that he has become rich?
Aren't you worried about Zhang Fan treating her? Wang Shi naturally thought about this problem, but he had no solution. However, Wei Ling and Chen Yu humiliated Zhang Fan in front of so many people at that time, so Zhang Fan might have been completely disappointed in Wei Ling.
Cici, Shuer, what a coincidence, I can meet you here.
Just then, a familiar voice came from a distance. Wang Shi looked towards the source of the sound and saw Wei Ling walking towards them with a strange man in the distance.
Is it Wei Ling?
Speak of the devil, he appears. Lin Shui looked in the direction Wang Shi was looking.
Why is Wei Ling here? Is she following me again?
Wang Shi looked at the 2 people in front of him and felt strange.
But I clearly didn't T-post any updates or moments.
She looked at the boy next to Wei Ling. It should be Chen Yu. Wang Shi looked at Wei Ling and the other person in confusion, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that they shouldn't be following him, otherwise Wei Ling wouldn't have brought a boy with her.
This time it was really just a coincidence.
Wei Ling just wanted to go out and play, so she took Chen Yu to this scenic spot.
Hey, Lingling, what a coincidence.
Lin Shui responded to Wei Ling's greeting and looked at the boy next to her and asked, "Who is this?" "This is my boyfriend, his name is Chen Yu, and his family runs a construction company." Wei Ling introduced Wang Xilingsu to him with a smile, with a hint of boasting on her face, but suddenly she seemed to realize something and retracted that smug expression. Lin Shui looked at the boy next to Wei Ling. He was wearing designer clothes and it was obvious that he was a second-generation rich man.
Ladies, it's an honor to meet you. My name is Chen Yu. Just like Lingling said, my family runs a business. We own a construction company and easily earn several million every year.
He saw the two beauties, Wang Shi and Lin Shui, from a distance.
Wang Shi and Lin Shui are like a beautiful landscape painting in the dessert shop. Especially Wang Shi, she is like a goddess in a comic book. Just now when Chen Yu saw Wei Ling greeting them, he couldn't help but feel happy. He didn't expect that these two beauties were actually Wei Ling's friends. In this case, it would be easy.
In his eyes, no matter how beautiful a girl is, she can't resist the temptation of money.
As long as he is willing to spend money, it is a matter of luck.
As he said that, he put his BMW keys on the table, then pulled Wei Ling to sit opposite Lin Shui and Wang Shi, and began to look at the two beauties in front of him. Lin Shui looked at the boy in front of her. She clearly felt that the boy was looking at her and Wang Shi with a scanning gaze, which made her very uncomfortable.
And it's easy to wear.
Lin Shui was complaining in his heart, but because he was Wei Ling's boyfriend, he didn't say anything.
Only.
When Wei Ling saw Chen Yu's expression, she seemed to be drooling.
I just feel angry inside. But suddenly she thought of something. Cici, are there just the two of you?
Oh, Xia Jie was originally here, but what a coincidence.
I actually ran into her boyfriend here. She chatted with us for a few words and then left with Xia Jie.
Lin Shui replied after taking a sip of mango juice. But when Lin Shui thought about this matter, she found it a bit strange. Usually Zhou Jie's boyfriend was nowhere to be seen all day, but these past 2 days he had been hanging around Zhou Jie.
Just now, I kept calling Zhou Jie after the awards ceremony. Chapter 49. I told you to let go. You must be Wang Shi, right?
I often hear Wei Ling mention you. Chen Yu stretched out his hand and was about to shake hands with Wang Shi with a smile.
Did I mention Wang Shi? How come I don't know when I mentioned Wang Shi in front of you?
Wei Ling rolled her eyes and looked at Chen Yu.
Never mind, I'll bear it. Who told you to be rich?
Hee. Wang Shi noticed the momentary change in Wei Ling's eyes.
Hello, I'm Wang Shi.
She didn't extend her hand, but responded to Chen Yu's greeting awkwardly.
Chen Yu looked at Wang Shi's refusal and didn't give up. Instead, he took out his phone. It's okay. How about this, I'll add you on WeChat and we can get to know each other.
After hearing this, not only Wang Shi and Lin Shui, but even Wei Ling's mouth twitched, and the three of them looked at Chen Yu with different eyes.
Just? You asked me for WeChat so directly? This guy is too shameless. His girlfriend is still here? He asked for Cici's WeChat in front of her? No, you're avoiding me when you want WeChat? If you ask directly like this, aren't you slapping me in the face in front of them? No. No need.
This scene made Wang Shi so embarrassed that she wanted to pick her feet. Her eyes changed and looked at Wei Ling, seeming to look at her with contempt, but also with a hint of pity. Wei Ling, you dumped Zhang Fan because of something like this.
You are really invincible.
Chen Yu looked at Wang Shi and quickly shook his hand to refuse, and looked at Wei Ling from time to time, thinking that Wang Shi was embarrassed to add him. It's okay, Cici, I just added you on WeChat because I was worried that if I suddenly couldn't contact Lingling in the future, I could ask you about the situation. After saying that, he shook the key in his hand in an inadvertent gesture.
Hearing the word Cici coming out of Chen Yu's mouth, Wang Shi got goosebumps.
No, Chen Yu, I still won't add you on WeChat.
Also, you should just call me Wang Shi. I don't think it's appropriate for you to call me Cici.
Lin Shui was watching Chen Yu fiddling with his BMW key intentionally or unintentionally, and she couldn't help but feel a little disgusted with Chen Yu.
Is this guy crazy? How could Wei Ling be interested in such a man?
Seeing Wang Shi rejecting him all the time, Chen Yu was puzzled. His tried and true tricks were of no use to the girl in front of him. Wei Ling saw that Wang Shi had rejected him, but Chen Yu still looked unwilling to give up. Chen Yu, what do you mean? The two beauties, Wang Shi and Lin Shui, had already attracted a large number of onlookers. After all, there was no man in the world who didn't like to look at beautiful women.
And then came Wei Ling.
Three beauties can cause quite a stir wherever they are, not to mention there are melons to eat. Originally, everyone was looking at the three men and one woman, and some people even envied the man for having such good fortune. But I saw that one of the beauties was rejecting the boy. It turned out that it was not what he thought at all, and some boys even criticized him for being a toad wanting to eat swan flesh. The ridicule from the people around him made Chen Yu feel completely humiliated. When had he ever lost face like this before? Now that Wei Ling was yelling at him, his temper instantly flared up. He turned around and cursed back at Wei Ling.
What do you mean?
Why do you keep looking at Wang Shi and Lin Shui?
You even want Wang Shi's WeChat. This is your friend, can't I get to know him? Didn't I introduce you to my friends?
Shen Yu did not indulge Wei Ling at all. Then he stood up and whispered in Wei Ling's ear, "You'd better pay attention to the way you talk to me.
I'm not satisfied with the way you are now." Hearing this, Wei Ling's whole body trembled.
Wang Shi and Lin Shui just sat there and watched how Chen Yu treated Wei Ling in public. However, this scene also made Wang Shi and Lin Shui better understand what kind of person Chen Yu is. Just when everyone thought Wei Ling would leave in anger. But I saw Wei Ling actually apologize to Chen Yu.
This dramatic scene made everyone present fall into silence. No, what's wrong with this girl? She apologized after being scolded like this? Hey, look at what that boy is wearing, he's probably a rich guy, and this girl. Yes, I think so too.
It turns out that the goddess in our eyes is just the same in the eyes of other rich people.
Hey, you can't say that. You can't generalize all of them. Didn't you see that the two beauties over there didn't react at all?
Listening to the dense and critical voices coming from all around, Wei Ling felt extremely embarrassed.
Shut up, everyone.
Finally, she couldn't stand it anymore and yelled at the people around her, as if she was transferring the anger that Chen Yu was venting on her to others.
Oh? What happened?
A figure stepped into the dessert shop.
Zhang Fan followed the map navigation in his hand and walked to the store.
Before he entered the store, he saw a group of people gathered outside the door. As soon as he stepped into the lobby, he heard a roar.
Zhang Fan? Wei Ling?
Zhang Fan looked at Wei Ling's slightly embarrassed face and felt heartbroken for a moment.
Damn!
Zhang Fan quickly shook his head to get rid of this feeling.
I'm just feeling heartbroken.
At that time, what I suffered was not much worse than this. Wei Ling was also stunned when she saw Zhang Fan coming.
Why are you here? Are you following me? Or are you here to laugh at my joke? Zhang Fan didn't want to answer Wei Ling's three questions.
He had never expected to meet Wei Ling here.
Walked towards Wang Shi. Oh, isn't this Zhang Fan, the celebrity of our Huanqing University? Chen Yu didn't expect to meet Zhang Fan in such an occasion.
He immediately walked in front of Zhang Fan and started to laugh at him.
Boy, do you know where this place is? You actually chased someone all the way to the scenic spot. You are really shameless. Yo! Chen Yu straightened Zhang Fan's shirt. I didn't expect you to actually be able to hook up with a rich woman. Zhang Fan was still wearing the shirt that Bai Shuo bought for him yesterday.
It cost the little girl a month's salary, so it was considered a light luxury brand. Chen Yu is a rich second generation, so naturally he has this kind of vision. Seeing Chen Yu attacking him directly, Zhang Fan frowned slightly and said, "Let go." Chen Yu didn't expect Zhang Fan to dare to speak to him like this after the beating he had last time. He grabbed Zhang Fan by the collar.
What did you say? Have you forgotten how I dealt with you last time? I'll say it again, let go.
Zhang Fan said coldly.
You little bastard, you dare to talk to me like that? I'll beat you up until you kneel down and call me daddy.
Many people around were frightened and scattered when they saw Chen Yu's appearance. Wang Shi also hurried over and tried to hold Chen Yu back. There was a loud bang and the glass table broke. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Chen Yu, who was originally grabbing Zhang Fan's collar, was now being held by Zhang Fan with one hand and pressed on the glass table. He sat on the ground with his limbs limp and a trickle of bright red blood oozing from his forehead.
Look, I told you to let go, but you insisted on doing this. Chapter 50 Kneel down for me.
This scene made some of the timid girls in the audience scream in fear. Wang Shi seemed to be frightened by Jiang Fan's appearance. After a moment's pause, she still walked towards Jiang Fan. She also didn't expect that Jiang Fan would actually do this to Chen Yu. Wei Ling was so frightened by Jiang Fan that she stood aside and dared not move.
Oh my god, this Jiang Fan is too fierce, right? Is this the guy who got beaten up in school the day before yesterday?
Lin Shui covered her mouth and looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Fan let go of his hand and let Chen Yu fall limply to the ground. He straightened his clothes that were messed up by Chen Yu.
Jiang Fan stood in front of Chen Yu.
He looked at Chen Yu, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, motionless.
You can't do that either. Boss, I'm sorry. I have to compensate you for this table.
Jiang Fan stood up, turned on his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to the boss.
10,000 yuan has been received via WeChat.
Young man, young man. After hearing Jiang Fan transfer 10,000 yuan by himself, the middle-aged boss ran out quickly. He saw the scene just now clearly. The man in front of him grabbed a person's head with one hand and pressed it onto the table.
This strength.
If someone else had compensated him, he would have wanted to take the 10,000 yuan, but looking at the man in front of him with such terrifying skills, he didn't dare to take it even if he loved money.
Who knows what he will do next? Hey, young man, it's not necessary to spend so much. It's just an ordinary glass table, he said and prepared to return the money.
Jiang Fan looked at the boss trembling, thinking that maybe he was frightened by his own appearance, and then his eyes softened a little. Boss, this is also a business, I can't possibly break your things and not pay for anything. Secondly, this incident caused by you has more or less affected your store.
If you don't accept it, I will feel bad. Well, the boss hesitated for a moment, and finally accepted the money. He suddenly saw the person lying on the ground and didn't know what to do for a moment.
Although he had provoked Jiang Fan in advance, it happened in his own store after all.
It would be unreasonable if he didn't do anything about it. Sir, are you okay?
The boss quickly helped Chen Yu, whose head was covered in blood, from the ground to a stool. When the waiter came to inform him, he was thinking that the two were just arguing. Just as he was about to step forward, the man in the branded clothes was.
Jiang Fan, are you okay?
Wang Shi walked forward and asked worriedly. Suddenly her eyes stopped on Jiang Fan's hand. She saw a lot of blood on Jiang Fan's hand. She quickly pulled up Jiang Fan's hand and checked it carefully, worried that it might be scratched by the broken glass just now. It's okay, Cici, this is Chen Yu's blood, there is no wound on my hand. Seeing Wang Shi's worried expression, Jiang Fan quickly explained.
Wang Shi was relieved. Get out of here.
Chen Yu rested on the chair for a while and finally recovered. He looked at the people around him, all looking at him with a strange expression.
The continuous humiliation made Chen Yu lose his mind.
He pushed the boss away and walked quickly towards Jiang Fan, but because of the dizziness, his walking posture looked very strange. He pointed at Jiang Fan's nose and cursed, Jiang Fan, you dare to beat me like this, you immediately.
Right now.
Kneel down and kowtow to apologize to me, or I will find someone to interrupt your.
Boom.
Before Chen Yu finished speaking, he flew backwards quickly, knocking over several tables behind him.
Chapter 51, Why are you holding Wang Shi's hand?
The store suddenly fell silent, and everyone was stunned by the sudden scene. Wang Shi didn't expect that Jiang Fan could kick Chen Yu more than a meter away with one kick, and Jiang Fan didn't seem to stop, but continued to walk towards Chen Yu's position. Hiss after a wailing sound, Chen Yu lay in the ruins of the table. He looked at his hands, which were covered in blood due to the broken glass. He sat up slowly. He looked up and saw Jiang Fan slowly walking towards him. His gloomy gaze instantly extinguished his arrogance. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear of Jiang Fan. Don't come over here, Chen Yu wanted to stand up, but the pain in his body made him unable to move. He could only use his hands and feet to crawl in the opposite direction of Jiang Fan. But the broken glass on the ground made it difficult for him to move. The people around were so frightened by this scene that they dared not breathe, especially Wei Ling, who watched Jiang Fan, who was easily knocked to the ground by Chen Yu a few days ago, being kicked by Chen Yu so hard that he could not stand up. You know, although Chen Yu is a rich second generation, he has also practiced Sanda for several years, and his physique is much stronger than many ordinary people. Wang Shi noticed Jiang Fan's eyes, a look she had never seen before, so cold that it seemed like an endless abyss.
This won't happen, right?
She quickly ran up and grabbed Jiang Fan's hand.
Jiang Fan. Jiang Fan.
Jiang Fan stopped when he heard Wang Shi's voice, but he still exuded a chill that made people afraid to approach him.
Jiang Fan, what's wrong with you?
Looking at Jiang Fan's appearance, Wang Shi couldn't help but worry.
The continuous calls brought Jiang Fan back to his senses.
He turned around and saw the worry on Wang Shi's face, and his gloomy expression softened slightly.
I'm fine, I just want to teach him a lesson.
Then he turned around and looked at Chen Yu on the ground. I didn't want to care about what happened at school last time, but you have provoked me again and again, so you can't blame me.
I don't want to say anything more to you. Next time you see me and you're still so arrogant, it won't be so simple.
Jiang Fan saw Chen Yu lying on the ground in a miserable state, and he was filled with emotion. If it weren't for the system, I probably wouldn't be able to deal with him so easily.
He looked at the messy scene in the store.
Everyone looked at him with a hint of fear, and many people even ran out in fear, but he couldn't blame them. After all, apart from the students from the finance department of Huanqing University, probably no one present knew what deep hatred Jiang Fan had with the man lying on the ground with injuries.
And it seems that I did use some heavy-handedness. Boss.
Jiang Fan looked at the uncle who was standing aside and shivering.
Oh my god, the boss almost wants to cry.
At first, Jiang Fan just smashed his own table, which was actually not a big deal. Jiang Fan apologized to himself politely and compensated him with 10,000 yuan. As a result, after a short while, he actually smashed his own shop, which made him feel so miserable that he could not even cry. What worried him the most was that if the person who was beaten came to his house to cause trouble, wouldn't that be? Jiang Fan saw the panic in his boss' heart.
Uncle, what do you think of 100,000 yuan?
The boss, who had a bitter face just now, instantly had golden light in his eyes when he heard Jiang Fan say 100,000.
What? Young man? How much did you say? 100,000? Isn't that enough?
Jiang Fan was puzzled for a moment, but then he thought about it again and wondered if things were more expensive because they were in a scenic area.
Enough, 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 enough. The boss looked at Jiang Fan's expression, afraid that Jiang Fan would think he wanted more money. In fact, the loss in the store today was not very large. These few tables only cost 20 or 30,000, plus the daily sales were only around 20 or 30,000 at most. The young man in front of me has already given me 10,000 yuan, and now he wants to compensate me with 100,000 yuan. It is obvious that I have made a lot of money. But the problem lies in the conflict between these two people.
Once this report gets out, others will not care who you are, they will just feel that there is no safety at all in your store.
Everyone. Jiang Fan suddenly shouted, I'm sorry for letting you see this.
Then Jiang Fan walked to the center of the store. Maybe, in your eyes I am an unreasonable person. You don't know what happened between him and me, and why I beat him like this. Jiang Fan seemed to want to explain to everyone.
No. Someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up.
Jiang Fan originally thought that this was a messenger of justice, a righteous judge who said that no matter what the reason was, you cannot hit anyone, but he ended up hearing you don't have to explain. A young man in his early 20s walked out of the crowd. He walked up to Jiang Fan and said, Brother, you don't need to explain.
We all know. Senior brother? Jiang Fan looked at the young man in front of him with some surprise. Are you a student of Huanqing University? That's right, senior brother Jiang Fan. You know my name?
Jiang Fan was full of curiosity about the person in front of him. He didn't seem to know this so-called junior fellow. Just as he was about to start asking, a few young men who looked the same as him appeared beside him. They all greeted Jiang Fan. Everyone on the field looked at the abstract brothers pointing out the scene. Hey, wait, do we know each other? Jiang Fan felt really confused. These people came out under this circumstance and said they were his junior brothers. This would be of no benefit to him at all? Could it be that because I just said I would compensate the boss with 100,000 yuan, they thought I would pay to do the job, so they came out to make me a scapegoat? Before Jiang Fan could ask, the person who had led the group spoke up.
Brother Jiang Fan, we are from the finance department, sophomores.
As soon as he said this, Jiang Fan seemed to know something.
Could it be? Yes, our experience is the same as yours. He looked at Chen Yu.
It was this bastard who took advantage of his wealth to steal my girlfriend. After hearing this, Jiang Fan's face turned green. No, big brother, please stop calling me senior brother.
Can I call you big brother? You can just do it yourself, but why did you have to bring me along?
What is called the same as me?
Now everyone around me knows that I'm cheated on.
As expected, after hearing these words, the people around seemed to instantly understand why Jiang Fan would use such a heavy hand on this person.
It turned out that Jiang Fan was very embarrassed as everyone was talking about him. Even the girls who thought he was a violent man and were scared by him looked at him with strange eyes. Ahem, alright. Jiang Fan coughed twice on purpose. Now he felt that he had been too gentle with Chenyu. Alright, stop talking. Jiang Fan said this, but his disgust for Chenyu deepened in his eyes. Chenyu's personality is very well known in the finance department of Huanqing University, especially among the freshmen and sophomores. For those who have just entered college, they feel that the environment is different from that of high school, and especially after seeing the charm of money, it is hard not to fall for it. Chenyu relied on this, plus his BMW, to poach countless girlfriends. Even though Chenyu was a notorious scumbag in the finance department, there were still people who offered themselves to him for the sake of money. This also led to many boys in the finance department being very hostile towards Chenyu. In particular, Chenyu felt fed up and kicked these so-called goddesses away. And these people who appeared out of nowhere were all Chenyu's victims. Jiang Fan, are you okay? Look, Chenyu is in this condition, why don't you call 120 for him? Wang Shi was still afraid that Jiang Fan would get into trouble because of Chenyu. Hit 1. Jiang Fan looked at Chenyu lying on the ground motionless. To be honest, if he hadn't restrained himself just now, Chenyu would probably be a useless man from now on. As long as Jiang Fan wants, he can destroy Chenyu at any time. But Chenyu cannot be blamed solely for that incident. If Wei Ling had been able to resist the temptation, what happened later would not have happened. Even if there was no Chenyu, there would be Wang Yu and Lu Yu. Who is this? Senior Wang Shi? The freshman students all looked at Jiang Fan in shock. Jiang Fan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. At this time, Lin Shui walked towards Jiang Fan. Lin Shui had been standing aside. Jiang Fan's brutal side even made her wonder if this man had a twin brother. What happened? Why did they break up for no reason? Jiang Fan looked at the message on his phone with fear in his heart. Look, Wang, especially now when you walk closer, the man in front of you is really much stronger than the one who was bullied in the video. Jiang Fan was also a little puzzled when he saw Lin Shui greeting him. Although he had met her before, Jiang Fan was not impressed by her. So he looked at Wang Shi and asked, who is this? Ah. Lin Shui rolled her eyes when she saw that Jiang Fan had no impression of her at all. No, Jiang Fan, it's a good thing that you and Wei. Ahem. After hearing Wang Shi's cough, she realized that the relationship between Wang Shi, Wei Ling, and him was too awkward. She almost said Wei Ling's name. Jiang Fan didn't say anything, but he really didn't have much impression of Lin Shui. As he spoke, he briefly introduced himself to Lin Shui. This Lin Shui is quite pretty. However, Jiang Fan took a look with his scanning eyes and it was 78 points. Oops, 2 points off. It's a pity, but even if it is, I can't spend RMB on her openly. Never mind, one more isn't a big deal. Jiang Fan, what are you and Wang Shi doing? Suddenly, a female voice came from the corner. Jiang Fan and Wang Shi watched Wei Ling walk over silently from the corner, her face filled with an incredible expression. Wang Shi was holding Jiang Fan's hand, and they were very close? Seeing Wei Ling at this moment, all the depression she had felt before disappeared, and she even felt a little excited.